Great to see you. How are you? Yeah. Higher fill size area inside the fill size. Great. So it's
Good morning, everyone. I hope the people joining on Zoom can hear me. There's no one I can see to give me a thumbs up, but I certainly hope that this is audible to our virtual friends as well as our in-person friends. I want to welcome all of you, whether in person or online. I am Michael Cahill. It is currently my privilege to serve as Dean here at Brooklyn Law School. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this program on sustainability, future cities, and the built environment, which we hope and trust will be the first of many such programs of various types and sizes here at the law school going forward. We expect that issues of sustainability are going to be at the center of what we are doing in our community and in our curriculum for a number of years to come. And that is true for many reasons, some of them external to the law school, some of them internal to the law school. Of course, externally, the reasons are obvious in that issues of sustainability, environmental challenges, and climate change are at the heart of the problems confronting our city, our country, and our planet. And it is urgent that all of us address issues of climate change and sustainability, and we at the law school want to do our part. Internally, we are well positioned to do exactly that because we, as an institution, have a long history not only of serving the community, as indicated by our being an early and powerful adopter of clinical education that has been in the community dealing with urgent issues for many decades, but more specifically, as to particular questions of sustainable development, we have long had serious and sustained strength in areas that directly affect the issues that we will be talking about today, both among our faculty and in our alumni community, in areas dealing with real estate development, property and land use regulation, construction law, environmental law, and the like. So we as a law school bring a lot of history to this conversation. We have done a lot of thinking about the issues that we're going to address today. But of course, today's conversation is not just about history, it is about the future. And it's not just about ideas, it is about action. And not just action at the societal level or the governmental level, but in terms of individual contributions that individual people can make. We want to ask, what can we, you, each of us, all of us do as attorneys or non-legal professionals to counter the effects of climate change? And I think you'll find during our conversation today that the answer, what can we do, is quite a bit. So it's an opportunity in a moment for enthusiasm and excitement as well as concern. Of course, not only we as individuals, but the government plays a key role in terms of both regulation and creating incentives to promote responsible private activity. And our government locally has already been very active in that area. Here in New York City, the Climate Mobilization Act of 2019 may be the single largest climate-focused set of regulations yet put forth by any city in the world. It consists of a slate of local laws tailored to dramatically cut carbon emissions here in New York, including local laws 92 and 94, which cover sustainable roofing, and in turn the roofs, of course, cover other things, presumably. Local law 95, providing for Energy Star ratings. Local law 96, dealing with PACE financing. And of course, as I'm sure you know, last but far from least, Local Law 97, dealing with carbon emission standards for buildings. We'll discuss today, and many of you are already likely aware, these measures are having a dramatic impact already on the way public and private sectors plan, design, build, and operate buildings here in New York City. And those laws and a panoply of other existing and future laws like them, as well as the mechanisms for dealing with the rules and regulations and opportunities those laws create, are what brings us here today. What we want is to provide all of you with an immersion in the regulatory landscape, but also the technological and market landscape that defines sustainability and both imposes limits and creates opportunities on what can be done in the urban environment. How are we, as lawyers and non-lawyers, going to navigate this new framework? Not only in terms of how we're going to comply with the rules, but how we can excel and thrive within this regime and while doing our part to combat climate change. And I want to emphasize that although many of the issues we will be discussing today are legal issues, they are not issues that face only lawyers. And a central part of what we at Brooklyn Law School want to do and plan to do in the future is expand our sense of our own mission to be providing legal education not only to future lawyers, but to other professionals who will benefit from an understanding and awareness of the law that governs their professional lives and their work. So we expect and plan to have various programs, including degree programs that are going to build on our existing JD degree, which is specifically for those planning to practice law, to also provide legal education to people in surrounding professional areas who need not get a license to practice law, but will benefit from the legal expertise and non-legal expertise relating to sustainable technology, relating to the business of real estate development, and the like that is going to serve them well in their professional lives. It's a broader understanding of our own mission in order to meet the needs of the city, the country, and the world by providing education, not only to lawyers, but to various others who will benefit from it. And at the same time, to strengthen the kind of education we can provide to lawyers themselves by providing information and expertise that will complement their purely legal knowledge with an awareness of technology, of science, of business, of finance, and of various things that will benefit them. So we're here today to give you the skills and the knowledge to identify existing sustainability issues and also to anticipate future sustainability issues. And having recognized those issues, to have the tools to address them effectively and efficiently. So let me welcome you all here today for that. And let me take a moment to thank the various people who have made today possible, the administrators and faculty members who have been integral to developing today's boot camp. Of course, first, I need to give a shout out to the two people immediately in front of me, John Rudikoff and Richard Sobelson, who more than anyone else are responsible for putting together today's programming. Let's give them a round of applause. Some of you are poised to clap. Go right ahead. Of course, I need to thank our external affairs and events team, including Peggy Swisher, Liz Alper, Michael Licari, who I saw in the back of the room, Chris Gibbons, Kyle Rivers, and Annie Nienaber, our Director of Development, who I see in the back of Advancement, I should say, who I see in the back of the room now. Of course, the catering services who have been providing and will continue to provide food throughout the day. I want to thank our panelists and other participants in today's programming. And I particularly want to thank our generous sponsors. Shepherd Mullen, a silver sponsor, Avison Young, Commonwealth Land Title Insurance Company, and Ganfer, Shore, Leeds, and Zouderer LLP. So many, many thanks to all of our sponsors. And finally, let me take a moment to thank our distinguished keynote speaker, Frank Carone, whom I am about to introduce. I last saw Frank a little over a month ago when he was being honored as one of Brooklyn Law School's Alumni of the Year. So I want to particularly note that he is one of our own. While I could take a long time summarizing his biography, I just want to emphasize two things. First, his expertise and the relevance of having him here today to talk about these issues. As I've said, issues of sustainability and addressing climate change are going to take sustained and joint action from individuals, from the private and public sectors, and from the nonprofit world. And Frank has expertise in all of those areas, having worked, as I'll mention in a moment, in government, having worked in private practice at Abrams Fensterman, having himself been in the private sector, founding a successful mortgage bank that he grew into a multi-state enterprise with over 200 employees, and having served on the boards of numerous nonprofit entities, including the Ridgewood Bushwick Senior Citizens Council, a nonprofit serving 30,000 constituents that he helped restructure. So Frank has seen and done it all in the public and private sectors, and has been president of the Brooklyn Bar Association and helped create and has served as chair of the State Bar Association Committee on Transportation Law. So he's familiar with all of the different kinds of entities that are going to have to need to address the problems that we are talking about today. And he's familiar with those problems and has worked to address them. And secondly, I want to thank Frank. Not only I want to note his expertise, I also want to thank him for his service. Of course, Frank served our country for several years in the US Marine Corps in the 1990s, where he went through Officers Candidate School, and I want to explicitly note and thank him for that. But as many of you might be more familiar with, he has also served our city on repeated occasions, having served 2 terms in the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission, where he was appointed by Mayor Bloomberg and reappointed by Mayor de Blasio, and unanimously confirmed both times. and among other things, as a commissioner, worked to make advancements in green vehicle standards, just one of the many ways that his past work touches on the issues we're discussing today. And of course, now he is back in service to our city as Chief of Staff to Mayor Adams. And in that capacity, I am delighted to have him here to share some thoughts on what we can expect and hope for in the Adams administration. Without further ado, Frank.
I guess it's okay to put paper on this computer, I'm hoping. Well, thank you for that very much. And thank you for allowing me to attend today and to give some brief remarks on what the Adams administration is considering very important in our initial 6 months and beyond as it relates to the future of our city. It's always amazing to be back here. It does feel like a sense of home for me. Although my first day here, while the dean was running through my resume, I was thinking to myself, my very first day here wasn't so great. It was a evening meeting with, I guess, our legal process class. And I really had no idea where I was in relation to Brooklyn. I grew up the other side of Brooklyn and growing up in Canarsie. If you left the neighborhood and went to another neighborhood, it was going to almost a foreign country. So this section of Brooklyn was like a foreign country to me. So I borrowed my grandfather's car and I parked on Atlantic Avenue. The lot's no longer there, thank goodness. And little did I know that the lot closes. So when I left the legal process intro sometime in late August, I couldn't get my car. So here I am standing on Atlantic Avenue without a way home, no idea really where I was, and just wondering what the hell is going on. And luckily I had some change in my pocket and I called my reliable grandfather, World War II veteran, and he navigated me home. So it didn't start so great, but it got better after that. But anyway, thank you for that. And thank you, Dean and faculty, members of the faculty who took the time to really put this incredibly important day together, your sponsors and all the attendees. So I'm here to talk about the future of the city. The dean said it's not just about ideas, it's about action. And it's not happening in decades. It is really happening right now. New York is emerging from a time of crisis to a time of reinvention. We are really on the cusp of a massive transformative way which we live, work, and do business. Our city is ready, and we're going to make sure you are too. That's what this boot camp is all about. But it will be much less stressful than the boot camp I attended in Quantico in the early 90s. That I'm sure I can promise you. Because this administration is all about making New York into a city of yes. We say it all the time. We start from a place of yes and try to figure out where to go from there. Yes to innovation, yes to sustainability, yes to new ideas, and yes to the future. It's more about just changing zoning codes or cutting red tape. It is about embracing a spirit of possibility and optimism, even as we contend with long-term problems and ongoing crises they face us every day. For example, walkable urban landscapes are a big part of our sustainable future. I'm just telling the professor that we are going to have a press conference on a reimagining of the BQE corridor. We're not kicking the can down the road. We're actually going to do it, and we're going to do it this year. More on that this coming Monday. It takes, to do these things, it does take pragmatic outlook. And that pragmatism, that realism, adaptability is at the heart of the New York story. I recently recommended a book to my team, and the team is very large. We have almost 900 City Hall employees, called City of Possibility. Oh, We the Possibility by Mitch Weiss. I met Mitch when I was saying some remarks at the Harvard School of Government, and there were chiefs of staff and mayors and deputy mayors from all over the country. It was a really rewarding experience. And the book is just about what we're discussing today. Taking ideas, not being afraid to try new things, and throwing out ideas that just don't work and maybe just stood the test of time because they were safe. New York City and New York State has the world's most forward-thinking climate policy, a policy designed to sustain and protect our city, our people, as well as our economy. And we are actively working with all stakeholders to transform the built environment and meet our climate goals in a just, fair, and dynamic way. The iconic New York City skyline has always been a symbol of progress. This era is no different. Our large buildings however, are key to reaching New York City's climate goals. We know that building owners are an essential partner in the fight against climate change, and we will support them. We cannot achieve big goals without clear plans and civic buy-in. Therefore, we must lead by example and make sure this massive shift in the future happens in a dynamic yet equitable way, a way that benefits our business sector and protects our citizens. We are here to help because we are here together. Thanks to our public transit system and our density, New Yorkers already emit fewer carbon emissions per person than virtually every other city in America. However, the energy that we do use to heat, cool, and power our buildings account for nearly 70% of the emissions in New York City. Our building stock, which is dense, complicated, and aging, is our greatest opportunity and our biggest challenge to achieving these goals. That's why we're stepping up our effort to transform this built environment and decarbonize our building stock. What does that mean? Well, that means a 20% reduction in energy consumption for city buildings as well by 2025, phasing out fossil fuel hookups in new construction beginning 2023 and small buildings by 2027. Building 100% net zero new buildings by 2030. Getting New York City to carbon neutrality totally by 2050. This effort is already well underway. As the Dean mentioned, in 2019, New York City passed the Climate Mobilization Act, a suite of groundbreaking laws to dramatically reduce carbon emissions from New York City buildings. And I was proud to work with Speaker Corey Johnson during his leadership that that bill passed. The centerpiece of that law, Local Law 97, requires buildings larger than 25,000 square feet to meet the guidelines for greenhouse gas emissions starting in 2024. This is a transformative piece of legislation that will give us a jumpstart on building the city of the future. I can't say that, I can't not stress that importance of that law enough. New York City is the first large cold weather city to phase out fossil fuel combustion in new construction, accelerating next generation electric buildings, improving air quality, public health, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But this means mounting a major retrofitting effort throughout the city. Over the coming years, these buildings will need to undergo lighting, window upgrades, become more energy efficient, improve their insulation, and update their cooling and heating systems as well. These retrofits will slash emissions, reduce operating costs, and create over 25,000 new jobs. But any new system means changing how the city agencies work and engage with other stakeholders. We say all the time, we don't want our agencies to work in silos, but in unison with one another. That's why we work closely with our deputy mayors that have agencies under their portfolio, and we have a leadership call every single day at 8 a.m. to make sure whatever's happening that day is in conjunction with the rest of the agencies. Any new system does mean changing how these agencies work, as I said, and we are not letting builders, owners, and managers go at it alone. We want building owners to know they are part of the fight against climate change, and they are not here to do it alone. The Adams administration is committed to implementing Local Law 97 by mobilizing, communicating, and supporting building owners. We need to understand the challenges buildings face in undertaking the work that needs to be done, and we need to do everything we can to help them achieve those goals. To that end, we have created two new policies, the New York City Accelerator and PACE Financing. The New York City Accelerator is the city's flagship program to catalyze carbon reduction projects for private buildings. This accelerator provides free technical assistance, training, and education to building operators, architects, engineers, or any professional on issues of retrofitting and sustainability. We offer personalized advice, technical assistance, and we can help you get connected to incentives to help pay for these projects that lower cost, bring more comfort to tenants, improve air quality, and help comply with local laws. And just a quick digression, I'm hearing over and over from building owners that it's not just the pandemic that was difficult in bringing people back to the office. It's the type of offices that exist that are blocking people coming back to the office in a significant way. Tenants, workers, employees are demanding offices of the future, and those that are built that way are seeing much more attendance than others. So it's actually good business to do this as well. Okay. PACE financing. PACE financing will provide access to low-cost, long-term capital for energy efficiency and renewable energy retrofits. The assistance we provide will adds up to big change. When building owners add solar panels or upgrade their old boilers to heat pumps, they're not only improving the efficiency of the city's building, but also redefining the way our city function. Also, just a thought on solar panels. While at the event at the Harvard School of Government I mentioned earlier, where I met Mitch, there were other panel members as well, and we learned about the latest in technology as to paving highways. It's relevant also to the BQE. We learned about solar panel paving. It's being done right now in the South. I think it's Interstate 84. I'm just blown away by this technology where the road is actually paved with solar panel and it electrifies a local community. I mean, there are rubberized asphalt, self-healing concrete, incredible innovations that not only will bring sustainability, but also creates new jobs and new innovations. They're supporting, as I said, these are all supporting all green jobs and rebounding our economy. When we talk about energy efficiency upgrades, we're talking about making the city better for everyone, for now and for future generations. We want to make sure that our stakeholders have the knowledge and resources to achieve compliance and bring down emissions. We will ensure that we implement laws with a view towards addressing the city's dire need to recover economically from the effects of the pandemic. And I should tell you, the reports we're getting in on a weekly basis on tourism and on people back to Broadway are astounding. Tourism and hotel occupancies are up almost to pre-pandemic levels. Really happy to say that. And we'll continue to make laws and set policy with an eye towards that. Creating good paying jobs, local jobs to the greatest extent possible, focusing on compliance and catalyzing climate change, not penalties. Making a transition and addressing the legacy of environmental injustice in the city. New York City will lead by example. We are already transforming our public buildings into models of efficiency and resiliency, but we cannot ask private property owners to adapt their homes and businesses if we as a city are not doing the same. So that's why we're setting the goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions 40% by 2025, talking about the city-owned buildings now, which is quite extensive, 50% by 2030, and 80% by 2050 from a 2005 baseline. We have partnered with over 20 agencies to do this in order to complete 2,700 energy efficiency retrofit and clean energy projects at least 1,500 buildings and facilities. That includes installing a 10.5 megawatts of solar photovoltaics. I said that, if I pronounced that right, I'm not sure, across 57 facilities, helping them achieve major emissions reductions and achievement. In addition, all new city facilities need to be adapted as well for extreme weather. We all know what that's about. So our climate resiliency design guidelines establish how city facilities and infrastructure, schools, libraries, bridges, pump stations, hospitals, and affordable housing, of course, are designed to withstand climate threats today and into the future. In addition to lowering emissions, our city is committed to protecting these buildings through large-scale resiliency projects. Flooding and extreme heat exacerbated by climate change will impact the city's building stock. It will impact housing affordability and the integrity of our entire infrastructure. So we have updated the building code to set new elevation and resiliency standards and are among the most protective codes in the country. And we are building coastal protection projects that will protect our waterfront communities from devastating storm surge and regular tidal flooding. That includes Lower Manhattan to the Rockaways to Red Hook and Staten Island. We are firmly committed to keeping residents safe, protect our housing stock, and improve the quality of life in waterfront neighborhoods. This is more about than future-proofing our city. It's about more than surviving the next storm, the next century. It's about New York City being at the forefront of technological change and civic leadership. You know, the mayor likes to say, some of us want the ball when the game is on the line. We feel that's what our administration is all about. We're up for the challenge. We're up for the work. We were built for the moment. Mayor Adams has devoted himself to positive change and new ideas. And leads a team in City Hall dedicated to executing his vision in a safer, stronger, more resilient way. As his chief of staff, I've been proud to help the mayor build that very team. I want you all to know we are here for you. We're here to listen. We're here to learn. We're going to forge ahead with bold plans and make decisions. We're going to support this recovery, get New York back open for business as it's already on its way, and build and do this in a sustainable way towards the future. We're going to make sure this happens smoothly and equitably. In other words, we're really going to get stuff done. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Sobelson. Thank you, Frank, for a great introduction to our day's events. Our first panel will begin at 9:45, so you have just a few minutes to be able to, those of you who are present here, grab a little food, some drink, and then we'll begin promptly at 9:45. So if the panelists could come up front, thank you.
Maximize it a little bit, maximize it a little bit.
Was he, they're working on it? Yeah. It's a beautiful room. Look at the lighting, the chandeliers are magnificent. So you're an alumni also, Brooklyn? Oh, you went at night? What business? Hi. I know. Yeah. That's hectic.
Graduated from high school. Wow.
Where are they going to school? University of Michigan? Oh, nice. Wow, he's interested in opera.
Yeah, so he's gonna sing major opera and local stuff.
How many schools have opera as a major?
Well, it's a tough one to get into.
Yeah, well, political science is very important. What's your other?
Just started a program in political technology. Sustainability, architecture, engineering, city planning.
Oh, that's fascinating. How fascinating is that? I was like, I went to planning for grad school and they have so smart cities.
And so
That is great. That is what a combination of skills and.
But I just have good news for you to start interrupt, but you will survive twins in college.
Richard is.
My daughter is 2 years older than her twin brothers. Oh, I have actually 3 in college, 2 years running.
Yeah.
But they didn't go to the same school. I'm so sad.
Yeah, really.
Each person. I was ready.
My son went to, that's how I know Richard. Our kids went to the same, elementary, middle school. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. You mean the specialty schools? Yeah. Small world, right? Amazing. Maybe they'll be in different frats. That's wise. Change last year. Right, exactly. Yeah. The only thing that's different is my I have little nephews, which is about I'm only doing it in a very institute 3. I would go straight to the So what's the best way to get here?
So probably the best way to go is to
subways that are after stops are here, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, so the 2 and 3 are same as the 4 and 5. So 5.
It's all
It's all what?
it's all right downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
This is outside. So it's-
Yes, we
I
should.
mostly run those. There are other advantages. We've got nearly 60 or 70 people online. So there's no virus.
Yeah, yeah. No, we want to be timely.
Hey, Richard?
Yeah.
Should we leave the hats here or should we take them?
Oh, it's up to you. I guess you could move them aside. We don't need
Should
to.
we take them with us? Is this a gift to the?
They're for you. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they're not to promote the school.
There are 2 members of my family who will appreciate it very much.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, right on time. Good morning. Welcome to our introduction to what is sustainability and how it affects our cities. Each of our panelists will introduce themselves first, and then we will hold off on questions until the end of the session when we'll have about 10 minutes to be able to field any questions that we get either from the audience that's present here or online. So without further ado, Maria, why don't we start with you?
Sure, thank you. My name is Maria Ayolova, and I am an architect and urban designer, currently serving as the global principal of the AECOM Innovation Laboratory. AECOM is one of the largest engineering, design, and construction firms in the world. And our mission at iLab is to bring net zero carbon to the built environment. I'm also the co-founder of Terraform One, which is a nonprofit design and research group here in Brooklyn, and where our mission is design against extinction of all species, including humans.
Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael Ingui from Baxtingui Architects here in New York City. We do a number of different types of projects, but right now we're doing a lot of passive house projects, net zero, LEED Platinum, but a lot of them within blocks of this of the school. I'm also founder of the Passive House Accelerator, which we founded about 3 years ago to share and spread other projects that are actually already achieving net zero, are already achieving passive house. Very often it cost neutral, hospitals, schools, any kind of project you can think about. So to share solutions and learning. And I'm co-founder of Source 2050 with John Knapp, which is going to launch hopefully in a few months, which is a marketplace where you can buy everything that you would need to actually hit some of these goals that we're all talking about. It's very difficult to find materials right now. It's difficult to source them, and it'll be a single source.
Thank you, Michael. Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Margolis. Can you all hear me? I am Executive Director of the New York City Climate Action Alliance. It's a nonprofit dedicated to accelerating New York City's transition to a zero carbon future.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Ellen Sinreich. I'm the founder and managing principal of the Sinreich Group, which is a transactional real estate law firm based here in New York City. In a prior life, I had a green building consulting firm, Green Edge, which is how I met Richard. And I have an expertise in green leases. Happy to be here today.
Great. So again, welcome everyone. So the first question that I have for the panel is, what is sustainability and how does it affect all of our cities? So Maria, we'll start with you.
Sure, and this is a new definition that I'm going to try today. Thinking of sustainability, I want to introduce the concept of the Earth Overshoot Day. That's measured annually, and it measures the humanity's use of both services and resources that the Earth produces. And last year, that was July 29th, 2021. So if you think we haven't measured it yet for this year, I don't know if we've reached it yet, but if we continue business as usual, by 2030, we'll need 2 Earths to support humanity. And that's just not sustainable. So to define sustainability, I would like to bring the Earth Overshoot Day to December 31st. And how cities affect that. Well, currently, if we define the built environment as both our vertical assets, buildings, and horizontal assets, infrastructure, the built environment is responsible today for about 50% of all the greenhouse gas emission. And that accounts both for the energy that we use and all the materials that we use. So think about if we can reduce that amount, how we can move the Earth Overshoot Day further in a year.
I think of sustainability in the built environment as simply building better buildings. It's amazing that you all know the answers now because it's been done throughout the world. And you can have a building that is built better, that's more sustainable, but is also healthy. And I would say most of the people coming to us now looking for what they would consider to be a sustainable building are coming to us wanting healthier buildings. So I would say it's a building that performs much better and a building that's healthy to live in. So it's a win-win. You get both. You enjoy living a more healthy lifestyle and in a building that helps the environment. Stephanie?
I would say that both Maria and Michael did a very good job of describing what sustainability is and what's sustainable and what that means in the city environment. To just add some more numbers that Maria was talking about, in New York City, buildings actually account for 70% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So we really need to make sure that when we are talking about sustainability in cities, we are really focusing on the sectors that are the largest contributors. It is buildings like Michael was just talking about, it is transportation, it is waste. All of these different systems are interconnected, and we need to make sure that the actions that we're taking today set us up and set the future generations up for success. I'll stop there because I know we have a lot of other questions that dive into this more in greater detail.
So I second what Stephanie said, that so far the definitions of sustainability have really covered, I think, very nicely what it means. I would just perhaps revert back to a simpler notion that really what it means is our activities in the present shouldn't take away from future generations' ability to engage in those same activities. So I think notwithstanding, the specific definitions, I believe it's all about being very conscious of the carbon footprint that we all as individuals are responsible for, and also as groups, and agree that with respect to cities, you're talking about, in New York, it's significantly the built environment, and then you have transportation, creation of waste, and there are some other ramifications like, more extreme weather events that we need to deal with. So it's a multifaceted situation, problem, and challenge.
And I guess it's a macro and micro effort that now has this holistic overlay that includes so many different things. We're not just talking about energy, we're talking about everything that goes into the built environment. So the next question is, what are the differences between sustainability efforts with existing buildings and those for new construction? Why don't we start with Ellen?
Thank you. So I think it's a very different story when you're talking about new construction versus retrofitting existing buildings. So new construction, you can employ a lot of the techniques that Michael is pioneering and employing, and building with greater energy efficiency, better insulation, less exfiltration and infiltration of air, and being very conscious of, resource consumption, perhaps incorporating geothermal, solar, wind farms, depending on where you're located, treating black and gray water so you don't need potable water, you're not, consuming additional water, and building resiliency. Now, when it gets to existing buildings, I think it's much trickier because there is an absolute significant cost in retrofitting existing systems. So when the mayor's chief of staff, Mr. Carboni, was just talking about, local law 97 and retrofitting existing buildings, the real challenge there is the cost, I think. So that's the way I would look at it.
Certainly. And I think Michael can also provide great perspective, with his experience with Passive House. I do want to say that 90% of buildings that exist today are still going to be here in 2050. And so there is a very big focus on needing to retrofit the existing building stock. With new construction, the Mayor Adams, chief of staff, did mention it. New York City just enacted, I think it's local law 154, which is the essentially natural gas ban. So all new construction will need to be built using electricity as the primary fuel source. There are ways to ensure that future buildings are using as little energy as possible. But as Ellen mentioned, it really will be about retrofitting the existing buildings here in New York City. And we really need to understand and prove how to do that. And there are solutions. And I think this is the perfect time to pass it over to Michael to talk about one of those solutions.
Yeah, so the term passive house, I've used it, we've all talked about it. Basically, just to talk about that a little bit more, it's just building better buildings. There's a standard started in Germany, it's very popular in the US as well. A few different groups who are certifying those, but it's really just creating more insulated buildings, better sealed buildings, healthier buildings, buildings filtered fresh air 24/7. But to be clear on what Bax-Stingway does, so we only do retrofits. We do retrofits in landmark districts. We do retrofits in townhouses where you can walk down the block and you cannot tell which one is a passive house and which one's not. Our houses don't need heat, maybe 5 nights a year. It's not just our house, it's every passive house project. It's the windows are so good, the insulation is so good that you don't need heat. It's a very interesting way of looking at life. In New York City, and not needing heat. Pittsburgh, they're doing it, and the Pittsburgh Housing Authority is actually tracking it. Developers are building these cost neutral. They're retrofitting them for a little bit more. Retrofits are definitely more expensive, but it's very possible. And with every day, there are more companies out there who are purposely creating product to meet the demand that's now coming. I think now, and I think that panel, I'm pretty positive I saw it on some of the questions and so forth coming up. The cost of not doing a retrofit right now, or the cost of not hitting these standards, is becoming really evident. I mean, we're getting inundated with calls. So I feel like the industry and the manufacturers are really stepping up, and we've got a company in New Jersey who now makes windows that are very similar in price to other companies. So just, it's amazing how fast the industry's trying to capitalize on it, which is exciting.
It's great.
It's fun.
Yes, I agree with everything my fellow panelists brought up. I just want to add, it's really the difference is about the use of technology, right? We've developed a lot of technologies today to build new buildings, and we can deliver a new building that it's net zero carbon easily. Again, it requires an investment. And I think there is a need for innovation to be developed of how we retrofit, because as was pointed out, most buildings are going to be around that need to be retrofitted. So that's kind of the call for the entrepreneurs, the startups to invest into developing new technologies for retrofitting building.
So that's actually a great segue to the next question, because the next question is, so how can we motivate real estate companies and other for-profit entities to reduce their carbon footprint? You want to start with that, Marie?
That's not exactly my expertise, but I can think about that, especially for this audience. I think we facing massive challenges, and everything has to change. The way we contract, the way we incentivize, the way we share and manage risk, and the way we use new technologies. I think in my world, we are building tools to really calculate that risk and what it would take to change. And we can prove that the payback period now it's much shorter. You can do early optioneering and choose your path of how to get there. And it's now about really sharing that knowledge and proving to all these different stakeholders that, first of all, this is possible and it's possible to do it. There is financing available, and then you can really have your payback period reduced dramatically. We're looking now at less than 5 years, and then it starts to make economic sense.
Yeah, I would say de-risking it is one of the biggest pieces. One of the things I love about doing the Passive House projects is we have to run it through a couple of planning packages in the computer way before a hammer ever is swung. And as an architect, I used to have to, or a developer, you used to, are still guessing to a certain degree whether your building's going to perform well. It's a little scary, but we're running it through these Passive House planning packages, and we're running it through these systems, and we're checking to make sure that if the cold from the outside is going to create moisture on the inside, all the things that create mold and bad things, they're being tested through these programs. So once a developer realizes that they can do a high performance building, and by doing so, they can de-risk that that environment, it pays. One, two, realizing that you don't have to pay for heat, and you can run it in through your rent, and with the affordable housing market, it's very competitive. So being able to incorporate that, the payback period comes back pretty quickly. And then finally, our clients, I've been pretty lucky. We for the most part, work for for-profit people, and we do a lot of high-end residential. So to take some of what I say about the work I do with a grain of salt, but our clients are doing it for the health, and everybody wants it. So I feel like just letting people know that these buildings exist. People don't know to ask if they can have a house that's sealed from bugs and dust, where they can choose how they get their fresh air. I think they can get filtered fresh air 24/7. Once they realize they can have that in New York, I mean, our clients would give up lots of stuff to have it. And they may not want to call it Passive House. They may want to call it net zero because they're always afraid that now I'm giving up something. But when they realize they're not giving up something, they're getting it. So I feel like educating and de-risking are the two, depending on the person I'm talking to, are my two recommendations.
I would say it's also all about proving the business case.
Yes.
There is such a big financial component associated with this. You have to help show that you'll lower your operating expenses. It will be worth it for you to do this financially. And in addition to being worth it for you to do financially, as Michael said, there's also health benefits. You'll have cleaner air. Within corporations, with cleaner air, you can have greater productivity. And so your employees are happier. And so it helps attract and retain employees. So it's all about proving the business case, but associated with that, it's also about sticks and carrots. You can have the government come in and set policies. So Ellen had mentioned there's Local Law 97, which sets carbon emission caps on what a building can emit. It starts in 2024 and it becomes increasingly stringent thereafter. And so building owners are now obligated to reduce their energy consumption. If they don't hit their caps, they need to pay a fine. And so there's now an extra motivation to avoid paying that fine. But then if you're going to come in with these sticks, you need to make sure that you're coming in with carrots as well to help the corporations and building owners accomplish and achieve these goals. And so as Mayor Adams' Chief of Staff was talking about, there's PACE financing, there's the New York City Accelerator, NYSERDA and Con Edison offer a variety of incentives. So, you have to come in, I think, both with the stick and with the carrot, with the end goal of helping to prove the business case, highlighting the financial benefits, highlighting the health benefits, highlighting the productivity benefits.
So I agree with what everyone has said, but I think that we underestimate the resistance to actually incorporating these policies in a for-profit world. Well, I mentioned that I had a green building consulting firm for 7 years called Green Edge, and every day I was out there trying to make the business case apparent to for-profit landlords, because my goal was to help green the built environment. And there was tremendous resistance to it because the extent to which you not only have to spend money, but you have to rejigger every aspect of your operations, of your management of a building, construction, is really staggering. And it requires a difference in culture. So I completely agree with Stephanie that you have to make the business case, but sometimes the business case is not enough to motivate companies and people who are used to doing things in a certain way to do it differently. So I think in addition to making the business case, you need to change culture and you need to empower your employees from top to bottom and bottom to top to think about things and do things a little differently. So I really applaud the city with respect to this accelerator program, because I think that that's critical, having someplace to turn to where you can get free technical advice and advice on how to address the issues is critical. And the other point I just want to mention now is that most of these buildings, these high-rise buildings in New York City, are income-producing buildings, and I'm going to focus on the commercials. So you have landlords and tenants. The buildings are not occupied by the landlord. So what I believe is also essential to really fostering change is to have the landlords and tenants partner with one another on sustainability. And in order to do that and make sure that happens, you have to incorporate that into your leases. And hopefully that's something that will accelerate as the whole movement moves forward, especially with local law 97, where owners will have no choice.
So I think if I heard correctly from the panel that we sort of have a number of different fronts that we have to operate on. One of them is to speak to the property owners about their return on investment and the fact that it's not, decades out, but we're talking about a few years, that we've got newer materials. I tell my students that technology is your friend in the green building world, because if you envision the original PV solar panels that were sort of this thick, they had a 13-year useful life and their return on investment was 13 years. People installed them for the greater good. Nowadays, they're this thin. They're guaranteed to have 85% of their output to the 24th year of their useful life. And you're right, we have newer materials that are coming out and taking the price point from green materials and non-green materials to make them even. But also the other thing that I heard was education, that unless we can actually get to these end users and educate them from top to bottom, which is what Ellen was mentioning, we may not be able to get to where we need to be. But staying with what Ellen began, this concept of, landlords and tenants, especially in commercial buildings. So, how can the landlords and tenants then partner to be able to get to where we need to be?
So that's what a green lease is all about. And what a green lease does is it really sort of memorializes the agreement between landlords and tenants that they will work together to reduce the carbon footprint of the building. And in order to really have a meaningful green lease, you have to start really early in the leasing process. You have to educate your brokers, you have to educate your attorneys, your property management people, and then you have to be discussing this with your tenants even before they sign a letter of intent. And I think the most important aspect of a green lease, which is very rare, is one where the tenant agrees in advance to co-invest with the landlord in green technologies and green improvements for the buildings, which would even be before they have enjoyed necessarily the reduced operating costs that are promised with these technologies. But as Michael mentioned, you don't really know until you incorporate them and you operate the building. And then the other two important points I want to make with respect to green leases is that you need to be communicating between landlords and tenants on how things are going and sharing resource consumption data. And as we heard with our keynote speaker, you want to focus on encouraging compliance rather than punishing non-compliance. So I think those elements are key to what I would see as landlord-tenant partnerships.
Stephanie?
So just want to chime in and take a little bit of a step back. I think the relevance and the importance of green leasing was especially highlighted during the pandemic, when in March 2020, when the pandemic first hit and everyone worked from home, occupancy in commercial office buildings dropped to essentially zero, and energy consumption only dropped by 10 to 30% in the majority of commercial office buildings. And so we've done a lot of analysis to understand why. And there are a variety of reasons, plug loads, the computers needed to be on all the time in office buildings so that folks working from home could log into their computers. But a big part of this was that there was strife with the lease. Building owners didn't want to go into tenant spaces to change set points because they didn't want tenants to have the ability to say, you went into my space without my permission and you changed the set point. And so there wasn't the practice of collaboration that there needed to be. Landlords were too concerned that tenants were going to pull out of spaces, that they didn't go into tenant spaces and do the adjustments that could have saved significant energy consumption. And so, like Ellen mentioned, there needs to be a direct point of contact. You need to have a contact on the landlord side, you need to have a contact on the tenant side. But in particular, I think that green leases become especially more important with Local Law 97 and the caps. The majority and the penalties, the majority of building regulations are directed towards building owners, but in commercial buildings, tenants consume upwards of 70% of energy. And so there needs to be that collaboration, and you need to have the tenants working together with the landlords. And so it does need to be memorialized into the lease. You need to understand what the tenant's portion of Local Law 97 will be. If the tenant goes over that, what are the steps between the landlord and the tenant to share in the costs and benefits of energy efficiency and energy upgrades? So the Alliance actually developed a green lease that we're seeing some clauses actually being implemented in practice, which is a pretty exciting proposition that we're seeing being advanced right now.
So everything that Stephanie and Ellen are saying is totally true. I feel like having that balance is so important. I think that as it happens, and we're seeing it in the residential space already, and New York is definitely on the forefront. There are, as buildings convert and as buildings are better, you're going to start to have tenants. Like we're now having homeowners say, well, why isn't my building like that? Why am I not living in an apartment? People know what fresh air is now. Nobody ever thought about it.
I can't wait until that day for commercial buildings.
Yeah, we're having a lot of people in our office call us, asking us, what can we do with our house we renovated 4 years ago? How do I now get it to this? I think people didn't know before COVID what fresh air was. They didn't even think about air movement. And now we've all watched that YouTube video over and over and over again. I feel like this will happen. There'll be a surge of, why am I not in a space like this? And you may decide not to come back to work. And so I think it's important, and hopefully it will happen. I'm an optimist.
Yes, I wanted to offer a personal experience now going back 20 years. When I first moved to New York City, I was living in London Terrace in Chelsea. And for those of you who don't know, it's a building from 1930, and it's a whole Manhattan block. When it was built, it was the largest apartment building in the world. And it represents a cross-section of New York society, because I was a co-op owner, but there are also tenants, both commercial and residential tenants. And also there are a lot of people who are grandfathered under the rent stabilization law. So, and that was the proposal, was to upgrade the building, both the windows and the HVAC systems. And again, 20 years ago, the incentives and the laws didn't exist to help, but it was about everyone coming into an agreement and sharing the risk and the cost. And I was fresh out of grad school. I became an activist to be able to have meetings and explain to people that their cost, even to the rent stabilized people, will go tremendously down by making these changes. And also for the owner of the building, where they had apartments, like Nicole Kidman was living there. So they were bringing a lot of income. So we decided they need to pay proportionally. And so this was, again, one example of a building coming into an agreement. And I would say it requires this, I'll call it radical collaboration, but also sharing the risk.
Thank you. So what are the benefits of decarbonization and what are the challenges? So not only for companies, but for governments, for individuals, because we're not just looking at entities making these changes. We've got, and we heard this morning from Frank, we've got the city of New York and many other municipalities throughout the country and throughout the world. And also us as individuals, what can we do? Want to start with that?
Sure. Well, as we said, we don't have a choice, right? We have to change our ways. But now we are at a point where it makes a good economic sense. And we have the numbers to prove it. And we now have governments and major corporations, they've signed to the climate pledge, which is reaching the Paris Agreement 10 years early. So we know there is the commitment that exists, but and then the benefits are that it will lower your bottom line of how you run your business and your government, but also it incentivizes employees and people that they want to be aware of what's going on and they want to be a part of it. So I think it's a win-win situation now. And it's about really telling the story and proving with solid numbers and examples how this is possible.
So like Ellen mentioned before, this top to bottom, bottom to top, you really could get the individuals, the companies, municipalities all to work together because it is a win-win for everybody. There's no way you can lose here. And we haven't even discussed, we've primarily been discussing the economic benefits, but we haven't even discussed the branding element of if in fact we're doing these things to our built environment, what that does to the cachet of the built environment. Anyway, Michael, you're next.
I do think there is that cachet, even with Passive House, which I think was a rough name for people to really get excited about, but it's people understand fresh air. They understand healthy. They want to be healthy, and they're getting excited about it. And then what's great about New York is we have a lot of retrofits, and we've got to retrofit them. And there's no better way to not spend more carbon than to not remove it. With every existing building that we're looking at, we're always looking at, even with Passive House, do I really need to gut this building? Can I just do the windows and just do the roof and do items without throwing things out? And actually with the supply chain issue, we are keeping existing floor joists and we're keeping existing floors, which also look great. So in terms of decarbonizing and what we have with our existing building stock, the more we do these in New York and the more we can share those examples, because I do agree. I actually think I don't believe anything. I'm an architect. In my world, everybody doesn't lie, but you have to prove it. I want to see it. I want to see the project that's been done because I don't want to be first. So right now, I agree kind of what Stephanie was saying earlier. You have to show them as many projects as possible where you are decarbonizing.
So I have a question, Michael. You talked, not to interrupt, but I think this is relevant to what you're saying. You talked about having the technology to estimate how the project's going to perform.
Mm-hmm.
Do you track your projects post completion to see what the actual performance is? Because I think that's the critical business case and data that people are looking for.
Totally agree with you. So we've got a couple of NYSERDA Buildings of Excellence projects, which is a great program. The round 3 is open now for anybody who wants to do round 3 NYSERDA Buildings of Excellence. But through that program, in order to get that funding and be in that program, you have to monitor your building afterwards. We have a number of private homeowners that are monitoring voluntarily, which is also really helpful.
That's fabulous.
Monitoring is interesting, and a great place for me to bring this up. Monitoring is interesting, and monitoring is scary. So homeowners want to monitor, contractors don't. So you can build the best building in the universe, and if you monitor it, it doesn't necessarily perform exactly the way they're worried about the risk associated with that. So as we go through it with contracts and so forth, again, way over my head, but not yours. If we could de-risk it for the building profession, I think monitoring would be a lot easier. So we've had people not want to monitor, not because of money, but because of risk. So, but monitoring, I agree with you. If you don't know how the building's performing afterwards, how can you know if you hit it? In our buildings, it's just real. It's a lot easier. Are you heating your building or you're not? So if you're only heating it 7 or 8 nights, you hit it.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy way to say
Yeah,
success.
Yeah. So it's a little easier when you get the buildings to perform that well. But you're right. You have to monitor. You have to know. And also, just getting into monitoring, the buildings that we are monitoring, the building owners are saving a ton of money because you're realizing that the air conditioning unit on the 4th floor in that back room isn't working. And you could send someone to that 4th floor back unit, and or that room is not performing, and you realize, which is definitely happening. Multifamily houses performing really well. They're leaving the windows open all day in the winter. You knock on the door and say, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" So monitoring buildings, I think, is cost effective but scary.
Yeah.
So I'm going back a little bit, I think, to the question, what's the challenges and benefits of decarbonization for governments and individuals. I want to take a step back and say, New York City is already experiencing the impacts of climate change. We have significant sunny day flooding. We have significant greater storms that have been impacting the city that have completely disrupted the transportation system, that cause extensive damage. And so there's a strong need for everyone to really get behind the idea of decarbonizing our buildings, decarbonizing our grid. And I think that it is trickling down. Governments are setting policies. New York City is a leader in all the policies that have been set. The federal government, the SEC just proposed regulations to require corporations to track their scope 1 and 2 emissions, so you can understand what they are consuming, if they are being responsible in how they are utilizing their carbon. And so from the government's perspective, it's really about setting these policies in order to help us decarbonize. But then jumping down to the individuals, and I think, Richard, this goes to your point about the cachet associated with all of this. Individuals, especially the younger generations, want to be working for companies that have ESG goals. They want to be living in buildings that are greener. And collectively, I think together, they are beginning to move the needle. Companies are understanding that in order to attract and retain the best and brightest talent, that they do need to set these ESG goals. They do need to show their commitment to being green stewards for the environment. And I think it really is collectively together. You have the government setting policies, you have individuals using their power, you have corporations. Similarly, some want to do it for the greater good, some want to do it for the financial benefit, some want to do it because they want to retain and attract the best talent. So it's collectively that we do need to do this in order to achieve the impacts of greater health, better air quality, greater productivity in commercial buildings. All of the above.
Ellen, do you want to add anything?
Sure. I think that, I agree that governments need to set policies that will promote this, and that there is, with respect to companies and individuals, I think it's all about self-interest. And when you get right down to it, because the branding possibilities and the fact that, younger generations are more invested, I have not seen that move the needle. And I think that it's very easy to come out with an ESG policy. It's called greenwashing, and promote your company as pursuing a sustainable path where there's really no there. So I also think that it's incremental. So where I might feel impatient and disappointed, I think I have to take a step back and say, it's small steps that really are meaningful. And I think we are moving in the right direction for all the reasons that the panelists have suggested. It's just a long process.
So in light of that, what are the ways that homeowners, attorneys, contractors, design professionals are themselves advancing sustainability goals? So in other words, Michael, you spoke about this modeling and we're taking a look at, where will we be? And Ellen brought out, well, the design and the implementation of construction or retrofit of that design is one thing. But if we don't have the operations and maintenance end, we're not going to realize what we expected. So how are people working together to be able to advance this? Because we've got so many different stakeholders. Ellen, do you want to start?
Well, I think it's almost in its infancy. So working together means sort of collaboration between landlords and tenants. And I think that's fledgling at the moment. But once, for New York City, once Local Law 97 really kicks in, there's going to be absolutely no choice, because landlords are going to need to partner with their tenants in order to achieve those goals. And they're also going to want to allocate the penalties to the tenants for failure to achieve those goals. So I think that's one way. I personally feel that the most effective way to enact change would be to tax carbon. And I don't think it's necessarily politically feasible at any level. But if you tax people for generating carbon, they're going to just think about ways innately to reduce their carbon, like with the price of gas going up. People are going to drive less, or they're going to be turning more to electric cars. And suddenly, that carbonization will be reduced. I also think it's about education and giving people, let's say employees in a company, the ability to make mistakes as they move along on their path to decarbonization, because you're never going to get it right immediately. So you have to have the flexibility not to know everything in advance in order to have the courage to make some changes.
Stephanie?
I was going to say, I think it's all about education. We need to be educating the homeowners on the homeowners, building owners, corporations, on the benefits of green spaces. With attorneys for green leases, we need to be educating them on why they should be incorporating green clauses within leases. We're trying to set up some continuing legal education credits with the New York City and the New York State Bar to offer these types of classes. For brokers, we need them to understand what the benefits of the green environment are. So we're working with RevNE to set up broker trainings, which are not well attended. So if you have broker friends, please tell them to go. For design professionals, for architects, for engineers, there are a variety of accelerators where they can go and they can learn from each other about what products are the best products to integrate and implement within different projects. They can learn about different financing opportunities to help pursue incentives or financing to lower the costs of implementing those products within projects. And so I think it really is right now still all about education and highlighting, I think like we've all discussed, the success stories, highlighting the case stories where you have accomplished this to really prove that this is doable. And I think once you then start to have these showcases and these early adopters, you can really then begin to see the rest of the market come on board and implement retrofits and sustainable buildings.
Michael?
I mean, I agree 100% with what both of you guys just said. And it's why we founded the Passive House Accelerator 3 years ago. Every week, they highlight a building with how they did it, what are the metrics, how much did it cost, and it's a hospital, it's a car dealership, it's an affordable housing project, it's a single family housing project. And so now we know that you can do these things, but by educating them and by having them come, there are new developers who come every week and architects who come every week. And I think educating is incredibly important. Retrofit Accelerator in New York. With New York, we have so many fantastic groups that are also already doing stuff. 3 words that have come up so far, which I really enjoy to a certain extent, are painful. One is impatience, which I am right there with you. And the other one that's really apropos is the other two, cachet, but small steps is the other one you brought up. And I have to say, just coming back to this question, I mean, I'm asked this all the time. We do a lot of retrofit work. We do a lot of single family house work. And right now, by the way, cachet, we'll start there for 2 seconds. The house that just broke the single family housing record in New York, in Brooklyn, blocks away, was a passive house. So the house before that broke a record was a passive house.
What record do you need?
It's sold for the most money. In
Oh,
Brooklyn.
okay.
The highest.
The key record.
Yeah. So as a developer, if you want to sell your house for a lot of money, I think what you're learning, and that's why we're getting tons of call in my office and a whole bunch of other people who are in the same kind of area that we're in. Developers are realizing that if you want to get your top dollar, that people who are buying these homes already know it, which so the cachet is kind of there. But coming back to small steps for a homeowner, I'm going to bring it down to just like a repair issue. If you're redoing your roof, put insulation above the roof. There are things that we now know that if we were to share that knowledge, you do 4 inches of rigid insulation above your roof, the heat never makes it into the house. It's really simple, really inexpensive, really easy, and you have people all over the city because of the city's fantastic program redoing their roofs and putting solar on. But before you do that, if you reduce your heating needs, that top floor, that would change that top floor by 60%. That would be huge. The heat doesn't make it in, which is it seems really basic and obvious, and it's inexpensive. You can buy it at Home Depot or Lowe's or any of the competing companies. I don't want to work for anybody, but there are incremental steps, and I think it's the small steps that if people just keep taking them, we'll get there. Maybe not as fast as we'll want them to get there,
Yeah.
but I agree with you. It's the small steps and making sure that homeowners know that, or building owners, that with each thing they do, if they have to replace their windows anyway, replace them with a high performance window. It's the small steps. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I want them to take big steps, but if they just took lots of small ones,
Yeah.
Maria?
I just quickly want to chime in.
Sure.
LED lighting, I think everyone knows the benefits of LED lighting.
Hmm.
There are still significant numbers of buildings in New York City that do not have LED lighting.
So true.
I don't even know about this room. Perhaps this room doesn't have LED lighting.
I
But
believe
so
it does. But
I'm sure it does. But so, there are very small steps that you can take that can have significant impacts and significant benefits.
As a design professional, I would say what it's important to bring everyone to the table early on. We, in the design process, we have amazing tools today. We can do a whole life cycle analysis of the building. We have digital twins. We can calculate cost versus carbon throughout the life of the building. We can give the developers and the contractors options. And it's not just about energy, it's also about materials like low carbon materials, health materials, etc. But coming to the table, sharing the information that we have, that technologies that we integrate in the design process, it's a key, because no matter what we do, once we hand it to the contractors, they go back to business as usual. And all that information and data, it's lost. So it's on us to bring everyone to the table, but also share the information.
Okay, the last question I have for you, because I want to save 5 minutes for Q&A, is, and I'll start with you, Maria. If you had a magic wand, what would you do to make it easier for property owners to get to the next green level, whatever that next green level is?
Oh, well, that's easy. I'll just ban fossil fuel for energy production, because that will lead to clean the grid. There will be a massive investment in renewables. The prices will drop down both of energy and the equipment, which is currently very expensive. Heat pumps, electric heat pumps are much more expensive. It's cheap to burn gas today. So we can do that.
Okay, I'll
strong.
put the order in. Michael.
If I had a magic wand today, I would make every building owner or developer sit through an educational session run by someone else who's a building owner or a developer who's already done what we're all talking about. It's the easiest way to convert people. Seeing someone else who's already done it so that you know it can be done, sharing all that information. I think there's so many resources out there now, which there weren't even just 2 or 3 years ago, but that would be the magic wand. And in terms of crystal ball, which I'll mention that too, I feel like it's very interesting. We're dealing with this incredibly difficult climate problem. We have lots of problems in life that we don't know the answers to. It's pretty wild. Like we know the answers to this one. I mean, people have been doing it for decades, and Europe's 20 years ahead of us. It's amazing that we know the answers to the question. Now, kind of coming back to education, sharing that. It's weird to have an actual answer to such a monstrous problem. And so, yeah, crystal ball, is that magic wand would be education.
Okay, Stephanie, magic wand.
A lot, but I'll start with incentives and more money. The number one piece of feedback that I hear is we need more money to implement these upgrades. Maria was just talking about how heat pumps are expensive. There are significant incentives and financing opportunities out there, but the number one pushback that I hear is always more money. And so if we provided more money and took away their number one barrier for folks who are trying to retrofit, I think that would be a good place to start.
So I think I mentioned what my magic wand is, and I still feel very strongly about it. We need to tax carbon. If we taxed carbon, people would figure out how to minimize the carbon that they generate, and they would decarbonize. It would be very simple, in my opinion.
Okay, great. We have time for a couple of questions. So how about a question from the audience here? And then we'll take one from somebody online. Len.
Yes, I had a couple of questions. Yes, absolutely. I had a couple of questions with respect to engaging the real estate community in this effort, the sustainability effort. I was wondering whether any of you have dealt with the people, with the owners who have very recently have been pushing back against Local Law 97 and the expected requirements and obligations of Local Law 97 because of the cost. There is a group out there right now, and I was curious whether any of you have dealt with that group to try to persuade them that they're in the wrong place. They have to come, they'll be better off coming to our side. Any of you?
Well, I've dealt with many owners because that's the world that I live in. And I think that the prospect of going green can be overwhelming. For example, I have a client now that has a $3 billion mixed use portfolio of commercial property throughout the country. And their CEO has just decided that they need to really embrace sustainability and decarbonize the company. And they're looking at $1 million spend to bring in a consultant to help them craft this program. Because even getting your arms around what your current carbon footprint is with a large portfolio, and I see Nick smiling in the back because he's been through this and implemented it, it is a big process and it requires lots of money and lots of attention. So I think, I haven't dealt with this particular group, but I think they have a valid concern. Stephanie probably has.
So I'm not sure which particular group you're talking about. I'm a member of a group called the New York Energy Consumers Council, which is a conglomeration of the majority of the large Class A building owners in New York City that have all gotten together to ensure that they are, collaborating with each other to share best practices, to make sure that they're staying ahead of on top of the latest trends. I would say that all of them are aware of Local Law 97, and yes, they're going to figure out if they can make cost of compliance less expensive for them, but they do understand the need to comply with Local Law 97, and they're fully moving towards implementation and towards compliance, and they would just like greater support from the city and from the state to help them with compliance.
But you haven't talked with this particular group. I just read it a couple of weeks ago.
Which group are you talking about?
I don't know if it has a name, but it's a group that was discussed in Crane's Weekly just a couple of weeks ago. That's why I was curious.
Got it.
And
Is the help that they're looking for cutting the cost or subsidizing the cost?
Yes. And also, with renewable energy credits right now, the offset is capped at 10%, but if the renewable energy credits are sunk into Zone J, which is in New York City, that, you can take a greater percentage. And so they're trying to figure out how can we expedite the sinking of renewable energy credits into Zone J. So that's where the Hydro-Quebec project to bring hydropower from Quebec into Astoria, Queens is something that's very helpful and something that they're advocating for. So building owners, I think, are on board with all of these sustainability regulations. They want to figure out how they can do it in a way that is as least expensive as possible, as corporations are also trying to do.
I have to say, I'm inundated with calls from people where I don't even do that type of work, but just through people knowing that I'm involved with Passive House and high performance building, freaked out about the local law coming out, and I think it's actually at least half the reason why we're launching this marketplace. Nobody knows where to buy anything. Nobody knows, it's a whole other world. They're contractors. They're the people who are on the ground. It's one thing to say you want to do it. It's another to say, okay, and here's how you do it, and the cost to learn how you do it.
It's significant.
The bar is too high, and so what we need to do as a design profession, and what I'm attempting to do with some of the work that I'm doing, is lower that bar. Here's where you buy it. Here, or coming back to the education, which I think is just huge. Here's who else is doing it. Here's how to do it. Because that same building owner that's really worried about it, when they realize that when they replace their windows, their cooling bills will go down by 40%, and their heating bills maybe a lot more than that, and their tenants won't hear street noise. All of a sudden, they just don't know these things. They don't know to ask the question. They only know the fear.
And also, so in New York City, we have the large Class A office buildings, both commercial and multifamily, but then we have smaller B and C office buildings and residential buildings as well. There is just a wide spectrum. With the large building owners and corporations, they have significant in-house capacity.
Yes.
With the smaller ones, they don't. And they're the ones that I think we really need to make sure that we're reaching. There are a significant number of them that don't even know Local Law 97 exists. And so different people are starting at different places, and we need to make sure that our approaches reach everyone.
I suspect that the B and C owners are likely the parties that are pushing back that I read about. I don't know, sure, but that's why I was asking.
Are you talking about the lawsuit the lawsuit from condos and co-ops against Local Law 97?
No, that's another one. That's another one. I was thinking of commercial building owners.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that is about all the time we have left for this session. If you could all, let's give a round of applause for our team panelists. Great presentation. Our next session will begin in 5 minutes. So if the next panel can come up, please do so. Thank you again, everyone.
Thanks, that was great. Twin in a little while. Thank you. There's a few people I work with that love the fact that the term came up today. So it's so important. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of
That's what we were just talking about. I'm publishing international.
Are you talking about pre-releases? Great.
I've done it, and that's a service that I sell.
Yeah.
Right. No, you wouldn't hire me. Clients would. But yeah, but you can figure it out. You can see.
I mean, it's. They don't. Yeah. So let's exchange cards. I mean, I would stand.
She's a panelist.
Yes.
Oh, she's speaking next, I think, at 10:45.
Got me nervous for a second. Start, right? But yes, let's do it. Calvin, nice to meet you in person. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, there's so we're gonna pull in and Nick. Oh, there's Nick. Slide down here. Hey, Nick, I see you in person. How are you? Good, 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 excellent. Oh, we got a souvenir. Let's. Oh boy. Let's. That's good real estate. Yeah, give us a swag and food. We're there. Right. Oh my goodness, I may have had a little too much coffee. Yeah, no worries. That's it. Better too much than too little. Cool. So we're down Daphne today. So I'll look to the remaining panelists to cover some of that.
Actually ran through.
Okay, good.
Email,
Excellent.
yeah, I think we've got covered.
Okay.
The first panel actually, and the keynote speaker,
Uh-huh.
really touched on local law 97.
Okay, okay.
And a little bit of
Okay.
the other stuff that
Cool.
Daphne was going to cover. So I think we can reference and cover for the.
Hey, Gail.
I thought I had seen you this morning, but I guess I.
No worries. No worries. Yeah. Richard, are we good? Okay. Good morning. Good morning. How we all doing? Thank you for coming today and joining us for this panel. We are super excited to be here as part of the Sustainability Bootcamp. Should recite the full name, Sustainability and Future Cities Bootcamp. Len, thank you for joining. Welcome all, welcome. So we've got an exciting panel here. We've got some really great minds, thinkers, practitioners on the topic of sustainability and the built environment. We're going to cover some really interesting ground. Looks like I see we're starting a couple minutes late, so I'll try to be brief in introductions. Our topic that we're charged with is broadly, where do we start getting the ball rolling on sustainability, and particularly as it relates to the built environment and real estate. So I thought before we jump in, we're gonna jump into some content, zooming out all the way. Why are we here today? Why have we all convened this exciting, dynamic event? We've got a real crisis of climate change taking place right now. Everyone in this room knows that, right? Our policymakers are slowly, hopefully, waking up to that. But we read about it every single day, whether it's from the Scotland Climate Group or, pick your annual climate convening where we're realizing that the pace of climate change is only accelerating, hopefully. And hopefully my echo is not accelerating. So this back here. So we need to figure out what to do about it. So we know we've got a serious climate change challenge on our hands. And we also know that real estate and the built environment is responsible for an outsized portion of greenhouse gases, right? And I think seeing different amounts, anywhere from 30 to 40% on the low end up to 60 to 70% on the high end. So we're looking at it. We're building these buildings. We're in these cities. We know that we are efficient in terms of operating cities, but we do also know that when you build structures, buildings, houses, that's an outsized proportion and percentage of greenhouse gases. So we need to get better on that. We're here in New York City, where we like to think of ourselves as innovative and setting the tone. Gail's gonna speak a little bit on how true that is, or where New York fits in terms of the national conversation on climate regulation. So what we're going to do over the next few minutes, we're going to start with a little bit of kind of zooming out. You know, what do we mean in terms of what are the motivations that are pushing real estate actors, owners, developers, property managers? What's motivating the private sector, and what do those market forces look like to move us towards sustainability? And then we're going to shift a little bit and talk a little about regulation. What's the backdrop for regulation? What's the backdrop for policy that's being enacted in that space? And then come down to how that relates to New York City. And we'll talk about what's happening in that space. And we are hoping to get some time for Q&A at the end. We're trying to be intentional about carving out 10 minutes. So please save questions, but please bring your questions. So we're hoping to have 10 minutes at the end. We'd love to get your questions. We'd like this to be dynamic, especially since we're down a panelist. Daphne couldn't make it today, but that does mean we have a little bit more room to play with. So we would like this to be dynamic, both amongst the great set of panelists we have here, as well as the audience. So that's the backdrop. So diving in, I'll introduce myself briefly. I'll introduce the great set of panelists we have here. So I'm Jeff Lee Romero. I'm a principal at Carp Strategies. We're an urban planning and economic development firm based here in New York City. We're a certified women-owned firm. We do a tremendous amount of work in the what I call sustainability infrastructure and renewables infrastructure space. That's anything from working with EDC on community strategies around the Lower Manhattan coastal resiliency. We've also done that in other areas of Lower Manhattan. We're doing that in Red Hook. We're doing a lot of work with renewable energies such as offshore wind up and down the northeast of the United States and probably other parts of the country as well over the next few months. As some of you in the audience know, my background is in economic development and community development. I've been practicing in that space before and after graduating from Brooklyn Law School. And thrilled to be in this space, which I think is really going through a dynamic phase. And the intersection of economic development, community development, and climate and sustainability is a really exciting place to be. I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists here. Nick Stolatis, I hope I pronounced your last name, is a principal at EPN Real Estate Services Incorporated. Nick has a long career in asset management and portfolio management, a lot of that spanning multiple decades at TIAA, spanning geographies and decades. He's responsible for creating their global real estate sustainability initiative and is really going to be our expert on talking about the sort of property management and asset management side of sustainability. So thanks, Nick, for joining. Next over, Gail, how do I pronounce your last name?
Suchman.
Gail Suchman, a partner at Shepherd Mullen. Gail brings 35 years of experience in environmental and energy law. She's worked in the public sector. She is a member of her firm's ESG and sustainability practice. She's also a member of their energy infrastructure and project finance group, wearing many hats. And relevant to our topic, there are a lot of other hats that she wears. I can't go into all of them, but one really interesting one is her role as a founding board member of the Building Energy Exchange, which is a research and educational center doing work that's super relevant to what we're talking about today. And then finally, Calvin Lee, who is with WeWork. I think some of you may have heard of that small startup. Where he's a director and senior counsel, and also a fellow Brooklyn Law School alum. He started his career as a lead certified architect and is now working obviously in-house at WeWork. And he is also, prior to his current role, he was in-house counsel for SOM architecture. Thanks, Calvin, for joining today. So we've got a great team of folks, and we're going to jump in here. So again, zooming out and thinking about the motivations for that are driving mostly the market forces that are driving real estate actors. I'd like us to start out by talking about what is ESG and how do we define that, and how do ESG concerns drive sustainable real estate development? Nick, I'll let you take the first cut at that question.
Oh, okay. Well, great. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. ESG, we all know what ESG stands for: environmental, social, and governance. You know, the three components tend to be rather self-evident. There are a number of elements that are within each of the components. The environmental piece, which is predominantly the sustainability picture. The social component, which covers health and wellness. It covers fair labor practices. It covers community engagement, and then of course governance, which establishes certain controls and compliance procedures and ethical business practices. These all come into play. Now, I think, Jeff, one of the key points that a lot of people view ESG as basically three silos of activities. I'm either doing sustainability or I'm doing social or governance. The reality is we need to look at it as more of a rainbow, where each of the components literally blends into the other components, so that what we do in sustainability has an impact in social and governance aspects, and vice versa. So it really is a comprehensive, almost a philosophical commitment to how one wants to operate their business, their operations, really the entire spectrum of activities. In the real estate space, the real estate investment and management of space, and occupancy of space, there are many drivers. First and foremost should be the financial side. At TIAA, we've been a long-standing socially responsible organization. The reality was we were able to save significant dollars. Energy efficiency programs alone, we reduced our energy consumption $15 million a year. And I think it was like 42,000 metric tons of carbon emissions that were avoided. So very tangible benefits that are obtained. As we heard in the opening keynote, as well as the prior panel, there's more interest, if you would, by investors, by the consumers of our space, the occupants. Tenants are looking for greener space. They're realizing the benefits from their own standpoint. If they have a green building, healthy interiors, the productivity of their employees is enhanced. So there's an acknowledgement that there is value to being in a sustainable building, and they're seeking that out. As a real estate investor, as a manager, I certainly want to play up the advantages, the benefits that my buildings represent as compared to my competition. I need to be better than my competition. So there are quite a number of drivers, and just best business practices. I mean, it's all about operational best practices. And as a member of BOMA and IREM in the asset management space, we've been doing that for decades. And the more successful building owners and investors have been embracing these concepts, if not necessarily all of the technology. The concepts are endemic in the space. The investor level is different because some of them are purely financial and they're only focused on the numbers. And the discussion on business case, that can be a challenge sometimes to make sure that you run the numbers correctly and represent the entire benefit that a building will realize because it is sustainable versus one that is not sustainable.
Great, great. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, and one of the things we talked about was how you clearly bring the perspective of, I don't know if I want to say enlightened, but a property management perspective that's broader and more holistic versus other owners or investors or all of the above that may be thinking more in silos. Can you just speak to that for a second?
Sure. There are some owners, some managers that really embrace and understand how ESG fits into their operational practices. Unfortunately, there are many others who are confused by it. They're intimidated by it. It's like, oh my gosh, ESG, that's just much too complicated. I'm going to wait and see what happens because I certainly don't want to be a first mover. And then unfortunately, you also have that other increment of owners and managers that don't believe it. And it's just a lot of hogwash, and it's a trend. It'll pass us by. I think we all understand and realize, we're not on a good path, and if we don't make changes, it's not going to end well. Maybe not for us, but certainly our kids or grandkids. We want to look to the future.
Yeah, well said. And Nick, that's a great perspective from the lens of property ownership and property management. Calvin, I'm thinking of you with, you're coming at this from the perspective, one could say from the tenant perspective, but not just from the tenant perspective, but sort of another lens of the sort of private sector / user perspective. So we'd love to get your thoughts on what can, building users and other perspectives in the corporate / private sector do to move the needle in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, I know, WeWork sits in an interesting position, right? We're both tenants and pseudo landlords to our customers. So we have to balance our role. And I think the important part is that for a company like us is that Nick said it, we've committed to sustainability and ESG programs and have made it part of our philosophy. It's, I guess, for lack of a better term, lucky that it sort of fit into our business model. We try to sell space that impacts positively on people, on the environment, and make it attractive. And I think earlier panelists have said that I think the new generation of workforce is demanding that. So I think for us it was both market forces that are driving us to do it, and an internal commitment from the executive team down to every employee to embrace that challenge of sustainability. And I think it's easy to pass policies, but I think everybody has to practice them in reality as well.
And one of the things that I thought was interesting, you mentioned this. So I think you spoke a little bit on the high level, but I was intrigued about the ability of a big corporate entity like WeWork to also play a role in thinking about sourcing materials, right? And I imagine you can move the needle in terms of an influential role of design and use and technology, but you also mentioned one of the situations where you're thinking about where to source your materials. You speak to sort of how some of your smaller decisions kind of manifest your principles.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's not just, I think it happens vertically and horizontally in our company. Everything from sourcing our real estate, we try to find buildings that are located in high density areas with access to public transportation to encourage our users to commute to work that way. We build in bike rooms and showers to promote sustainable travel. So we try to do it that way. And to your point, we were at one point, I think, colloquially, one of the biggest purchasers of wood floor and aluminum and glass in the world. So as we were building out at scale, we had to think very hard and make the decision to spend more money on sustainable materials versus other ones. So I think it is something that you need to embrace sort of vertically or horizontally and try to make it part of your practice globally.
Great. Yeah, amazing to not only have that kind of, I want to say platform, but also to be able to use it in a way that's sort of sending a signal to other actors out there, right? Hey, we're not just paying bottom dollar for what we can find at a Home Depot, but we are thinking about, how does this impact sort of global sustainability? Speaking of sort of broader principles, and Gail, I'm thinking of you, would love to get your thoughts. I know we talked a little bit about some of the principles that decision makers can look to in thinking about sustainability. I'll turn it to you to speak to that a little bit.
All right, well, let's start with, we talked about discussing what's called the equator principles here. Nick mentioned that, the world, the built environment runs on finance. And it's all about getting your development loans, your construction loans, corporations getting investments to manufacture, to produce products, to build on the renewable energy side, to build our wind farm, our offshore wind farms, and our solar facilities. So historically, some of the big banks and financial institutions in the country have band together and established these principles called the Equator Principles. There are currently 134 financial institutions who have signed on to the Equator Principles. The latest version came out in 2020. And it really started around the discussions in Paris the Paris Accord in 2015, that banks really could make a difference in how they finance, how they view the projects that they finance. So the Equator Principles require all these financial institutions to do a significant amount of environmental and social risk assessment for all the product, for loans really over $10 million in most instances. So it really covers a broad base of lending in the world. And to determine whether or not a project has too many adverse impacts on the environment and social structure of where it's being located. And therefore, does that project need to change in order to receive their financing, or perhaps the decision is not to finance? One of the examples of that is coal. Many banks have their own independent policies with respect to how they're going to finance coal-fired facilities or coal mines, or actually companies that are still reliant on coal for production, or the production of energy, or the production of steel and production of other products. And banks, the principles aren't prescriptive necessarily. There's no penalty for not applying them. So the banks have flexibility under these principles, and with respect to the coal issue, some banks have determined that they will not entertain any investment in any of these kinds of industries that even rely on coal for the production of their product or energy. And others have determined that they'll look at what the company's long-term goals are, and whether or not there's a movement towards sustainability and reduction in the use of fossil fuels, and they'll make those investments accordingly. So how does that relate to real estate? Obviously, real estate lives on financial investments, and these are the principles.
That's great. And I love what you're speaking to goes to the principles that that lenders are looking to abide by, and what are some of the forces that are pushing lenders to adopt more sustainability features. And I want to add to that, we've got sort of lender motivations. I want to add to that tenant motivations. We talked a little bit about what do users want to see when they walk into a space, right? It's not the space of yesterday. It's certainly not the space of pre-COVID-19. What is it? It sounds like it's innovation. It's sort of a very different kind of space that needs to align with tenant interests, right? And tenant desires. So I want to speak to that a little bit. Calvin, again, WeWork is straddling a space that is obviously, as you put it, more than just tenant. you've also got your kind of own tenants slash users. And Nick, obviously you've got experience in thinking about what ownership needs to do to be marketable. So maybe we start with you, Calvin. Sort of how are, what's the tenant experience doing to move sustainability and sustainability design?
Yeah, I think I mentioned some before already, similar to the bike rooms and shower rooms, that really is a demand from our clientele. I think building in a sustainable way is one thing, but also operating in a sustainable way. So things like getting rid of single-use plastics in our spaces, because we used to use tons of plastic forks and knives and things like that. And now we have all metal and mugs. COVID-19 kind of messed it up a little bit. Finding ways to use renewable energy, waste management, composting. And I think these things do make a difference when, we tour our potential members through the space. And it is one of the selling points that we use, is that we try to operate our business sustainably as well. And, there are cost considerations, right? It might not always be the cheapest way to operate that way, but again, we've made it part of our sort of core mission to leave a positive impact. And we realize that, this built environment has significant impact, and the office space is, or was at least, where a lot of people spend a lot of their time. So we want to make sure that people are, that they feel, safe and healthy, and they feel that we are doing something, that we're actioning on our promises.
Great. And Nick, we had also talked about how landlords are approaching the decisions to make improvements to the space, right? They're thinking, on the one hand, they are thinking, hey, we've got to keep our space upgraded. We've got to be current, but that's not all they're thinking. Maybe you could speak to sort of some of that thought process.
Sure. Well, the first step is, of course, benchmarking. You need to know where you are. Excuse me. You can't manage that which you don't measure. The education of tenants, informing them, advising them, because there are tenants like WeWorks that get it, they understand it, they've embraced the business logic, but there are many more tenants out there who really, this is not their business, they don't understand it. So as a landlord, as a property manager, it's important to educate the tenants, not make them understand why what we're doing makes a difference. And it may be no cost, low cost operating improvements, turning lights off. Well, gee, there's a sensor. Yeah, but the sensor takes 20 minutes to turn the light off. You leave the room, hit the switch. When you come back, turn it back on. Very simple action. Getting them on board, having them contribute. Again, they represent a large portion of a building's consumption. On the other aspect, the other end of the spectrum, the high performance investments, where as a landlord, I've got to spend capital. There has to be an accretive return. Again, we operate under the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. As investors, I've got to have a profit, otherwise my business is not sustainable. So we need to be sure that we are generating an accretive return. Now, a barrier to that in many cases is where a landlord will say, well, gee, if I improve my building, my tenant is going to get all of the benefit. They'll realize the savings. Why would I want to do that? And that to me is endemic of the backwards thinking that lower tranche is stuck in. I'm not going to do anything because I'm not going to get value. They ignore the fact that there's a promotional aspect. Hey, I've got a green building. Now, I might get a green premium maybe in my rent, but I'm absolutely going to realize a brown discount if I'm not green, because every other building that's green is going to be much preferred to my building if I'm not green.
So are we talking kind of a class A versus class B and below distinction?
No, even within the same class. If I've got a class A building and I don't have any sustainable activities going on, I'm a brown building. I don't care that you're class A. You're not efficient. If I'm a class A building and I've got sustainable practices going on, I'm going to tout that, and I will have the metrics. I'm going to say, hey, your escalation curve is going to be much flatter in my building because I'm controlling my expenses than if you went to a brown building. That all factors in. And again, the process of selecting which building am I going to go in, many different variables. It's not only about sustainability, but it is a component that any smart building owner is going to utilize and take advantage of. The split incentive, this is a hot button with me. That's such a myth. If I improve my building and my tenant gets the benefit, I'm happy. I've made a happy tenant. And when I have happy tenants, they renew. When they renew, I save a whole lot of capital money when the renewal comes along. It's part of the experience. I'm offering you more than four walls and a door. I'm offering you an environment that you're going to want to come to every day. You're going to want to be in my building. That's a huge marketing plus, absent a penny flowing to my bottom line because of that investment. And ultimately, high performance investments have a long-term horizon. When that tenant eventually does move out, or I have an opportunity to renegotiate the lease and I reset my operating expense base here, I'm going to start recovering that investment in the higher margin in my base rent. So I'm going to make money at some point in time. I'm going to make value immediately, because when I implement that program, I've got marketing benefits. I may have financial benefits. Certainly, I'm going to save money on the vacant space that I'm paying the expenses for. So, like I said, split incentive. If you hear that, that's a landlord that really doesn't understand the business.
Very interesting. That's a great job of speaking to sort of some of the market forces, the ownership forces, the motivations behind, and I guess the varying motivations to either do or be less interested in doing some of the improvements that bring these properties up to a kind of higher performance from a sustainability perspective. Taking a half step back, we've talked thus far about the market and market forces, right? What tenants and what prospective tenants are doing and what they want, what owners are doing, what kind of hybrid users, what sort of high profile influential users are doing that moves the market and moves the conversation on sustainability in the market. Let's shift for a second, because there's a big part of this, as many of us are aware, that exists alongside the market, and that's regulation. Let's talk about that a little bit, because obviously here and elsewhere, we are seeing a tremendous amount of change that's coming from regulation. And so Gail, I know you have done a lot of thinking, your experience on the building exchange organization, as well as just your background, thinking about sort of the policy backdrop that has existed in this country and has, again, I know we like to think we're always number one in New York City, but there's been conversations and policy movements that have informed what we're doing. So maybe you could spend a couple minutes on what kind of policy movements have we seen? What do we think we're going to see on a kind of large scale level in terms of the built environment and sustainability?
Well, regulation in this area, in the area of climate change, really has been evolving over the last 20 to 25 years. And yes, we always think that in New York we're first. We think in the US we're first. We were actually significantly behind the game. The original pressures came from the top down. And when I say top, I mean internationally, under the UN framework and the Conference of Parties and all of the international work that was being done with respect to sustainability. When Mayor Bloomberg was mayor of the city of New York, he realized he really embraced the issues regarding climate impacts, and he realized that how do you take it from the heady academic intellectuals down to implementation in the cities, and he formed something called it was originally the C20, now it's the C40. Really there are 100 cities that are members of the C40s. It's the biggest, and it's some of the biggest cities in the world that talk about how they can implement sustainability and reduce greenhouse gases and reduce the effects of climate change in their cities. And some of the first advances were in London and Stockholm and Copenhagen and even Bogota, Colombia, and Dubai. And of course, the city of New York was always on the cusp, and as well as LA and Chicago and a few other big cities in the US. But as we went on, certain cities, particularly in the United States, embraced more specific regulation because, in the United States, we believe that nobody will do anything unless there's a regulation. And quite frankly, that's been proven, even with all of the voluntary things that corporations have been doing, the Equator principles and other kinds of voluntary reporting and commitments that corporations have made. You know, regulations are always deemed necessary in the U.S. So, one of the tenets of environmental regulation is that the first you start with disclosure, and a lot can happen when a corporation has to disclose their toxic uses, and it becomes a publicly known. It's a reputational issue, and corporations make changes. So even back in the 2010, the SEC decided that they would require climate impact disclosures from all public companies. That started to be, quite effective. And then obviously in the last administration, things kind of fell apart. So now there's a frenetic, move to regulate even more now. And the SEC has come out with new standards, not only for public companies, but also for investment companies and investment advisors. There are, to make sure that people who are advertising that I have a green infrastructure fund, or I'm, a sustainable, I do only sustainable investment, that people who invest in these funds and invest in these corporations understand whether it's true or not. The same thing on the financial institutions, even apart beyond the Equator principles, the FDIC, the OCC. For those of you who don't know what the OCC is the Office of Controller of the Currency, and they represent a series of banks too. So together, the FDIC and the OCC really regulate all the banks in the US, and they have now climate risk management requirements for all of the banks. And the FTC, which has really been regulating under its green guide since the mid-90s, false advertising claims related to environmental protection and sustainability. They're moving into now, regulating claims on sustainability, what is net zero, climate neutral, carbon neutral, what all those concepts mean, so that at least there's a protection in the United States, that when we're making these changes, we know that they're real. Someone mentioned greenwashing on the other panel, and that's what it's about. How do we arc to where we are now and to the built environment, and particularly in New York? Those principles that have been established by the federal government filter down to the states. There are 33 states that either have or are looking at climate legislation, establishing goals, and that is filtered down to the cities in the US. And I just wanted to mention that, DC has actually, before the Climate Mobilization Act was passed in New York, DC passed I have to read it so I get it right, Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act in 2018 that established building performance standards. And just a few months ago, Denver has really taken front and center with their Energized Denver Building Energy Performance Requirements Act, and that was established in early 2022. So New York is still by far the aggressive in the regulatory end with local law 97. We've had a lot of people talk about it, so we don't really need to discuss the details about that, but other cities are following suit as well.
Yeah. And Jeff, if I can jump in here, just to segue from Gail's point, one of the strategic reasons why you engage in sustainable practices is legislative risk mitigation. It's a very real exposure that building owners had. One of the first things that I did when I was asked to create TIAA Sustainability Initiative was to benchmark the entire portfolio using Energy Star's Portfolio Manager tool. If you look at all of the regulations across the country and the 34, 35, some odd municipalities and government agencies that have regulations, every one of them mandates the use of Energy Star. So here in New York, local law 84, we've got to do it. It's not a problem, but you go outside of New York and people still don't get the reason for benchmarking. It really is an important and critical part of mitigating that risk. When local law 84 was enacted, we already, this is prior, when I set it up in 2007, we were already benchmarked. If some of you may remember the time, it was a huge scramble. Building owners were trying to find somebody that can help them create their benchmark so that they could report. If you were already on board, you avoided that, paying the extra cost for architects and engineers to come in and do what you could easily do, and so forth. So it really has, there are multiple values. It's not just, well, what am I saving to my direct bottom line? There are other values that come into play.
That's really
I
helpful.
just want to just mention that a local law 84 and the benchmarking is a wonderful example of a disclosure regulation. So all of that information for buildings is publicly available, and it pushed large developers and large property managers to make some changes, and in lighting and some of the low hanging fruit, but it pushed them because of their reputation and their public disclosure and their reputation. It's very effective.
This is great. So kind of tying this all up, and Gail, thanks for that sort of backdrop of, hey, what thinking has taken place on an international level, what policy work is taking place on a national level, and now what are we seeing that has been taking place here locally? You mentioned the Climate Mobilization Act, obviously a very, very big deal, and maybe a segue there. I agree, as you said it, I think New York continues to be, and especially with the Climate Mobilization Act, one of the most aggressive regimes, one of the most aggressive jurisdictions on sustainability in the built environment. One segue there is, I'm thinking of Local Law 96, which is maybe a smaller piece of that, but which created a financing tool. One piece of all of this is incentivizing. I have a colleague who used to call it, there's a carrot and there's a stick. Right? And you've got the stick, which is local law 97. Hey, if you don't get your buildings into compliance and really move the needle in terms of your emissions and your performance, you're going to get hit some very substantial penalties, right? You got a stick. Then you got a carrot in the form of several things. One of them is PACE financing. But that's not the only one. So I want to just kind of touch upon, owners and developers and property managers also need to think about, like, hey, I've got all this regulation, but is there any money out there, any special programs out there that I can tap into? So Nick, I know you were mentioning a couple thoughts on PACE financing, as well as some other ways that owners can think about creative financing mechanisms. Maybe you could speak to that.
Sure. PACE financing, CPACE, typically commercial property assessed clean energy. It's where you borrow money against the value of the building, and it becomes a building obligation, not an owner obligation. So it runs with the land, to use a legal phrase. You amortize that borrowing through your real estate taxes. It's an additional assessment on taxes. If you sell the building, that liability stays with the building, and the new owner then continues paying. So it's really a wonderful method to obtain financing, because it does not hit my balance sheet as an owner. It is against the building. Typically, the interest rates are touted to be somewhat more competitive, because it's being on the property, there's more security, because if you don't pay the PACE loan, you're not paying your taxes, the city will come back and foreclose in rem proceedings, and the value will certainly go back to the borrower. So, that certainly is an opportunity. It's relatively new. I think in New York, there's only been two PACE financings so far. One that I'm aware of. I don't want to say I'm familiar with, since I'm no longer there, but TIAA refinanced an extensive, I think, $28 million improvements to its headquarters building on 3rd Avenue using PACE financing. So, there's a case, huge financial institution, $28 million is petty cash. They still went through that process because it made financial sense for them to use those funds instead of funds that they can invest in perhaps higher earning investments. But there are other mechanisms. First of all, if you've truly addressed the no cost and low cost opportunities in the building, converting to LED lights, making sure that your operating hours match your occupancy hours. One of the things that shocked me when I implemented benchmarking across the portfolio we had several buildings that were running 24/7. And there was nobody in the building on weekends or overnight. So why are the lights on? Why is the HVAC running full bore and there's nobody in the building? So taking the savings that you realize through those no-cost opportunities and dedicating those funds to making high-performance investments. And you don't have to solve all the problems. It's an incremental space. So I improve my operations. I take that money and I do my first high-performance investment. That generates additional savings. And before you know, it leverages itself. And before you know it, you're really saving a lot of money. And it's, as I said before, accretive to your bottom line.
Nick, hearing you speak about, I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? Just smart alignment of operating practices with smart, almost low-hanging fruit principles around energy saving. I couldn't help thinking one thing you said triggered a memory. We're working with the city of New Rochelle. We're advising them on some resiliency infrastructure and open space development. And I was actually in there, unfortunately, after hours on Friday. We had a big event over the weekend. And I couldn't help looking around the building and seeing you've got so many building maintenance staff that are still working. And I couldn't help thinking, why? I know that gets into, I don't want to get into labor and whatnot, but I couldn't help thinking, wow, there's a total misalignment of, operating practices. So that's just sort of a random analogy, but I love what you're saying in terms of like, hey, let's get operating practices aligned. Let's think about low-hanging fruit. I want to zoom all the way out because I know we're getting pretty tight on time. Do we have any time for Q&A, or are we real quick? All right, so let's just jump right into questions and answers. Let's see if we have any questions. Is that a hand? Go ahead.
You talked about a little bit before, sort of starting from the financing stage of it, and sort of I've seen large banks write in covenants of a bond issuance or something like that, where if a company hits an ESG goal, maybe they get a discount on the principal, a discount on the interest rate, things like that. Have you seen things like that? Are those becoming more common in debt offerings, I guess?
Absolutely. It's been around for a long time. Fannie Mae, I think, has offered a 1/4 point discount on the interest rates if you had a green residential project. I think many other lenders will also provide some incentive, some benefit if you are sustainable. So,
and I guess how effective do you find that has been?
Depending on the size of your project, 1/4 point on my mortgage could be a fairly significant bottom line improvement.
Great question.
And there's actually a lot of on the big projects, whether it's a big corporate industrial project or a big residential project, there's actually a lot of competition. If the project is truly sustainable, all the banks want to be there to invest.
I'm looking at the time. I think we're unfortunately just about at the end. I want to do one last exercise. I was hoping that everyone on the panel would get to share 2 sentences. The theme of this is getting the ball rolling on sustainability. What can we do to continue momentum out in the marketplace, whether it's market, regulation, others? So Calvin, 2 sentences. Let's keep it moving quickly.
I think my takeaway is that you have to work together and cross-functionally, up and down, horizontally, vertically, to accomplish your sustainability goals.
Awesome. Gail.
Exact same thing with respect to regulatory design. Needs to be achievable, understandable. There needs to be a lot of engagement of all regulated parties and the communities.
And I'm going to look at operational best practices. It's really all about the people performing. I can have all the technology in the world. I could still be wasteful in my use of energy if I'm not running the technology correctly.
And the one word I'll add is coordinated. So I think you're going to see a lot of sustainability policy and regulation adopted, but how do we coordinate that with local communities and with other projects so that you're not missing opportunities along the way? Thank you. Appreciate you all coming today. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it.
Our next session will begin at 11:45. Yeah. It works. It's great. Thanks.
Yeah, we didn't go into a lot of detail, because the other panel talked a lot about local 197. I disagree. I mean, I understand what the person from the Action Council was talking about, all the big players involved, but there are a million buildings in New York City, and they're not all big players, and so many of them have not even a clue where to begin. Well, there is regulation. There is, the Department of Buildings has specific regulations on how to calculate the emission standard. And then you have to figure out that they're relying on the industries. They're relying on the industries to figure out how to comply, which is very difficult depending on what size company you are. Well, there needs to be, I think you're right, there needs to be some requirements, some basic requirements to get everybody to a level playing field sort of. But it's gonna take a while, but it'll happen. Oh, thank you so much. So what, the class of 2005? I forgot to mention, Jody, I meant to mention that, my partner is, is an alum of Brooklyn Law School, and it's because it's her that we're here. So I don't know, I guess I missed my opportunity to say anything about that. You went to, did you go? Oh, I am so sorry. I missed that. I was supposed to come. Did you go to the party the day before at the Bogas? Oh, it was like this huge fancy party. Well, you went to
I've actually spoken there several times, and the Mascots Accelerator that I'm involved with works with them sometimes.
So you're in, you've got you're an architect.
We're very proud of this. It's different. I'm very close to them, so I work with them a lot.
Great, actually, I'm doing a webinar at a common mobilization if you want to join us. So let me, oh, that's great. Well, you know what happened is I got a call. I was doing, oh, yes. Was a student of mine. We definitely have to get together. No, I was just gonna say that, I was doing environmental justice work at the time when, a decade ago when it started, and it was Bloomberg's, who's still mayor, Bloomberg's and the NRDC got together and decided to start this thing. And I got a call saying, we want you to be, on the board, and, the founding board, and it's been one of the highlights of my, that I do, and I function as their general counsel too, so. Yeah. Oh, pass it off. Right. Yeah, this is about the longest, has the longest longevity, and she hasn't even been there that long, so. Oh, I'm so glad, I'll tell Richard gets that, their program director, he just announced his name. He's starting, no, but it's good, I mean, it's good for everybody, he's, Voro, which is this big consulting firm in Europe, and they consult, sustainable consultant on, they do a lot of commercial real estate, worldwide. They're opening up a New York office. It's going to head up the, and it's good for us because it's still going to be involved with the sticking them on the board there forever. And it actually allows them, we love yet to allow some of our great other people to move up. So. Well, that's really what Richard gets. Richard gets your responsibility. Well, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. And we had some rough spots too. Almost folded, but it wasn't early on. It wasn't Richard. He was well, that would do it really well. I see. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Let's get together and definitely at
For you next to me.
webinar. I'm gonna think you. Absolutely. Okay. I'll bring it up just in case.
Okay, we're gonna begin in about a minute.
Are these hats for us?
But
I think
yes,
they're
they
just-
are.
Oh, they're not just
They
for
are.
decoration?
No, they're not promoting the school.
cool.
The school doesn't need to. Although I guess the school. Well, I guess I'm being recorded, so I gotta watch what I'm saying.
We are.
But
Yeah,
this could have had the Brooklyn Law banner instead of it just being a white tablecloth. I'm not criticizing the white tablecloth. I'm just saying.
It looks very nice.
Okay, we're gonna begin in about 30 seconds. Okay, welcome back, everybody in person and those who are online. We've got a great panel now on green hues and contracts. And as we've done with earlier panels, I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves and then we'll get into it. Lori, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, I'm Lori Rothenberg. I'm Assistant General Counsel at Pfizer, where I lead the legal team responsible for our global real estate portfolio. What that translates to is real estate transactions, portfolio management, portfolio strategy for our manufacturing plants, our R&D sites, and our commercial offices.
Hi, good morning still. My name is Mark Jackson. I am the General Counsel for Industry City, which is a 6 million square foot mixed use, formerly industrial complex in the South Brooklyn Sunset Park region, adjacent to something called the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, which we have an affiliation with, which is soon to be developed into an offshore wind facility, which dovetails nicely with today's topics. I was a student of both Debbie Bechtel and Len Wasserman here in the audience. Great to see them. And basically, since graduating law school, I like to joke that I've been just slowly drifting out to sea because I began at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Then I worked with Dumbo for 5 years, and now I'm in South Brooklyn. So Next stop, Staten Island, who knows? But so far, so good. Working in Brooklyn these last 10 years in real estate law has been an incredible experience. And clearly the topic du jour is sustainability and how we address the new laws and laws to come.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rachel John. I'm a senior associate at Zetland & De Chiara, which is a construction law firm here in New York City. My practice is mostly complex transactions and complex commercial litigation involving construction issues. I have had a chance to dig in on some of these issues with my clients, and it's really great to see some of the changes that are happening in New York City in this area, and to be working with owners and vendors, designers and contractors on how they address it, how do they best manage these risks and distribute them among the parties.
Okay, thank you for that. So with the myriad of building sustainability endeavors, both those mandated by law and by market demands, contracts are incorporating green provisions. And with more and more buildings becoming sustainable, these contracts that those property owners execute need to take into account not only getting a building to an acceptable green state, but keeping it there. And we've discussed some of that already in our panels earlier. And in the commercial building world, leases between landlords and tenants are actually doing that, but there are a myriad of other contracts that are important as well. And we're going to discuss briefly today, what some of those issues are. So my first question for the panel is, what are some typical landlord and tenant demands related to sustainability and the green laws? You want to start, Lori?
Sure. So I put it into three different buckets: transparency, flexibility, and human-centric amenities. So the transparency, it really goes to a lot of what we've been talking about so far today with local law 97 and the different disclosure laws. So both from the landlord side and also the tenant side, asking for information on what are the building's emissions, what are the different elements of use that are being tracked. And those go to whether it be for a legal reason or to comply with the company's ESG commitments, right? So for example, a lot of companies have the net zero commitments that they're aiming for, and when they want to put out their ESG report, they'll need to have that type of information. It also comes into play with sub-metering. So I see more and more asking for the sub-metering so that there's real transparency on what the tenant's actual use is. In terms of flexibility, to me, this is at the beginning, right? So when you're doing your initial design, right, you want to have the landlord on board with whatever it is that, from a tenant perspective, what you want to implement from green features perspective. What do you want to put into the space from construction? And so having the flexibility to do that. And then ongoing as things change, because they definitely do over the course of a term, especially if it's a longer term lease, having the flexibility to make those alterations and not necessarily always have to go back to the landlord. And if you do go back to the landlord, have it be reasonable consent for it, or have a threshold where no consent is needed at all. Similarly, use of the tenant improvement allowance. Can you use it for maybe an energy, like for soft costs, like an energy consultant or a sustainability consultant, and not just the hard construction costs? And having the flexibility to be able to use your own energy provider as a tenant, or to be able to install a generator. And then other things like composting and having a space to be able to do that maybe isn't necessarily within the usable square footage of the premises. And then in terms of the people-centric amenities, so we've been talking a lot so far today. There's a lot of talk about energy and really the environmental side, but there's also the human side, which really gets to the healthy buildings. And there's a real push for that, especially from the tenant side in terms of serving the workforce and also the occupants, but also on the landlord side, like that's what's attracting people to their buildings. And that really goes to ventilation, right? Like the increased ventilation rates, having staircases or other amenities that are gonna require people to move and get up and move. And also, you know, floor to ceiling windows like this. And so really, and having access to open spaces, whether it be, you know, a building wide open space or being able to negotiate your own private open space. So those are the three buckets, I'd say.
Moving to me. So that's a great outline. Just building on that last one, I think people-centric amenities are a fantastic example of a partnership between landlord and tenant. And certainly local law 97, which I believe has been discussed enough today that you all are familiar, it puts the burden squarely on the landlord. The landlord is the one who pay the potential penalties. Unlike other environmental laws, which could be shared, like in CERCLA and Superfund, you could go after operators, former owners. The landlord is shouldering this entire burden, but the real crux to figuring it out is partnering with your tenants. And I think Industry City, I'm not here as a spokesperson to Industry City, but one thing that I think we have done a great job of, because we have had to, because we have historically been in the middle of nowhere, we had to partner with our tenants. And this is a new challenge that's going to require us to partner. I think some great examples of that vis-a-vis local law 97 would be things like green roofs. A green roof, and we don't have these yet at Industry City. Unfortunately, there's a lot of landscaping, there's a lot of outdoor space. At the Navy Yard, there was a fantastic green roof managed by Brooklyn Grange. And that is an example of something that the tenants get tremendous use out of and will bring down, it will make the building more efficient because of the insulation qualities. And that's just a prime example of a landlord-tenant partnership that will help everyone avoid local law 97 penalties down the line. Transparency, another one. Tenants, when they see their lease and know that they're going to be paying all the electrical rates, they, with or without environmental laws, naturally they want to know exactly how it's calculated. They want meter reading. We go one step further, and I think this is a market trend. To all of our tenants have a dashboard, an online portal where they can see their energy usage. They can track it in real time. So if they have an employee who's propping a window open from the hours of 5 to 6, they can see that and figure that out. And because that's ultimately their cost, because any energy consumption, almost any lease you would open up and read would pass all energy consumption on to tenants, which is kind of the irony of local law 97. It's a landlord obligation, but the people by and large generating carbon emissions are the tenants, except for the common areas and things that landlord does for itself. So how you partner with tenants in that, let's call it a doomsday scenario where landlord gets a bill for, it's $268 per carbon dioxide metric ton over your threshold. If a landlord does get that bill, they can't just pass that along to their tenant without some sort of negotiated structure. So I think that's the biggest challenge we've had over the last, passed in 2019. So, 3+ years now of analyzing local law 97. And I've worked on this with Two Trees, my former employer, and Industry City now. And not to give away any negotiations that we've worked on, but I will say it's very encouraging how receptive tenants are to even addressing the potential to share in this burden, because they understand that I think by and large in Brooklyn, tenants are receptive to environmental laws, even if you're couching it as here's a fiscal penalty that you're going to need to pay if you waste energy. They understand that this is something that it's an existential issue that we're all facing. So just generally speaking, without giving anything away, most of our tenants at least have had the conversation with us about how to address it. And our lease language, it's more than just an agreement to agree. We come up with a metric by which we create a threshold per space based on the tenant's use, based on the square footage. And the dollar figures aren't in there, obviously, but we say if you waste energy, and we mathematically are going to define that at some point, then we can talk to you in the future about sharing a pro rata share of whatever penalty we face. So those are the two sides of it: partnering with tenants assuring tenants that you're doing smart things like buying renewable energy, allowing tenants to buy their own energy from energy service ESCOs, which could be renewable, which could be just cheaper energy from somewhere else. And then, of course, figuring out what to do in a unfortunate situation that you're getting a bill from the city in 2025. So.
Yeah, I think you touched on it really there. So yes, this is an obligation on the landlords, and what's unique about it is that it's in the maintenance code. It's not in the construction code, unlike a lot of the sustainability and environmentally focused building and construction laws. And the landlord isn't prohibited from passing it on, which is fair, right? They're not the ones that are actually, often they're not the ones that are actually using the building, and it's part of a business model. And I think the last panel discussed this quite a bit, the importance of benchmarking and understanding the numbers that are coming through, and how can you save, how can you use those savings appropriately. And between landlords and tenants, I think, there's two, when you're negotiating new leases post 97, post local law 97, I think you're in a little bit of an easier position going back and renegotiating with your existing tenants, or if you're not a commercial landlord and trying to get something through with your condo residents or your co-op residents, which I think it may be a little bit more difficult. They don't always have the same incentives or resources, but is the thinking strategically about, if you're a tenant, I don't want to pay more than my fair share, and if you're a landlord, being able to benchmark and being able to pass on the cost for tenants who don't behave or who don't conform to a green maintenance program.
So those address the demands that are evident, but the question is, what are some of the challenges meeting those demands? So Mark, I'm going to start with you, because would you say that your tenants are typical of office tenants in the city of New York, or because they're in Brooklyn, that they are atypical and that they're embracing these endeavors more than others?
So for every company, the bottom line is front and center, regardless of how they might be a B Corp or woke or environmentally friendly. They all, across the board, they want to make sure they're not being gouged by their landlord. But like I said earlier, they are surprisingly receptive to this law, and I think that is because of the zip code we're in. But the practicalities always emerge, right? We always have to address, proper submetering, making sure they're not being unfairly impacted by whatever pass-throughs of local law 97 come up. So, and by the way, just so we're clear, Industry City is really mixed use. So I would say we're about 80% office space at this point of the occupied floors. We have an entire building that's mothballed, totally empty, but of the occupied floors, 70 to 80% office. A lot of warehouse, still storage, manufacturing, and of course retail on the ground floor and some of the second floor. So those demands pose different local law 97 peculiarities or analyses. So someone who's at Industry City making things, which is something we love. Andrew Kimball, now head of EDC, who was the former head of Brooklyn Navy Yard, who Len and I worked with. He was out speaking to the world every day about job creation. So I think one thing that Local Law 97 ironically penalizes is use and energy consumption, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because in a dense urban environment, we want places that are filled with workers that are creating, job opportunities, things that are being made. So take those tenants, say the manufacturers of MakerBot was a tenant long ago at both the Navy Yard and Industry City, or take one of our 20 different woodworkers. Those people, they generate a lot of things, they consume a lot of energy. You can't treat them the same way you would treat a passive warehouse, because for their business model, they absolutely need to generate they need to consume more, they have more electrical load, and in some cases more gas load or even steam. So to answer your question, you have to take each tenant differently and then make sure the holistic building consumption stays at a copacetic level while addressing tenants according to their uses, which is, I'd say, the biggest challenge.
Lauren?
Yeah, no, I definitely would agree that the bottom line comes first and that becomes the tension in any contract, whether it be a lease or a construction or design agreement. It's all about who's got the liability and who's going to pay for it if something goes wrong, right? If there's a penalty. And that comes out in a lot of the OpEx negotiations or the limitations of liability, indemnification. There's also what I've found a lot of internal challenges, right? So from a practical speaking, if you take yourself out of the contract, right, it's have you addressed everything up front? For example, if you're negotiating a lease that is, let's say, however long it's going to be, has the negotiating team, the transaction team discussed with the design team, what exactly do you need? What do you want? What green features do you want to put in there? Because if you don't talk about it, have everybody at the table at the beginning, then you negotiate the lease kind of as maybe per standard, excuse me, is the way that it's been done for years. And then all the new features that you want to have maybe are not in the lease. So for example, like the cutout for the stairway or the ventilation rates or the space for the composting, things like that. So you really want to have everybody at the table at the beginning in order to be able to get what is essential into the contract. There are tensions with the landlord wanting to maintain control over their space. I mean, it is their asset at the end of the day. And so what I spoke about earlier with having flexibility in terms of the alterations that you make or the improvements that you make, that gets limited by the landlord's desire to also have that continued control. And then there's the time element, right? So sustainability, especially in a forum like this, we're all in favor of it and want it to happen. But when things come down to the line and there's an asset that you really want and somebody else is trying to get it at the same time, what's the prioritization of those sustainability provisions in your negotiation? So maybe something like a regulation, right? That is going to be a top priority because that's a non-negotiable. You're going to have to face that no matter what. But other things are nice to have that may fall out of the way, out of the negotiations when push comes to shove and the economics or the desire to have the space rear their head.
I think just to add one quick point to that is that what's interesting about at least New York City's regulation push to reduce emissions is that it's not it's performance based. So it's not telling you exactly how to do it. It's just saying, do it. And so that's also potentially a negotiating point, especially if you have existing tenants, working with them in terms of what features maybe the landlord wants to use because it's better for their operations versus what green features that are going to reduce emissions are something more compatible with either the tenant's ideology or their own operations.
So the next question I have for you has to do with energy, and it discusses energy cost volatility and how, in fact, that is impacting negotiations on energy goals. There are some that argue when the price of oil goes above $120 a barrel, then the incentive for renewable energy development is as high as it can ever be. But when we convert this now to the real world, to the tenants and the landlords negotiating leases, how does it come into play? Right?
Sure. I mean, it's awful to say, but I think the energy volatility has been a really good thing for sustainability, just as you're suggesting. It's taken the energy discussion from the sustainability camp and the sustainability silo into the finance office. Right now the finance folks care about it, and so it's really raised awareness and people are paying attention, much more attention to those provisions. So I think it's a finance issue and it's also a security issue, right? Because how is this building going to operate in the years to come? If energy is volatile, are you going to even be able to access that energy? Are there going to be blackouts, right? So that becomes into, brings in those types of security concerns. So you have a lot of different groups that are now becoming aware and paying attention.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. Landlords have had to internalize sustainability in a way that they didn't necessarily have to. You know, the looming threat of local law 97, because it doesn't come into play for another 2 years, was only so only so intimidating. But today's doubling of energy costs in a 1 month span really brings it home, and that does two things. It necessitates making your buildings more energy efficient, installing things like heat pumps instead of inefficient central air conditioning units, which I think so many people across the city are doing, because, or in the state, because of all these NYSERDA credits to incentivize people to do that, or that might be a Con Ed credit, I forget. And so there's the dollars and cents of making your buildings energy efficient, which is right. That's something that Local 187 intended to, but now it's a today issue because of the costs, but also with the potential, or at least the talk of a recession on the table, and landlords having suffered through what they suffered through over the last 2 years of COVID. The last thing you want to present to a tenant is an energy inefficient building that, regardless of penalties for Local 197, if you show a space to a tenant and there is no efficiency measures, and they're going to be paying more than your neighbor for the costs that you're delivering, for the energy you're delivering, that's just not saleable to them. So you landlords, I mean, so many things have disrupted the commercial real estate environment. WeWork, Calvin here was talking on behalf of WeWork earlier. That changed the game for landlords. They suddenly had to build conference rooms and ping pong tables and beer kegs, and now you have landlords who are really energy efficient and building green buildings. So there's a lot of competition in that space to make your buildings greener, which I think by and large New York City tenants are demanding.
I mean, for my part, my perspective is seeing more the development side of things, or when somebody is having to do one of these retrofits. I mean, the added costs of the energy market are they're driving up prices quite significantly. So it's part of the conversation, but I don't know if it affects. It's something that's a give and take on negotiations. Construction costs what it costs,
Although from your perspective, Rachel, on the design side and the contractor side, is there more emphasis put on the design professionals / builders to take a look prospectively as to what the operational costs are going to be?
Oh, absolutely. I think owners are putting much more emphasis on that in terms of selecting teams, especially with the move into more alternative delivery methods, from like traditional, we're going to design this building 100%, and then we're going to bid it out, and then we're going to build it, to something like design build, where you're doing kind of, it's one team that you have from the beginning, and they're doing both of those things, the designing and the construction. I think that the emphasis on selecting that team with their concept is on, what does my operation and maintenance look like going into the future, even in the public sector, which you hadn't seen before very much at all. Sort of that kind of forward looking. Am I going to be able to, cool down this space? You see some buildings with floor to ceiling windows, and if it's a public building, it's not always the easiest to operate afterwards.
So IPD is no longer integrated project delivery, where we've got all the parties at the table in the beginning of a project, is no longer just aspirational, but you guys are seeing it in the real world now.
There's
more
a
so than you
shift
have.
towards more of it. I wouldn't say always.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go, I think IPD more West Coast, but there's certainly a shift towards using more construction manager as contractor, or design build as well, to help kind of, the owner has the the ability to use more performance obligations. So we talked a little bit about this in terms of, how far can you push that if you're with local law 97 or similar methods, or similar regulations. And, you have your designer and your contractor at the table, and your contractor knows more about materials. This is going to leak. This is not going to give you the performance that you think it's going to give you. And your designer, is doing energy modeling and, in general, thinking more about the sustainable features of the building, and I don't want to say not about the way it looks, because good design is about integrating those two things. It's not about one versus the other. But certainly you're getting more of a push from owners and designers on that. The architectural community has been green for many, many years now.
I think one interesting point on that, and a corollary to what we're talking about here, is the public sector. So DCAS has a chief of decarbonization whose job is to oversee the 4,000 plus buildings. They're not all local law 97 candidates, because they're not all 25,000 square feet or more. But there was a great podcast recently. This guy, Anthony Fiore, was talking about the need to get DCAS to do design build contracts, which is, it's going to require a state level law. Because
it was passed this year.
Was it really?
Yes,
Okay,
it was added. It was added to the New York City Public Works Investment Act. That's what it is. I confuse it with the infrastructure, but yeah, it was added this year. They put out an RFI for green building, for green roofing, basically. So they'll be trying to use more of it. Sounds like that. They haven't put out any actual solicitation documents.
That's great.
Things that you learn when you troll the city record.
And you really need that if you want to go to one party to make sure and that's a scary place, I'm sure. If you want one party to assure you that your building's energy efficient, they should really be the party who can design and build, because otherwise you've got the classic tension with the architect and the builder pointing fingers and neither of them cooperating because something went wrong.
He did it.
And
Yeah.
I think that's when I'm also seeing more of independent consultants coming in, the third party oversight, to be able to try to help the owner manage that finger pointing.
Yeah, I think that, there's so many different moving parts, either when you're developing a new property with the various regulatory schemes. And, if you're looking especially for something innovative and you want to use innovative materials and you want that beautiful facade, there's just so much for an owner who has that bird's eye view over all of the pieces, or supposed to be, in theory, that it's really, I think, not workable for most large property owners to not have that independent party saying that's not a great idea, or if this is lovely, but you're not going to be able to heat the space. You're gonna end up with the room being too warm.
Yeah. And I think the smaller property owners as well, because they don't have the expertise, right? So they need to look outside for that expertise, somebody to guide them, because otherwise they don't know.
We're very lucky to Industry City. Our head of engineering is a very green-minded guy who didn't begin that way. He was the kind of person who might have laughed if you had said we should green our buildings. And now he is the foremost local law 97 expert, because I'm too busy negotiating leases. So he has taken on and he manages our third-party consultant. And if you're lucky enough to be at a scale and revenue stream to hire someone and just make them a part of your staff who can really oversee all the green aspects, that's even better than having a third party. So I think you're going to see more of that. Landlords training their guy who might have just operated the boilers, train them to do other things, train them to understand efficiencies and keeping the building as closed loop as you can.
And I guess in that line of thinking, we're not just talking about energy consumption. So have property owners' waste removal and recycling protocols evolved?
In my experience, they have. We get emails weekly from tenants wanting to compost. That's something that's a little bit of an outlier because we're not there yet, but that's just an example of, people being more and more mindful of their impact on the environment, where their waste is going. So we are now sorting through RFP responses with various waste haulers who can provide a new myriad of services. And many of these haulers, we call them, have, like our energy platform I mentioned, which is a place where all our tenants can go see how their energy is being used. We are probably going to end up at a place with a waste hauler who will show every tenant where their waste is going and what, cubic yards, how many cubic yards of waste they generated, where it went. It's like metering for waste, which I think we're not getting tenants clamoring for that, but I think it'll be maybe just a marketing gimmick, maybe super useful for those tenants who want to reduce their waste. So there's innovation in that space we've seen.
Yeah, and getting back to the contract side of it, I mean, the rules and regulations are typically where you really get in the weeds on how is that waste management dealt with, and there'll be all these requirements, like you have to throw it away at certain times and make sure there's no vermin and all that kind of stuff. And especially with composting, vermin becomes a bit of an issue at times. And so when reviewing the contract, I always look at, okay, and have the operational folks look at how have they changed it? How has it shifted? Because those rules and regulations can be changed at any time. A lot of the time, the lease provision will say rules and regulations is modified from time to time, as long as the landlord provides you the change in writing in advance. So it could be anything, right? So those changes, you have a lot of flexibility to implement those. The question is does the tenant have that same flexibility in their space or using the landlord space? So it's just important to pay attention to those rules and regs, because I know a lot of the time once people reach that signature line, they zone off the exhibits.
Yeah, and I think with larger tenants like Pfizer, Pfizer wouldn't be receptive to a landlord like Industry City telling you, use our waste hauler, trust us. You guys, I'm sure, have your own, relationships and contracts. Since we have so many smaller tenants, what we try to do to create an economy of scale is we have a go-to vendor. Tenants have flexibility if they need to use their own vendors, but we present them with one hauler who is the guy that's per company who's already at the site. They have they have their own facility at the site to maintain all the garbage and take it away. So that's just kind of a multi-tenant aspect, whereas with a large operator like you guys, you wouldn't just hand that over to the landlord to figure out.
But so then you have the OpEx costs go up, right? Because you're passing that through. So you need the provision that requires you to RFP it with X number of contract haulers so that you make sure that you're actually getting a good price that you're passing through.
Don't tell our tenants anything.
Yeah.
And also we're just talking about like food waste. What about the alterations provision in the leases where it's a sustainable building? So whether by, government mandate or by a certification of a property, where if there's going to be an alteration, what happens to the materials? There's reuse, recycle, salvage, reporting requirements.
Yeah.
So Mark, you spoke about this reporting requirements. Well, that's where's the waste going? Well, if you're having a tenant that's doing their own alteration, then in fact, they might at some point, if your lease doesn't require it now, in the future, have to report where this stuff is going. Otherwise, a property could lose either government incentive, carrot or stick, or certification.
Yeah, absolutely. We currently don't spell that out in our leases. We rely heavily on a daily basis, we rely heavily on the compliance with laws clause in our leases. And that's ultimately, if this happened tomorrow, legacy tenants, we would have to go to that section and say, look, it says right here, you have to comply with all laws. And by the way, this is one. But like I said, everything in commercial real estate these days becomes a partnership. So when we foist new laws on tenants because they're not aware, they didn't know, and ignorance obviously is not an excuse, but we have a whole construction and design team that would sit with them, work it out. When it gets to that point where tenants need to measure their externalities of waste, we would brace for impact and be ready. We wouldn't just send them a legal notice that says you are in default of your compliance with law section. We would be very upfront and try to educate them about what that means. And again, similar with waste hauling, we have preferred vendors at Industry City. We have a lot of them, so there's competition, but we would encourage tenants first to work with contractors who already understand those laws. We've been burned too many times by tenants. We will allow tenants to bring in their own specialty contractors as needed, but we find things work a lot smoother if companies who already understand the laws and companies who understand working in Brooklyn are the ones being used. And I think that would be even more important with more green laws affecting construction.
So I guess this is a good segue to the next question. So operating expense negotiations are obviously impacted by sustainability measures. So how are you finding the balance in that? So Rachel, maybe I'll start with you.
Well, I think it comes down, I think we've kind of spoken a little bit about this on previous answers, but, you know, I think like Mark said, partnering with your tenants, you know, being strategic in terms of what kind of tenants do you have and how, as the landlord, as the owner of this property, right, how are you balancing, let's say, you know, a supermarket or an industrial tenant, in particular, we might have, you know, particular waste disposal requirements against, you know, your office tenants who aren't really generating necessarily anything like the same type of waste. So I think it comes down to landlords can't really wash their hands of these issues and just say, you know, it's on you tenants. They really have to kind of at least understand some basics or have help understanding some of the basics so that they can make appropriate decisions when they're negotiating these leases with their different tenants so that the building itself is complying.
But so Mark spoke about compliance with laws. So do you either, you know, any of you, do you envision seeing leases that in the compliance with laws will also include compliance with laws / certifying agencies? Because compliance,
it could be an owner's own or like it could be either a third party, you know, a certifying entity, or it could be, you know, the landlord has a green program and the tenants are complying with that green program as part of their lease.
but wouldn't it be harder to argue with the tenant that non-compliance with an owner's requirements as opposed to this third party unaffiliated rating agency's modification of whatever the certification rules are, as opposed to an owner on their own deciding to increase the bar?
I think in New York, courts are very deferential to what the parties have agreed to. And I think that trickles into commercial leasing as well as any other commercial contract. Courts in New York are very much, you can enforce a lot of provisions that aren't, well, not outlandish, right? But other states have put kind of boundaries on to protect either commercial tenants or to protect one party, just, you know, what the state has deemed commercially reasonable. But New York is not one of those states. So I think that I don't see a huge difference between in a lease complying with law versus complying with some other program that the landlord has set out.
But courts are also very deferential to tenants. So I think to your point, Professor, the onus is really on landlord to clarify that compliance with law section. If it's truly a standard set by a third party, that is not the same as a standard set by a regulatory body. I imagine the laws around waste will eventually require tenants to at least measure and report where their stuff is going. So the onus will be on tenants hopefully to track. And if they can't track, then that's per se evidence that they're not complying with the law. But yeah, compliance with laws certainly would have to be clarified to address that.
I wouldn't agree to that. I mean, it's a landlord. I wouldn't give the landlord that much discretion to be able to enforce something when I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe they're a reasonable landlord, but maybe they're really not. So I would want some parameters on it. You know, compliance with law is compliance with law. I've actually even seen people, both on the tenant and landlord side, try to get materially comply with law. So people even push back on that provision. But in terms of the third parties, I think that's interesting. Like, does it fall within kind of the same thing as complying with SEC regulations? I would want to see it be like an established, agreed upon third party, that rather than any third party, because then they could create a third party and, you know, roll out some type of standard that the tenant needs to comply with. In terms of the operating expenses, just when we were talking about that, I mean, that's usually such a long provision, right, in terms of operating expense exclusions. And I do think that sustainability is working its way in a very subtle way because of, let's say, compliance with laws provisions, right, that are in there in terms of inclusions, and then exclusions. Well, who does the lead or well or fit well certification benefit? Does it really, like, the whole benefit trickle down to the tenants, or is it really the landlord getting the benefit? And are they already getting the benefit from the rent being higher? So, you know, I think that that needs to be looked at really carefully in terms of how much is your pro rata share on that. And then also all the people that the landlord maybe is hiring to do all of this reporting. So the local law 97 compliance, and like, how is that divvied up, right, among the portfolio versus your building? And so making sure that those types of, you know, exclusions for overhead and certain employees, and making sure that those are tight enough, written tight enough to be able to cover these types of new obligations.
Got it. So we have time for one more question from me, and then we're going to open it up to the floor. So the last question I have actually doesn't deal with landlord tenant. It deals with service provider contracts. So service providers to the landlord / tenants, and how those contracts have evolved incorporating sustainability provisions.
Well, I think certainly there's a lot more emphasis in kind of any design or construction or maintenance provider. The maintenance provider contracts, at least the ones that I do see, are, it's less about the maintenance provider is, you know, giving you a green program so much as they are able to, you know, manage the program that you have. Building management systems have gotten much more sophisticated. And if, I think somebody said it on the prior panel, if you have a service provider, or if you have staff, your own staff, who can't operate that equipment appropriately, it can really kill your bottom line and actually destroy your equipment. But for design and construction, I mean, I think owners now are looking for that as part of their program. It's certainly something that, you know, working with the DVIA on their standard contract documents, the Design Build Institute of America, on their standard contract documents. And, you know, this discussion came up about whether or not the sustainability exhibit should still be an exhibit, right? Why, at this point in the market, why is it an exhibit? Why isn't it just incorporated? Because that's what people are looking for. That is standard now, whereas 10 years ago, you know, it was kind of an afterthought.
I think there's always going to be tension there with landlords because of our bottom line. We certainly want our tenants to use an array of services that they feel comfortable with. And we do have a commitment by our cleaning company, which is the cleaning company that manages our common spaces, our office, and a majority of most tenant spaces at Industry City. And they use non-toxic chemicals. They have a green pledge, no pun intended. So I think that is an easy one, but then making sure that every carpenter in our building doesn't use, you know, unethically sourced wood, that is a bridge too far for most landlords, for example, because that's just going to raise the costs. And that's something that, you know, in this environment with commercial real estate, I'll say being somewhat tenuous. You know, Industry City is an outlier. We've done incredibly well during the pandemic, but office occupancy rates are still not nearly what they were. And for landlords to tell office tenants, you know, welcome back to the office, you also have to sign on to these new green pledges that are not mandated by law, that's going to be a tough conversation and might steer tenants another way. So I think really what landlords are best served by doing is making sure their buildings perform well to save on energy costs. That's job number one in the green space for landlords. Other environmental commitments, I think, are coming, and we've certainly made some ourselves, but it's a much harder business proposition than just making your buildings more efficient to save on energy costs.
Yeah, I think sustainability is making much more of a inroads in the design build construction agreements. From the owner perspective, I mean, I would advise being really very specific on terms of the services that you want from them. Because if it's very general, you're going to get pushback, especially if you try to impose any type of liability. So really specific on what type of advice are you looking for, or what type of requirements features are you looking for, and even to the point of like, how many times do you want to get that information? How many modifications do you want to make to that? Really getting super specific in the scope of work. Because it just makes things easier as you work through the design process and the build process. Liability is always, a big negotiation. I think I haven't seen contractors raising this, service providers raising this from the sustainability side and yet in the negotiations specifically, right? Like I don't know if you've seen that called out.
I think from their perspective, is it you telling me what to do, or am I going to meet a performance goal? And so, like, in terms of the fundamentals, it's not fundamentally different from any other, just like part of complying, either constructing the space or designing the space, right? So it's fundamentally that hasn't changed, right? Yeah. Whether or not it's you're telling me what to do, or I'm supposed to perform in a certain way. Meet a performance goal. But I think a lot of owners and a lot of tenants are going to be looking to pass on liability if they can, to downstream it. And some situations, I think they'll succeed. And like I said, courts in New York certainly will generally enforce a commercial agreement according to its terms, even if it was a dumb agreement to make in the first place. But in terms of, I think vendors in negotiating their contracts and working with the owner on the scope of work in particular really have to manage the owner's expectations, and make sure that they understand, how all the pieces fit together a little bit, especially for smaller building owners, less sophisticated landlords, or owners, I should say, not just landlords, but they might not quite understand how all the operating pieces come into play and what their tenants are doing and the materials that they're choosing, how it all kind of comes together, that you don't have a totally clear picture of how it's going to turn out at the end.
Yeah, there's also some kind of sneaky places or like in the agreements that I've seen that need to change. For example, in correction provisions, our template used to say replace it with new materials. And so I had to change that to new or like new, or, to be able to get the operations folks to agree that we don't necessarily need to be new. Refurbished is okay, right? So thinking about where does it play in, and then also to kind of where being clear with expectations. As an owner, I'm asking also the contractor, if I specified X, can you please suggest something else as an alternative, and building that into the contract explicitly as an obligation, knowing that maybe I can't come after you if you don't do that, but at least putting it in there so that maybe they'll suggest something, right? So not everything has to be like a gotcha provision, but it can just be at least a push or raising awareness type of a provision.
Okay, so we actually have no time left for questions, unfortunately. But I'd like everybody to give us very much for joining us. We have about an hour now for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:45 for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank
You've been summoned.
Gratitude towards that. God, the year. He in the Navy. He started my career really. Did you?
I didn't go there.
Yeah, they forgot to put.
I don't get the 11. But we were in the same class.
Hi, well, I actually wanted to introduce myself to all of you. You know, Mark, you know, I just was struck, so worked with Ross Moskowitz and oh, yeah, well, I just did membership over 3 years ago. So.
Thank you for your sponsorship.
Oh, yeah, thanks. It's actually through my colleague, Jeff Stein, who is an alum, right, Landy, who's my land use partner. We sort of came together at Jeff Mullen. Yes, absolutely. I meant to mention that we were here because of her, but of course then she sponsored and they called me and said, guess why volunteers?
You gotta go get business cards. Ross is great. One of the best things I did in law school was I joined New York City Law Association subcommittee.
Yeah.
Like any subcommittee would be great because law students can go actually hear war
Right.
stories.
Right. No, it's great. I used to be very active in our association for years.
I think law students should be told that here more. They don't have subcommittee because there's only limited space. So one or two students.
And you have to constantly move on the.
Right. So Ross was the chair of land use planning at the LUPZ.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Better continue.
Everyone knows.
Very excellent.
Well, he's everywhere, and but Jody's great to work with too. She's like she's a major star as well, you know. So, but you know, I'm familiar with Shepherd because it's much bigger firm and had a big energy platform. It was dying to born last year, and it was the only opportunity. This opportunity came out. It was sadly struck. I left stuff on my thumbs there. So, but anyway, also I'm on the board of the Building Energy Exchange with Liz. She already showed me. So, you know, and she talked about stars. She's a sustainability star. So we just wanted to introduce what's up here. Oh, I've been to a couple of them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, Liz and I were on the original board. She's one of the people that we got contacted about a decade ago from the Bloomberg administration. They were teaming with NRDC to start this fledgling thing called Green Light New York, and the name was changed. And so it's one of the shining examples I'm proud of my career. Well, no, actually, no. Yeah, this was designed to actually look at. It's a research and training center for design architects and design lighting designers, and really focuses on the built environment. It's nonpartisan, has programming, research. You know, they work with everybody. That's really important. It's nonpartisan, and they work with on the accelerator with the city, and they work on a lot of nice programs. Get our money from the server and also now we're getting a lot of foundation grants as well. So it's really exciting space down that the city's given us at Chambers Street. So I mean, it's really, and I function. They keep me because I know they keep me because I function as the general counsel, promoted general counsel too. So first, when I went to Stroke was now Shepherd Mullen. So I'm sure that's why they went out. Anyway, I'm very proud of the organization, and it fits right into a discussion discussing here. And, no, but actually on the leasing side, so much is happening. I mean, just being in the, I'm not I'm an environmental lawyer, so I, just support the rights of that group. But, all of our leasing, all of our leasing guys, they have to do all of this now, and it's really quite incredible. Yes. I was on
He just,
Yeah.
Such a great trip. Someone did this for me, someone was great for it all.
That's right. Richard's old school. He's old school. Yeah, totally old school. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you use now? What do you use now? But you sold all of Brooklyn, right? You just have the. Yeah. Follow the people.
well, no, that was, and then,
Right.
Outside of bigger
now we're using DLA.
Oh, you went up, you stepped up. Well, Kelly was from DLA. They were all DLA. They were originally DLA. Yeah. Well, the DLA, Kelly came from DLA. With Jeff Franklin, they all came down to stand. I see. Yeah, I try to, look, I do. There's no question. I know that they, they've written up and they have these issues, but right now, in terms of real estate, they're really great. But, one of the other reasons I got to Shepherd is that one of the struck real estate lawyers that I worked with, Hoffler, went to them. And then he started the real estate practice in Venezuela, and then he took it through to Shepherd Mullen 4 years ago. And I had a lot of my people took off my people and then lost. I try to stay, like I said, and I spent 20 years in government and 6 years doing environmental justice litigation. So I tried to stay under the radar, in the private sector. I learned a lot, trying not to get into all this politics. So Peter and I know each other for a long time. We also shared a client for years. And so he called and, I had never heard of him. I actually was strictly family firm I had been with. And my son was right. So and my son was also at the time he goes, what do you mean you've never heard of Shepherd Mullen? Starts spitting out AM 100 and all that stuff. And but then I looked at that and I think, it's really rich. It's so amazing. So opportunity. It's 16 players who do, it's really the same lawyers, it's lawyers and there are others to tap into ESG practice. And it's actually taken off. And it's, so there's this kind of interesting stuff. So well, I guess everybody gets and they weren't that happy. I loved it. But so I guess it was happening. So I just felt like I had one more move in my life left. So to give it a shot. Oh, I started out and then I was 10 years in the Attorney General's office. I spent a stint as the Massachusetts DMV. And then came back to my husband's doctor school around for residencies and all that. And then came back and appeared as a in New York, and came back as took over their J litigation which was, it's really the highlight of my career. I mean, that's, doing 6 years at the beginning of the DJ movement, that litigation nationally, it's, hard to see, but you also burn out. So well, you say talk, I mean, it's a lot of, I'm using CJ every other word, so this whole serves everybody. The movement, which was just developing, was an exciting time. I had to do all of this for litigation, and in order to get what I always call the seat at the table, they always got the seat at the table. They have all the seats at the table. I mean, the people that I work with can pick up the phone and get buying on the phone. I mean, I certainly can't. But so that it's a very powerful group, and they were part of all the climate organization negotiations, the CLC, the Climate Leadership Protection Act. They negotiated that. I didn't get a chance to talk about any of that. That they got over. They got that they got commitments to have 35% of all expenditures for sewer in the city to be used in areas in what they call disadvantaged areas, unrepresented areas, and they're very much part of the national and international climate justice campaigns. So so there's a lot of it's noticeable to everyone about what EJ is all about. What's this so noticeable? That's when for 8 years I taught environmental justice law at Columbia to train people about what it was. And kind of incorporated. It's now incorporated. That's exactly why I don't teach that seminar anymore. Because Mike McBride lectures on EJ every second day. So it's good. It's good. I was glad to be in the kind of that. And so I had a very varied career. Keeps it interesting. And anyway, it was very to hear what you guys say, particularly when I hear all my the Lisa folks talk about what the pressures are. And I got a call from another big which I was shocked about because Carl asked me, said he was from it's in Washington, they're off in Washington, working on some basic things, and he said he read an article about how he was partly author. It was already a few years ago when I wanted to talk about Lisa. And I said, you're a bigger law firm than Shepherd Holland. You've got environmental lawyers all over the place. And he said that they don't think about these things. Yeah, and the real estate. It's coming on from the finance. That's the thing about lawyers. That's the thing about lawyers. We know a lot about a little about a lot of things. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to say too much, then I'm leaving.
Yeah. Right. The president will vote. First would have to. Okay. So is Chris still on? Yes, I believe. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay. Okay, so. One is. I think it's this one. Is this out on it? No. No, I got the.
So they don't have to. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's gonna do it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So he can stay here or. Yeah. No, he can sit there. You know, so you don't have to stand up. You could sit down and do it. I mean, it's your choice.
You know, I think I'm going to stand
Fine.
here because I have my talking points. I want to be able to kind of see. I mean, some of this stuff is like eye chart, you know.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, I did a couple practice runs at home just using
Yeah.
it was like 14, 15 Maybe while she's talking, I'll sit down. Do the Q&A. I feel like we move around.
Hi, Nicole. Hold on.
Hey, yeah, how's it going?
I'm all right. I'm Alan from the AV department. I'm just checking to make sure that you are able to share your PowerPoint when the time is right, correct?
Should we test it right now? Would that be okay?
Yeah, I guess you can.
It's telling me I can't screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna stop sharing this.
That's okay, no worries. That's why I signed on a couple minutes early.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, let's try this. You
Okay.
see that, and let me just, sorry.
Nope, I see it.
We want it to be like,
And then you would go on slideshow.
yep, okay.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Does that look good?
Yeah, it looks great.
Look at that. When technology works, it's amazing, right?
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I just wanted to make that check with you.
All right, I will be here whenever they need me, but you can hear me okay, right? There's not a lot of background noise or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, you could just mute it on your end and unmute whenever you're ready.
Right. Yes, of course. But right now you can hear me clearly and all that kind of stuff.
Very clear.
Great. Look at
Okay.
that. All right. Well,
I'll see you in I guess half hour or something, right?
I think we're starting at 45.
I mean, 45 they start, and
Yes.
I think you go after him, which would probably be in a half hour or something.
I got exactly what you mean. Yes. Okay, cool. Well, I will be here and I will mute myself now.
Awesome. Okay.
Thanks, Adam.
Okay, everyone, our afternoon panel is beginning now. So this afternoon's panel, National Infrastructure Sustainability Initiatives, will explore the state and federal policies and regulatory frameworks that are in place and in the pipeline that will legislate the incorporation of sustainability into many components of what makes up national infrastructure, and also its interrelation with the built environment. So it's not just infrastructure in the abstract, but it's infrastructure vis-a-vis how it works with where we work, where we live, etc. And both of our panelists will speak to it. So I'm going to ask both of you to introduce yourselves, and then you could go on.
Okay. Nicole, are you there? You want to go first?
I am here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This must be strange for you, but thanks for that. Appreciate that. My name is Nicole Denamer, and I am an attorney, a sustainability consultant, and a couple other things based in Seattle, Washington. So thanks for accommodating me zooming in today and saving all that carbon flying over there.
Great. We'll turn it back to you here in a few. I am Steve Del Percio. I am an assistant general counsel at AECOM. We are a large infrastructure design, development, construction firm here in New York. We own Tishman. You may see the T out there on the sidewalk bridging. And I lead a team that focuses primarily on transactional work in the design build, P3, civil infrastructure sort of markets. And so I am going to start out by talking about the way government, policy, infrastructure, sustainability all sort of intersect, and what the future really holds for them as the US, the rest of the world tries to decarbonize here over the next decade. So with that, excellent. Okay, so this is just very quickly my agenda over the next hopefully 15 minutes or so before we get Nicole back up here on screen. So before we get into it, very important threshold question. What is infrastructure? On the screen is actually Secretary Buttigieg's definition that he gave during a press conference back in April of 2021 when he was lobbying for Congress to pass infrastructure legislation. And I think if you read it, you would probably agree with me that it is a pretty broad definition. You could fit a lot of things in there. And for that reason, it's really worth thinking about, right? What should constitute infrastructure that we collectively as a society agree that we should pay for together? You may recall in the debate leading up to the passage of the infrastructure bill, which I'll talk about in a little bit, there was a debate about what we should include. Should we include childcare? Should we include elder care? Human infrastructure, should that be included in this definition? Arguably, those things would fit in the Secretary's definition here. What about social infrastructure? That's another term you'll hear thrown around. I don't know if we collectively will ever agree on a definition that meets everyone's sort of satisfaction, but fortunately for us in some ways, the American Society of Civil Engineers has resolved the question. It produces a report card every 4 years on the state of infrastructure in the United States across these 17 different categories of infrastructure. So things like aviation, airports, bridges, all the way down the line to transit, wastewater. And I think this is
pretty fair way of defining what infrastructure actually is and how we should be framing our policy and legislative and funding discussions. But on the other hand, as you see on the right-hand side of this slide, not only is the US not doing so great as of 2021 in terms of its grade, C-, but there's also a huge funding gap in terms of how we maintain the existing infrastructure assets that we have, let alone build the new ones to face the challenges of the 21st century. So whether that's the human infrastructure I mentioned earlier, or things like broadband. As an aside, my wife is from a very rural part of Southwestern Virginia, and during COVID, her cousins had to drive to the school parking lot to log into Zoom because it's the only place where they could get internet. So lots of 21st century challenges in front of us, but it's not a new problem, right? Over the last 40 years, we in the US have really chronically underinvested in infrastructure. Especially when you compare us to the rest of the world. As you can see on this slide, the US is near the bottom in terms of infrastructure spending as a percentage of our gross domestic product. When you compare us to, again, to the G20 group of countries. And this really is a global problem, right? If the world is going to decarbonize, if we are going to meet the climate goals that we have established at Paris, how are we going to bridge this funding gap? Where is the money going to come from? So I'll get to that here in a bit. But back to the US. Why are we specifically in this situation of persistently underinvesting in infrastructure? And I think the reality is that there is no uniform national infrastructure policy at the federal level. In the US, there are 89,000 local governments. There are 51,000 individual community water systems. We do not have a centralized infrastructure bank. We don't have a capital city like a London or a Paris that has an outsized portion of our population and public transit systems and other infrastructure assets whose funding needs the government just can't ignore. So really, in other words, noticing the pop-ups. Our federal system is very different from systems in other parts of the world. And one other big difference is that in the US, our state and local governments, again, unlike in most foreign countries, own the bulk of our core infrastructure assets. And so that's what you see on this slide. With a few exceptions, obviously, the power systems, healthcare, and digital infrastructure. And for that reason, again, as you see on this slide, our state and local governments spend more on building, operating, and maintaining those infrastructure assets than the federal government does. And this is even in an era where the US economy has expanded. Federal spending on infrastructure as a percent of our GDP has actually declined. So these slides are kind of an eye chart, but you can sort of see the trends over time. Hopefully that's okay. So that's not to say, though, that the federal government has done nothing. About 25% of infrastructure spending in the US does come from the federal government. And there have been some pieces of federal legislation over the past few decades that have addressed infrastructure, starting out with energy efficiency in the federal government's 300,000 buildings that it owns, the Energy Star program, model building codes, tax credits, grant programs for building retrofits. Those were all sort of in various provisions in federal legislation going back to the Clinton administration. But today on my portion of the panel, I really want to focus on this last bullet, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the unfortunately acronymed IJA, as I will refer to it, but in the context of sustainable infrastructure. And hopefully that will be clear why I'm doing that here momentarily. So what is the IJA, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the bill? It is the largest, $1.2 trillion and most comprehensive infrastructure bill in the history of the United States. It was signed by President Biden in November of 2021, as many of you probably remember. It has generated a lot of enthusiasm in my industry, the civil infrastructure industry, and inside companies like AECOM, WSP, others that are in this space. And I think also really raised the profile of infrastructure sort of in the public eye, and why it's so important for decarbonization and what we need moving forward. So this slide may also be somewhat difficult to read, but focus on the colors as I go through this. It is true that the bill is 1.2 trillion, but only half of that is new money. The rest of it is funding existing programs that were either slated to expire for budgetary reasons or for other reasons. And so what you see here is just new spending over the next 5 years. And while the bulk of the money in this green tile here on the far left is going to things that we might not consider sustainable, so roads, highways, the reason that I'm focusing on the IJA today is because a lot of the funding is actually aimed at sustainable, climate-friendly type infrastructure. So, for example, the IJA is making the largest federal investment in public transit in history. It is making the largest federal investment in passenger rail since the creation of Amtrak. It's making the first ever federal investment in clean energy transmission lines and in electric vehicle infrastructure. And it's also making the largest federal investment in resiliency, which we heard about this morning, in US history. So some more details on the transportation side. We are spending, or the IJA will spend nearly $8 billion to build out a national EV charging network to hopefully encourage and spur our domestic electric vehicle industry. The EV market in the US is actually only a third the size of the market in China right now. There's some more details on this slide about other efforts within the IJA to speed decarbonization, electrification within the transportation network more generally. On the transit side, again, largest federal investment in public transit in history. Hopefully some of this funding is what gets the Gateway Tunnel, for example, rolling here in New York. Probably, I know like Lori, maybe some others of you, I rode through the tunnels this morning with my eyes closed and my fingers crossed. But it seems like that project will move forward, among others that have been given high priority by the Department of Transportation. Again, the IJA is the largest investment in resiliency in US history, over $50 billion. But why does resiliency matter in the context of climate change and sustainability? In 2021, there were 22 extreme weather-related events in the US that each individually cost over $1 billion in property damage for a total tab of $100 billion. So these investments that you see here in FEMA, in the US Army Corps of Engineers, in Richard's favorite organization, NOAA, are aimed at addressing impacts of climate change. So things like droughts, flooding, forest fires, hurricane damage, etc. On the environment and energy side, power outages actually cost the US over $70 billion a year. This topic took center stage a few years ago, or a couple years ago in Texas when the grid went down there. The IJA is going to invest $75 billion in clean energy and upgrading transmission lines. I just saw an article this morning in some newsletter talking about the heat waves that are happening in the Midwest, where the power grid there is getting stressed. So there's a bit more detail on this slide about where the money is going in terms of grid resilience, research and development for clean power, again, advanced transmission and distribution, and also investment in demonstration projects and research hubs for clean technology like carbon capture, clean hydrogen power, etc. This slide has some detail on carbon capture, essentially sucking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. But I want to draw your attention to this bullet here, this CIFIA program. This matches up with existing subsidized federal loan programs that are pervasive in transportation and water and in rail. So if you're in this space, you'll hear things like TIFIA, WIFIA, RIF. And it's important because, and I'm going to get to this in a second, this is an example of how the IJA is encouraging the private sector to invest in these types of infrastructure assets. And then I'm not an expert on hydrogen by any stretch of the imagination, but these are just some details here on what the Department of Energy is trying to do to encourage hydrogen power. And I think, and I should have looked at this before I came today, but I think they're close to announcing where these hubs are going to take place. It's something that AECON's been involved in. So that might be worth keeping an eye on moving forward. All right, you're still with me? Last section, I'm going to try and tie it all together. Why do I think private finance will need to marry up with the public sector to produce the sustainable 21st century infrastructure that we need? Well, first, how does private finance typically get involved in developing public infrastructure? It is usually through what is called a public-private partnership, or P3, which is essentially a long-term concession agreement that a public agency will grant to a private sector consortium, which is usually through what's called the DBFOM contract, design, build, finance, operate, maintain. And it entitles the private sector consortium to collect the revenue that is generated by that infrastructure asset during the course of the concession. And although P3s have sort of taken a while to mature as a delivery model in the US, they've actually been around since the Revolutionary War era. The first P3 was in the Philadelphia area, and it was a toll road that was literally a turnpike. You would pay your toll, and the pikes, which were those like medieval things, would go up, and then you would go through. So that is the origin of the word turnpike. So yes, they started out in transportation, but we're increasingly seeing them in the water wastewater market sector, government buildings, broadband, energy, power. And just as a quick aside, this image is the new Goethals Bridge, I can never pronounce it correctly, even though I'm from New Jersey, which opened in 2016 and was the first P3 that the Port Authority here procured in its history. So 37 states now have legislation that allows them to procure P3s, up from 25 states in 2017. So the market, like I said, it's taken a while to get going, but it's happening. So why am I talking about P3s in the context of sustainable infrastructure and the IJA? There are some good reasons, and they are on this slide. First, the IJA is not stimulus. It was a deliberate policy choice to give state and local governments a time horizon, 5 years, to line up projects, organize financing, and really try and leverage the money that the federal government is investing in infrastructure with private capital in order to create more projects. Second, private capital can help bridge the funding gap, that $2.6 trillion funding gap I mentioned earlier. Even with the IJA, that funding gap exists and has only gotten worse over the last 2 months, thanks to what's going on in the inflation, with the inflation that is out there, you know, killing all of us at the gas pump. P3s also leverage the expertise of the private sector. What public agency out there right now has the expertise to develop and deploy an EV charging network or a carbon capture system or a hydrogen power network? It's just not there yet. And it is those types of asset classes that have the potential to generate revenue, which is the critical point. If those assets generate revenue, then the revenue can be used to pay back the financing that the private sector is bringing to the table to develop the project in the first place. And this is really the essence of the project finance P3 model, and why I think these types of sustainable infrastructure assets will ultimately be really good fits, be a really good fit for P3s. And then finally, the ability of the public sector to transfer the risk of developing these new and in some cases unproven technologies to the private sector in a P3 model really helps address political risk and selling the public on these projects. If they know as the taxpayer, they ultimately won't be on the hook if something goes sideways. It's the investors that are going to be left holding the bag. There are also some specific provisions in the IJA that are these last 5 bullets that were put in there specifically for these reasons to encourage P3s, attract private capital. And so you can see them on screen. I'm not going to read through them. So it all sounds great, right? What's the catch to the P3 project finance world? This is a deliberately eye chart-ish slide to show you that these transactions are extremely complicated. Again, they involve a high degree of risk transfer from the public sector to the private sector that is in most cases amplified by the presence of private capital. In a typical project finance transaction, it is not uncommon to see upwards of 15 parties and 40 different contracts. And they present lots of different risks. So political risks, like I mentioned earlier, the LaGuardia Air Train was going to be a P3 and is a great example of how new administration comes in out of the blue, kills a project. Financial risks, we talked about inflation, the government's funding priorities may change. And then demand risk. Will enough people use the toll road or the air train system or sign up for this clean power source to meet the revenue expectations that are in the project's financial model? But there are also traditional project development, design, construction, and operational risks, including technical risks, technological risks, from implementing new technologies that apply in every delivery model, not just the P3. And I think are important to discuss for any owner that is, again, looking to implement new technology, green technology, sustainable technologies and materials, regardless of what the asset class is. And so to dig into that topic in a bit more detail, Nicole, I'm going to hand it over to you, and then we're going to come back and Richard's going to probe us with some questions. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with the slides, Richard.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
I would share my screen, but I can't until someone stops sharing. So maybe the AV folks can help me with that.
Got it.
Got it. Great. Okay, can someone give me a thumbs up if we can see this?
We can see it.
Great. Great. Okay. Thanks so much, Steve. I appreciate that kind of context. And public-private partnerships are something we have here in Washington State. And I believe, but don't quote me on this, that Pikes Market is what would qualify as a public-private partnership, one of our most famous tourist attractions here. So, yeah, as Steve mentioned, I'm gonna take things probably at a bit of a 10,000, maybe even 30,000 foot level. But by way of quick intro, I know we did a bit of intros here, but I think it's important to get a sense of my background. And I know that's a little bit difficult, me being here virtually, so hopefully this works out okay. But I'm a lawyer. I practiced construction litigation. I was really interested in hearing from the other folks on the panel before us, and got to work on some pretty big cases here in Seattle. But I also am very involved in the design side. So I'm on the board of AIA Seattle and an honorary AIA member for making some of those connections with the legal community. And I also teach a sustainable development class here at the University of Washington. And so kind of try to have a perspective in all those owner, developer, contractor, and designer lenses, I guess, as I kind of approach this work. And a couple years ago, I retired from practicing law and launched my own sustainability consulting company. So that's just kind of the perspective that I bring to these issues, having litigated construction cases for a long time and then now really focusing on working with project teams to create really deeply sustainable outcomes. We have a very interesting market here in Seattle. I guess that's kind of one way to put it. Some very deep green projects and a pretty highly educated, I think, group of folks on the design, owner, and contractor side who really can speak at a high level with respect to sustainability. So it's a really interesting place to practice and to work in sustainability consulting. So I just offer that a little bit of context to kind of get a sense of how I approach these issues and risk. And so a lot of what I do is bring kind of that legal and risk management lens to sustainability consulting. So it's something I think a lot about. It's something I do a lot of advocating around and educating about, both in the academic and the kind of professional context. So one thing that I think is important, and again, I'm going to go pretty 10,000, 30,000 foot level about risk here and just kind of take a big step back. So one thing I think is important that a lot of people here are probably pretty well aware of, but is that sustainability has definitely evolved. We've started kind of talking about resource conservation. I think of it as these kind of bubbles that I have here on the screen. You could make concentric circles or however you wanted to think about it. But, green was really, how do we save energy and water? And those are super important aspects still, but we're really expanding to think about the resilience, some of the themes that Steve touched on. I live in a seismic zone. We are highly exposed to wildfire risk and all sorts of other things. And so we think a lot about how do we create resilient projects from a physical risk standpoint, but also transition risks and all the other things we're facing. And also really expanded to talk about healthy buildings and healthy spaces. Even 5 years ago, I would have been the person who said, healthy buildings that's cute. But now they are really, really market driven, and tenants are looking for them, especially in our market here in Seattle. And I am a well AP and faculty and deeply embedded in that standard. And it's really something that folks are looking for. So I think we're seeing sustainable building expand to really mean healthy and then more equitable spaces. We obviously are probably pretty well versed in the inequities associated with development. And so I've seen sustainability really encompass all of these kind of aspects that I have in these bubbles on the screen. So I think it's important to share that just to kind of set table stakes or just remind folks of how far we've come and the work we have to do as well. So a lot of what I do, being both a lawyer and sustainability consultant, or kind of making that transition, is challenging folks to reframe risk. I like to say it's just not what it used to be. And I think, as lawyers, we're kind of managing risk or thinking about it. There's a lot of talk about liability and who's going to pay for what in the previous panels, and those are very important conversations, and they're just getting kind of bigger and thornier. But you wouldn't believe the number of people that I talk to who don't adequately account for climate change risk, the largest, most inequitable risk that we're all going to face. So I'd like to just kind of keep bringing that to the forefront. How do we think about risk? How do we think about the risks of a rapidly changing climate? How do those impact the profession, as well as the advice we give to our clients? And I would argue we're getting close to ethical obligations evolving to the point of talking about climate risk, but maybe that's for another day. And I was teasing Steve that I actually used several articles that he wrote years ago because I think they're still very relevant with respect to green building and some of the legal issues. So appreciate the opportunity to kind of share this space. But looking back on some of those issues, when sustainability first hit the legal community with LEED, there was this concern that there's going to be all this green litigation and kind of this list of issues that I have. I guess that would be on the left side for you all. And those are issues, and I think we're pretty versed at accounting for those, managing contractual issues, understanding regulatory framework to the best we can. But what I'm seeing more and more of are the kind of real risks on the right-hand side, increasingly regulated space. Steve just did a great job of kind of walking us through that, and other panelists. We're really seeing this patchwork of sustainability as all the states, counties, local jurisdictions, federal government kind of race to figure out how to manage climate risk. And it's turned into this patchwork, and that's difficult to manage for some of our owners. And the market demands are quickly evolving. I think we're all kind of well aware. We're building a project, we're planning, might actually be finished 5 years from when we first start talking about it, if we're lucky. And what's the market going to look like then? What are those tenants going to be wanting? What's the regulatory landscape going to look like? So I appreciate some of the comments in the leasing panel before this, folks who were talking about kind of anticipating some of those future risks. And something that I think a lot about again, with respect to healthy buildings, which is an ever increasing part of my work, is the volume of research that really demonstrates just not only the negative environmental impacts of our buildings, but the negative impacts on the humans that inhabit those spaces. And that, I think, presents some real risk to folks who ignore it, to owners who don't pay attention to that research. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we're seeing new tools and strategies that are like free and no cost or free and low cost, sorry, that's the same thing, coming out. And again, it's failing to use those that I think presents risk. We've got the EC3 tool here at the University of Washington. That's our embodied carbon and construction calculator, I think is what it actually stands for, and other competing products. So as these tools come out that are no cost, I think folks who don't pay attention to them are actually exposing themselves to risk. So there's a kind of real liability for laggards, I guess, is kind of one way to think about it. So I try to stay in the right-hand column of this slide when I'm thinking about risks or talking to clients about risk or advocating for more sustainable spaces. And I give this example. I will admit it's a little bit cheeky and I don't know how it comes off because I'm not actually in the room. But when I was practicing construction law, and I've seen, most of our construction and design claims, I would argue, are really grounded in traditional claims that the industries are well able to manage. And so there's really not this new risk of how do we build sustainably. It's more, how can we think about historical lessons from the past and how can we apply those to the future? This example is actually a picture I took outside the Coliseum. What you can see kind of in the middle there is one of the first examples of steam running through the floors. So it's an early example of radiant floor heating. And so I use this again as kind of a deliberately cheeky example of when radiant floor heating became new, it was going to present all these risks. It's been around for a really long time. So this just kind of, I hope, gives some perhaps light context to how do we think about these risks that we've always managed, how do we stop focusing on these risks that we really know how to manage and start thinking about and advocating for maybe some of these evolving risks where we can really make a difference with respect to climate change, and how can the legal community support that? So some key questions I ask or try to ask my clients or the teams that I'm working with about risk: where is it, and are we putting it in the appropriate context? You'll find, or I've found in my work, a lot of people say, "Oh, that's too risky." And if you just push back a little bit and say, "Okay, where is the risk? What is the risk that we're talking about? Let's name it." It really helps, I think, drill down on some of the misconceived or not really based in reality risks, and we can really focus on the ones that are presenting problems to potential teams and projects. And are we placing in the appropriate context? Again, is the risk that we're thinking about something like climate change, which is always running in the background, and we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. We have lots of models, lots of ways we can predict things, but are we placing that risk in the appropriate context, the context of an irrelevant project, for example? If you're not incorporating healthy building strategies at this point, at least some baseline ones, I would argue your project is going to be irrelevant in a couple of years. And so these two questions I'm always asking clients and challenging myself with: what's the risk, and are we putting in the appropriate context? So I offer those as two examples for all of you to think about, and two more examples of kind of like flush that out. So again, I do a lot of teaching and educating about how to think about risk. So one way that I think about it is, for example, as the research demonstrating the negative impacts of traditional buildings, we'll say those that do not employ healthy building strategies, increases, right? So as that research increases, which we're seeing largely come from Harvard School of Public Health, so does the liability, I would argue, for failing to do better, right? It's this kind of domino effect. And that research is piling up and piling up and piling up. That's a real risk, I think, in this kind of moment, and as we're looking to projects to maintain their relevance and value for the next couple of years. Similarly, just another way to look at kind of the same thing I just said is this kind of teetering scale, right? There is safety in the status quo, and generally speaking, as humans, we don't like friction. So staying in the status quo of building and designing the way we always have is based on a lot of assumptions. And as we kind of see the research pile up again, I think it really tips towards potential liability for failing to pay attention to it, failing to understand the negative impacts of traditional buildings on human health and wellness, and just how disproportionate those impacts are as well. So these are just two ways that I've kind of developed to think about the risks associated with traditional healthy buildings. You could apply it to new technologies, pursuing new incentives, and all kinds of different ways to think about sustainability. So hopefully that helps each of you when you're thinking about these things in your own work. And then I want to offer two kind of case studies about risks or new kind of ideas, materials, and things like that. So I was pretty involved with the Materials Matter series with the American Institute of Architects. I was launched here in Seattle and then went to other cities. For those of you who aren't familiar, the issue really was that as EPDs and HPDs, which are environmental product declarations and health product declarations, essentially oversimplifying the issue, it's a nutrition label for building products from flooring to paints to basically anything else. So these became really prevalent in the industry, largely driven by the Living Building Challenge. And there was a concern from the design community. Again, I'm oversimplifying the issues for purposes of our time here and to not bore you to tears. But that there would be some liability around designers actually getting this information, right? So they've never had it before. And then if an EPD discloses or an HPD discloses some thing that's in the product that has known negative health impacts on the humans that are going to be installing that and using that space, and they specify it anyway, is there liability for the designer? Again, I'm completely simplifying this and it probably says that more articulately on the slide, but that was the concern with these new information. The interesting thing is that architects were using the same, the products hadn't really changed. They've changed and it's been driven by this movement to have transparency with respect to products. But a bunch of folks at AIA and lawyers and other stakeholders got involved and really assessed this issue. And I've cited to the research paper that's on the bottom here. And the basic result was, after a lot of looking at this, this is really a manageable risk based on a natural evolution of the industry. And we can leverage the tools we've used for a very long time in the design, construction, and development industries of insurance, contracts, and my favorite, clear communication, to manage this type of risk. We should definitely continue with healthy building materials, improving the health of those materials, removing toxins. It's not a big deal. So this is kind of a case study I offer with respect to how do we think about what might be like a new risk, like all of a sudden getting more information about a building product and going, oh, is this going to create liability for me? And instead saying, let's look at this as an opportunity to drive change in the industry, use the tools that we've used for decades to manage that risk, maybe just be a little clearer in our communication and a little bit stronger in our advocacy and move on. And so that's kind of one example I offer as a way as how risk was managed. And it really wasn't a big deal, but it did cause a lot of stress. And there was real opportunities that came out of this as well. I think this is a great example. We have the Bullitt Center here in Seattle. It was the world's greenest commercial office building at some time. I think it's probably been surpassed. It was definitely a keystone project and I would say a source of pride for us here. Dennis Hayes is the executive director of the Bullitt Foundation. This is their home office and their project. And this came from a Price Waterhouse and Urban Land Institute report where Dennis was basically saying, you know, this window manufacturer, Prosoco, that he's identifying here, was the company that actually took the phthalates out of the windows so that they could be used in the Bullitt Center. And I will tell you, Prosoco got a lot of marketing and positive press for this. And so I think instead of this risk of, oh no, what are we going to do? It really drove change in the industry, and companies like Prosoco, I'm just using this as one example. There were many other brands and products that were put in this project that actually saw this as a leadership opportunity, took some of the toxic materials out of their products in response to this request for transparency, and got a ton of press. And so I think there's real opportunities in sustainability, and that's just one of them that I offer, which I think is kind of interesting. So my second example, focusing on twos here today to kind of keep things on track, is when we think about risk, is the demand for healthy buildings. And like I said, you know, maybe 5 years ago, I don't think we had the data really to back up really the business case for healthier building strategies. And now I very much think that we do. And I use this one slide that is from the International Well Buildings Institute, the folks who developed the Well Building Standard. And it kind of, oversimplifying again, shows the square footage that they have certified under their various systems. And this is probably dated at this point because it ends in 2021, but definite hockey stick there. Obviously, in part driven by COVID, but this is a real business and market opportunity. I think we've actually seen more well projects on the East Coast than we have here on the West Coast. But it's one of those things where I think the risk of ignoring this type of market trend is actually higher than what many people who I run into will say, which is like, well, we don't know well, we don't understand it, why would we use it? And well is just one example. There's Fitwell, there's many other ways to look at things where you can just build a healthier building and not certify. I'm just kind of offering this as one example. But I think, and in my experience, there's real risk in missing some of these market trends. So hopefully those two examples kind of helps convince you. But if we want to kind of summarize, what's the context? What are the costs and the benefits? As humans, we overvalue certain risks and we ignore or undervalue others. And I think it takes us in the legal community kind of taking a closer look at our own confirmation bias towards what we've always done and say, well, maybe maybe our clients are missing market opportunities. And I know folks are talking about ESG today, and that definitely dovetails with a lot of the issues that I'm talking about here. ESG is driving, completely changing every industry. Or folks saying it's too expensive. We've seen the cost of sustainable materials come way down. We've seen other materials costs go way up. I think this idea is really oversimplifying and not looking at the long-term risks, because we are going to see more and more projects, I think, be very irrelevant and a reduced asset value if they fail to get on board with some of these longer-term trends. I could nerd out about healthy buildings and all the aspects, but we don't have time for that. So I'm an advocate. And so I think I always kind of close with, there's a real opportunity, I think, for the legal profession to take a leadership role in this space. And it is bordering on an ethical obligation, I think, as we see climate change really come to the forefront. And particularly as we're aware of the disproportionate impacts of climate change. So I throw that last slide in there, and maybe I'll just pause there. I think I'm doing okay on time, and let Steve maybe jump back in. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thanks, Nicole. Maybe, oh, there you are. I was just gonna sort of jump on the last slide about, legal taking a leadership role, especially in the project finance, P3 world. In my experience, and I think others would say, the financiers they're just looking at a spreadsheet, right? They're looking at numbers, whereas the attorney, whether you're representing the designer, the design builder, the special purpose entity that is formed for purposes of developing the project, you're looking at everything, right? You're looking at the legal issues, the enabling legislation. Can we even do this? And so I do think there is an opportunity for legal to, when you're sort of at the center of that, the nexus, as it were, of that network of contracts, to really have an outsized impact on developing these projects. So I think that was a good slide to kind of, I know this is sort of awkward. I'm like,
No, I appreciate you.
I need to focus tonight.
So I've got a question for both of you. So if PPP moves the risk to the private sector, and you both spoke about this concept, and Nicole mentioned in one of her slides the potential availability of insurance for the protection of either the design professional or the builder. Is there enough protection out there now for the untested materials that if we're doing, a public-private partnership and we're doing an infrastructure project, for that the private sector participant to be covered? In other words, there's
No.
a risk, right? No is the answer. So
Well, maybe let Nicole jump in, but I'll give you, in my world, we buy project specific insurance, whether we're at the design builder level or the designer level, to cover off either, our professional liability, which could cover, a whole host of things. And we're working on essentially an airport P3 in the New York area, where the owner wants $25 million in project specific coverage, and the premium, or maybe I'm screwing it up, maybe they want 10 million, the premium is 3 million. So it's sort of like, why would you even buy it? And it's been a market that has been crushed by claims, not necessarily on green projects, but just on, sort of run of the mill projects. so that is an issue. You know, like how does a project specific market sort of evolve, you know, if we're gonna have more of these types of projects, because it's not in a good place right now.
So Nicole, how do you get around that? How do you, you know, you said, let's manage the risk and let's figure out how, our, you know, clients can actually, you know, get to yes. That's, you know, our job, I think, hopefully is making, being deal makers rather than deal breakers.
Exactly. Yeah, I would rely on insurance very last and focus instead on contracts and first clear communication. I know it sounds like I'd love to say I had something more like technical or complicated or this like matrix that I could use, but you know what we saw with respect to the Materials Matter series, that it was a lot of communication that really dissolved that risk. It was, you know, learning more about materials, talking to the owners so they could understand the potential risks, so they could understand the risk of putting people in these spaces that are full of phthalates now that we know that, right? And there's a difference between legal claims and causation, and I understand that, but nobody wants a bad PR moment either, right? We're managing those things for our clients too. And so I think insurance, even though those were the three tactics that the Materials Matter series eventually came up with, a lot of that was also, you know, clarifying what does insurance cover in these contexts and what does it not cover, so that everybody has an understanding of like what happens if these things do go sideways. And I haven't seen many of them go sideways. And I think materials and material health is a booming industry and real opportunity more than risk, and particularly when it comes to dovetailing with things like embodied carbon. Carbon's going to get really expensive really quickly here, and you know, if a healthier material is one that has also reduced carbon, I think that you're reducing your overall risk there too. So I don't know if that was too long of an answer to what you're looking for, but I think clear communication, talking to owners in all project teams, also making sure the right products are actually installed, and you know, managing that through contractual mechanisms that are just clear, not necessarily forcing liability on one party or the other, but just saying, hey, this is what happens if this goes wrong, are more appropriate ways to manage those evolving risks.
And I think also, you know, I was sort of, you know, cheerleading about new technologies, hydrogen, carbon capture, but I think the reality is, and I was dialed into some infrastructure investors forum earlier this year where someone was on the panel from one of the big banks or pension funds and was saying, yeah, you know, we have a lot of money and we want to invest it in clean tech, but we don't trust the technology yet. And until somebody, you know, proves that it works, we're just going to sort of be on the sideline here. And, you know, on the one hand, I think the infrastructure bill could be good in that if it, you know, puts money into R&D, demonstration projects, you know, the technology works, then maybe we're onto something. But, you know, a company like AECOM, when we're working or we're pursuing a project, you know, if the technology, especially if we're sitting in that design builder box and there's a, you know, a process component to our work, and the owner wants a specific type of process, so like in a wastewater treatment plant, let's say, or you know, a drinking water facility where they're going to, you know, treat the water with a certain process. If we're being asked to, you know, to design something or implement something that has not been tested or that we don't have any experience with, like we don't want to touch it. So, you know, like we're sort of where do we go from here, right? It's a chicken, did I say chicken or an egg problem? It's a chicken, but it is. Yeah.
All right, so last time we didn't have an opportunity for attendees to ask a question. So why don't we open it up to the floor?
Hi. Really enjoyed the presentation, honestly, and I think this notion of civic investing by the private sector really seems to be the best way I've heard to circumvent a Congress that's gridlocked to tackle these issues. And so my question is, while I was watching this, I was sort of thinking about opportunity zones and those tax incentives behind that. Are there any, I don't know, piece of legislation in place that sort of use those same tax schemes and apply it to this type of investing where, I don't know, if you put it into something like this, then you get some massive tax benefit down the line?
Did you read the book on opportunity zones? I forget who wrote it.
I bought it, haven't read it yet.
It's very good. You would think I would have retained, because I read it at the end of last year. You would think I would have retained more from it. It's really good. It reads like a novel. I don't know is the answer. I mean, I'm sure there within the IJA, there are probably, you know, any number of either tax credits or, you know, incentives that, you know, would apply in that scenario. I mean, my recollection of the takeaway from that book about OZs is that you can fit a lot of things within, you know, within the rubric of that legislation. But I don't have a great answer to your question, other than it was a good book. You should read it.
Thank you.
I apologize. I don't have an answer either. I'm not a tax person. Stay away from that.
John, do we have any online questions?
Yeah, Nicole, your first slide, I can't get it out of my head. The sustainability and the equitability never intersected.
Was that on purpose or was that just a fault in the graphic?
I'm sorry. Couldn't catch all of what you said. Could you say that again?
The first slide,
Mm-hmm.
the sustainability circle never intersected with the equitable circle. Was that on purpose?
No. Thanks for asking that question. What I'm trying to represent there is how sustainability has expanded to encompass all of those 4 bubbles that I had there. So equity, health and wellness, and resilience. So I appreciate you asking that clarification. I think you cannot pull sustainability apart from equity, that we need to have those conversations together, particularly, as I said, given the disproportionate impacts of climate change, which hits minority and marginalized communities first and hardest. So thank you for asking that clarifying question, but the intent there is to say that sustainability encompasses all those kind of different aspects and arguably more, right? It's changing and evolving. And so I think it's important to talk about all of those. And I'm always challenged as a practitioner to make sure that I'm saying, you know, I was just saying this and with multiple clients throughout the week of how do we take an equity lens to this work? What are we not thinking about? What other consultants do we need to bring in? And how do we carry on those themes? So thanks for asking that question, but that's just me not being a graphic designer.
We should have, or I should have mentioned in the bit about the IJA is Justice 40, which some of you may know is an executive order that President Biden signed, I think last year, that says 40% of all federal, and it may be beyond transportation spend, but 40% of whatever the federal government spends must go to disadvantaged communities as defined in a prior executive order that they're currently modifying. So if you're working in this space, the Justice 40 initiative, you'll come across it, and that's you know, a Biden priority. So there is a connection here.
Okay, that's about all the time we have for this session. I'd like to thank our panelists. And the next session will begin at 2:45.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. Take care.
Hey, Debbie, how are you? Actually, I'm gonna get Sorry, give me a. I'm gonna go sit there. That way, when someone gets a report at the executive,
Our session is about to begin. Will the panelists please come to the front?
Pardon me? Yes. It is what it is.
How are you? Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Our Degrees of Sustainability panel is going to begin. And as we've been doing it for most of my panels, I'm going to let each of the speakers introduce themselves. So I'm going to start with David.
Good afternoon. My name is David Briggs. I am the principal of Loci Architecture in New York City. I am also the co-founder and executive director of Gowanus by Design, a nonprofit looking at sustainable urban planning strategies in the Gowanus neighborhood, which was just rezoned.
I am Bruce Glazer, a lifelong native New Yorker, trained as an architect. Spent most of my career at a large architecture firm in a sustainability leadership position, and started a small consultancy called Leap Step several years ago, which focuses on sustainability in the built environment.
Yatza Frank with the Building Energy Exchange. We're a nonprofit here in New York. We have a resource center in Manhattan focused entirely on improving the performance of buildings. We do a ton of education, we have exhibits on energy efficiency in buildings, we develop resources, etc. I'm an architect by background. Spent about half of my 25 years in a similar seat to Breeze, like being the green cheerleader at a variety of firms, and belittling myself, not Breeze. And
No,
and,
I remember those days.
yeah. But have been in this nonprofit space in leadership positions for about 15 years or so.
Hi, everyone. Bill McCracken. I'm a partner at Ganfer Shore, Lees and Zouderer, which is a boutique firm in Midtown Manhattan focusing on commercial litigation and real property. And we have a sort of history and heritage representing co-ops and condos. We probably represent about 150 co-ops and condos. And so I have taken on the role of being the head cheerleader for Climate Mobilization Act, education and cheerleading, and trying to educate my buildings about those issues. I'm also involved in the New York State Bar, the co-chair of the Climate Change Committee of the Real Property section. So glad to be here.
Okay, so we'll begin with the first question. Many of us are aware that local laws now require compliance with sustainability benchmarks, which we've been hearing from almost every panel. But is compliance with law the only motivating factor in becoming more sustainable? And I'll start with you, David.
Well, the short answer is no. There are many voluntary certifications one could pursue. It's important that when you do pursue those voluntary certifications that you don't forget, or your client doesn't forget, that they still have to comply with the local laws. They are the laws. Do you want me to go through the list, or? There's LEED, there's Passive House, there's the Living Building Challenge, it's Golden Globes, there's Fitwell. So there are many voluntary certifications that a property owner can pursue, and it really depends on what their motivation is to attract better tenants or more tenants and to stay competitive in the market.
I'm happy. Go ahead. Why don't we just go down?
Yeah, makes it easy. You know, for probably about 15 or 20 years now, there's always been a subset of building owners who pursue sustainability, whatever that means for them, due to some regulatory requirement in their given city. Let's say LEED Silver is a requirement, perhaps they're on a campus. But I'd say in the last 10 years or so, we're kind of moving away from I did it because it was required, and why a building owner decides to pursue sustainability go past perhaps the LEED minimum. It's quite diverse. For some, it's about high release rates. We were talking to a building owner down in DC not long ago, want to build 1,000 units, make it beyond just LEED net zero. Why? Well, one, they'll be able to sell those apartments for a lot more money, and two, they're going to be owning it for 20 years. And so their operational costs will go down over time. And so it's just been amazing to see that kind of math change over time as the cost of doing these types of buildings goes down to close to parity, whereas the long-term benefits, which always did exist, become that much greater because that investment cost has started to shrink. And so we're really starting to see it just kind of go everywhere.
I would just add to that that I totally agree with Breeze, and you know that's the sort of he's given a kind of residential sector example, and on the sort of office side, you see essentially similar profit motives, but they're mostly related to corporate tenants being able to crow about their environmental commitments within their ESG reporting that is now becoming more and more part of kind of corporate standard practice. It's also largely about retaining and attracting talent to those firms. So people want to work at places that have demonstrated a really firm environmental commitment. I expect that you see a lot of that in the legal world as well. And it's no different in almost every sector of the economy. This is a huge motivator for folks. The reason that most corporate folks have LEED requirements within their building selection process is largely because of this notion of demonstrating that commitment to their potential employees. So that's a big part.
I would say for my clients, it's a little bit different because I am in multifamily residential built co-ops and condos. And so I don't have many of my clients focusing on certification issues so much, although they are incorporating particular, passive house concepts or whatever. But the Climate Mobilization Act, going back to your original question, Richard, I think it like gets thrown in with a matrix of things that my clients are really concerned about. The Surfside collapse in Florida was a huge thing to focus my client's attention on. I mean, they were sort of motivated by their fiduciary duties and, doing the right thing for their community, like defined as their building. So the Surfside collapse really focused people's minds on thinking about how to physically sustain their buildings. Hurricane Sandy was a big thing because a lot of our buildings suffered, outages, and we saw how vulnerable the building's infrastructure was. The fact that so many of our buildings, co-ops and condos in Manhattan and Brooklyn, they're built overwhelmingly in the 20s and 30s. We have 100-year-old pipes. And so things like Local Law 152 coming in, that's also sort of let's focus their attention on the fact that these buildings don't stand up on their own and don't function on their own. And you have to give some attention to that. And so all those things contribute to their motivating factors. And I think that once you get off the schneid with these projects, because it's very difficult, and we can talk about that, and multifamily buildings, they do have a logic of their own. And it doesn't become so much about compliance with law as like getting the best thing you can do within the parameters of your authority and your mandate inside your building.
So, and I'm asking this to anyone or all of you on the panel. So were there property owners, either commercial or multifamily, that actually started this sustainability endeavor before we dealt with the Climate Mobilization Act, or even before the 2009 local laws requiring the benchmarking, metering, monitoring, retrofitting of lighting? In other words, were there other motivating factors that are out there now and were out there that increased the sustainability drive?
An interesting conversation we were part of just recently was with Wells Fargo, and the issue of retainment of good staff and actually getting young people who want to work in an office for them is a hard task these days. And so they're seeing sustainability as a means to actually both retain folks, but also to be able to convince them maybe you don't want to work at home all the time. How can we design the office so perhaps you leave at the end of every day healthier and perhaps living a more sustainable life than when you arrived in the morning? And so that's been pretty interesting to see.
I think the one example that comes to mind is the Durst family at 1 Bryant Park. I believe that predates 2009. It's a platinum building, LEED Platinum, which is the highest certification level for LEED. They made it part of their mission to create properties that were more energy efficient, more sustainable, and attracted tenants who shared that mission.
So really, it's a great example, and obviously one of the kind of highlights in New York. And of course, predating, that is all the work at places like Battery Park City, the Solaire building and stuff. So it's the first residential building in the United States. So there's been a lot of activity in New York, but we're seeing the industry also be in like major flux as well, right? Because Durst is about to get a major fine from Local Law 97 for their LEED Platinum Tower, which I feel for them on some level, definitely. But also it just speaks to how the goalposts are kind of changing for the community. And I think one way to kind of mitigate that risk is to sort of follow the science rather than follow regulations or certifications or these other standards. And that will help you. If you follow the science, presumably that's what the regulations will follow. So if you try to figure out what keeping your contribution to keeping us under the 1.5 degree limit globally is, then you're probably have a better chance of not being caught out by future regulations, which also are going to increase in terms of speed. So as the urgency around climate change accelerates, the urgency around regulations is going to accelerate. We're not going to have any more the sort of old days where we heard about a new code that was coming 7 years down the line and we had all that time to prepare ourselves. That's, we're, Local Law 97, still haven't hit the first threshold, which is pretty light. The real one is 2030 and then beyond. People are already freaking out about that. That pace is going to accelerate. So it behooves us all to kind of be in a good position to be prepared for all of that change.
Yeah, and I would just add that the regulations do follow the science, and they also follow an incredible amount of hard work to get those things in place. So it's not like Climate Mobilization Act came out of the sky in 2019 or the benchmarking law came out in 2009. It was the result of years and years of efforts at the granular level by experts like this, sort of pushing forward the conversation and the science and pilot projects and everything else to sort of get legislators' attention to show them that this was feasible to do. So it definitely wasn't, that stuff wasn't driven by compliance, just the opposite,
And I guess the retrofitting that many of us are familiar with has to do with system upgrades. But what are the other things that property owners are doing commercial, but also, and Bill, I'll ask you this question in the multifamily sector. What they're doing to try to comply with local law 97, but also to become more sustainable. And you know, part of the answer could be that, and we heard from a panelist earlier today, that there are still a bunch of buildings that have fluorescent bulbs, hard to imagine, not LED bulbs, but it could be the lowest hanging fruit of the LED bulbs, which when I first installed LED bulbs, they were, it still was probably $2 or $3 per bulb when I bought them, but it was a 3-month return on investment. And after 3 months, they paid for themselves. And now, I don't think you can buy fluorescent bulbs anymore, but when the fluorescent bulbs were still being sold, they were a parity with the LED bulbs. So what are property owners doing to get there?
I'll just jump in because I'm this kind of geek. The first LED bulb I bought cost $65.
Oh my God.
And it's still running 10 years later in my study. But you know, the cost has come down.
Thank God for the geekness.
Well, okay. I mean, what my buildings are doing, and again, I represent the whole gamut of buildings, but it ranges from just still trying to get their attention and explaining to them what the Climate Mobilization Act is and that it's already too late for them and they're going to face huge fines and that sort of conversation. But I was on a call right before today where the building, this building has installed cozies on all their, inside their air conditioners. They're going to replace their air conditioners with air source heat pumps. We're measuring our wastewater to try and figure out how to, do wastewater recovery. Everything you can think of, because these things when you do get a mandate from your building and you do have authority to explore it, you do have enthusiasm on the board and some level of expertise, you can go very far with these buildings. There's so much low-hanging fruit in these multifamily buildings. I mean, in some ways they're easier to retrofit than newer construction, but you had to have a sort of magical confluence of things. You have to have the motivation, the expertise, the backing from your building, because that's very important. Because in many buildings in the city, they really don't care about this stuff. They don't know about it. They'd rather replace the lobby, put in marble on the in front of the elevator, things like that. They don't want to know about sustainability because that's not how they think about their apartments. They think about them as investments or places to look nice. And so it really depends on your building, but it's our job as advisors and frankly advocates for avoiding the worst to focus on this stuff. And so sometimes it's very easy to get their attention, sometimes it's very hard.
So sorry to belabor this, but on the multifamily area, and we heard Breeze mention that Wells is concerned about employees and that they want to work in a sustainable building. Don't the condo and co-op owners out there, some of them at least, understand that the more sustainable they are, then the appraised value of either their shares or their units might increase as a result, or they don't focus on that?
I mean, some do, Richard, but I was talking to a condo yesterday, and condos are a real problem. It's not a surprise at all that Surfside was a condo that collapsed because, and you and I have talked about this, in order to do anything in a condo, you need supermajority approval from your unit owners. And many condos in the city, you have absentee unit owners, and you can't get them to agree to do anything. I mean, you couldn't get them to agree that the sky is blue. Because they're just not going to respond. They don't care. It's a pure investment for them. And you would think as an investment, whatever, but it's not, they don't focus on it. So it's very difficult to get their attention. So even if you have a hardcore of people in the building or on your board, you can only go as far as your owner operators allow you to, right? Your shareholders and your unit owners. And lots of buildings, it's very difficult.
I sort of suspect that in the condo space and in really every area of real estate on some level, the change that we'll have to see is that people start to understand climate adaptation and mitigation as risk mitigation, as opposed to, I think in a lot of people's heads, it's a kind of like, this is a thing I should be doing for the good of my community or my own environmental commitment. And those have been drivers for lots of people. But at the end of the day, what that really is a layer in a stack of risk mitigation that all real estate owners, whether they're co-op or not, have to sort of embrace, have to understand. I think co-ops and condos are likely a space where that is going to seep in more slowly than others because it's just a more conservative structure, as you're saying.
I think
right?
there
It's
has to be
harder
a
get
policy
people to,
solution.
you
I think
know,
it'll have to be mandated.
it'll have to be mandated, but even with 97
Yeah.
where it is,
Mhm.
the change isn't happening as fast as it needs to because of the structural issues that you're talking about. So
Sure.
I think, that's sort of understanding it as future risk. So yes, it might improve your asset value, but I think it'd be more compelling people to understand that it's going to destroy their asset value if they don't act.
So my view is a bit more jaded than I'm a big believer in sustainability. It is part of my life. I try to teach my sons about it. I think most people give it lip service and then get in their car and drive away. This is where legislation comes in. I think to your point that there's added value and then there's added risk. So if a building is not in compliant with local law 97 in a few years and they start getting hit with some big fines, and if someone's trying to sell their unit, that's going to be a risk that new buyer doesn't want to take on. They're going to look at how the building's dealing with these things. So it's important. I'm not sure how this, it's 40% reduction in 2030, 80% reduction in 2050. That's a pretty serious reduction. And I hope the city stays with it and doesn't start backing off or, giving extensions and stuff. Because if they stand their ground and enforce these deadlines and issue fines, I think that will just have a lot more impact than hoping everybody just drank the Kool-Aid.
The nice part about it is that it both looks at carrot and stick with respect to the letter grades. So please raise your hand if you've ever gone out in New York and looked outside of a restaurant and saw a C and still decided to go in. Right? You gotta go next door. I'm curious if that same mentality is starting to occur with respect to folks buying property in New York, because like yourself, I'm a geek and I care less about the restaurant grade. I'll see a building with a C and take a photo and text a friend that lives there, maybe and say, aren't you embarrassed? And they couldn't care. But how might that start to influence folks investing in property? I'm not sure, but that very first step of transparency of data, this is a good performing building or not. I think it's gonna be quite interesting to see how it does influence the market, and beyond you must do this, actually encourage folks to want to make the change because it ties back into their business case.
I think Breeze and I were separated at birth because he was
Yeah,
a
there we
photo I
go.
took of a D just
Yeah.
the other day. Outside of the building.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I haven't seen one of those before.
Have you had people walk away at a cocktail party?
Yes, yes, it happens too. But it happens too.
So if I can comment on that, because when Climate Mobilization Act came in, I think that was local law 95, right? The letter grades. And of all the suite of new legislation on it, I was like, oh, the letter grades is sort of gimmicky. But I tell you, if anything has gotten board members' attention, shareholders' attention, like, why is my building a C? Like it's actually, C is not a terrible grade in 2022, right? So, and it's also,
just to qualify things, this is Brooklyn Law School. C is not a good grade.
well, and my understanding is that like most buildings are going to be a D or a C right now, and it actually complicates things a little bit because the letter grades, it's apples and oranges to your local law 97, your emissions targets, and so you can have a great, sort of like the one Bryant Park example, you can have a great letter grade but still be up in for big fines. So you do have this disconnect between people who like have a D grade on their building and they're losing their minds, but they're actually doing okay. And then I have buildings where, what are you talking about, Bill? Like, why should we be worrying about these fines? I have a B, like it's no problem. But so it's some education, but it really has gotten people's attention, and that's all to the good.
So let me ask the design professionals on the panel this next question. Are there any current hot trends in sustainability that property owners are at a minimum researching but maybe implementing?
Ventilation's been number one. I've spent a lot of my career in healthcare, healthcare environments, hospitals, ORs, where clearly there's nothing more important than the quality of the air. You need buildings full of individuals who are experts at saying, I know I can't see what's in the air, but there might be something bad there that needs to be exhausted out, right? So that's a mentality that's been in the mind of healthcare folks for a long time. It's really starting to shift to lay people. And the average person, we're working on a new campus project, so higher ed dormitories on the West Coast. So that's become a big part of the project. How can you offer residents of this future dorm kind of security of mind that if there is another pandemic, or even if there isn't, right, we all have this much different understanding that even if we can't see what's in the air, what was in your lungs a minute ago will now be in mine. And so we're really starting to see that shift with respect to ventilation, air filtration, and environments outside of clean rooms, outside of ORs. And at the same time, not just making sure the air is clear as possible, but transparency of information. So whether it's a dashboard, there's a new company that's where we have our offices, that the new air sensor where the color changes, right? Although the bad thing about that is that folks just leave the office when it turns red. If I ran that office, I probably wouldn't be happy. But it's both making sure the air is safe, but also the monitoring and the feedback loop to occupants so you can act based on the data.
Yeah, that's a great.
Go ahead.
David, please.
I was just going to say, in the last 2 years, certainly with the pandemic, we're dealing with MERV ratings. They've gotten up to numbers I had never seen before, 14 or 15, which is the filtration of the air that's being blown through a space. And people are a lot more focused on that now. And a couple of our projects just midstream, the client got interested in changing the design of the mechanical system so that the air was cleaner and filtered out more of the particles, given the concern with COVID. I would also say embodied carbon is a big thing now. Years ago it was embodied energy. Now it's gotten very specific to carbon and trying to come up with materials such as concrete, the refrigerant used for blown-in insulation, trying to reduce the amount of carbon that's emitted during the processes for the construction and fabrication of these things and the manufacture. And that has played, I know in the previous panel that was mentioned, as well as the ESG reporting, and a lot of these companies that are requiring ESG are looking at that closely to make sure that their buildings have as little as a reduced amount of carbon compared to what's modeled in a traditional building.
Any other? Yeah, I mean, those are both great examples. I would say that the ventilation and to some extent the impact, the focus on materials, especially stuff with high VOCs, is related to this overall movement towards understanding the impact of buildings on health writ large. And so that's why you now have market penetration by standards like WELL and FitWell. Statement of interest: my wife runs FitWell. But there's a huge amount of movement in the real estate space trying to figure out how different design strategies really impact the health of the folks in the building itself, of course, but also of the community as a whole. And the data is actually there already. Like what folks like Fitwell have done is they've looked at all of the public health research that's out there and sort of connected it to design strategies. So folks like us in the design world for a long time have been sort of thinking that, well, it seems like daylight is better for us. And I've seen a few studies out there that suggest it. So let's focus on that. And Fitwell's really collected all the data and sort of ranked the impact of all of these things. And so we now have a kind of evidence-based way to sort of assess these impacts. And they have a real financial return as well. They just released a report that was pretty fascinating. There's a major real estate investment fund in Canada called Quadrille, which looked at like 60 properties that they had, and they found that the Fitwell score of their buildings tracked with what's called a net promoter score. It's like a market way of assessing whether the occupants of your building or the purchasers of a product or something would recommend it to others. And basically they found statistical correlation between buildings with high Fitwell score and the occupant score of the building itself. And so what that means is that without you cueing them, without you saying, what do you think of the health strategies in the building? They understand intuitively and tangibly themselves that these buildings are better. And so that has value to your building. So this is a space where we're going to see a ton of growth in future.
So let's stay with this theme. So buildings can get certifications, and there are a myriad of certification, agencies out there. Maybe one of the more well-known would be LEED. Yeah, I guess LEED was one of the more well-known products out there because USGBC had probably the better lobbying force behind them. But there are a bunch of them that are out there right now. We've mentioned some already. Does it make a difference, on the commercial side, on the residential side? And if it does make a difference, is there one that's preferable over another? There are some buildings that have more than one certification. So what's your, the whole panel, what's your take on certifications?
How much time?
Yeah, I mean, it's a diversity of standards, and they all have different focus areas and different strengths. So, we've mentioned LEED. LEED is about, largely speaking, like general sustainability of the building. It has these categories. So it looks at indoor environmental quality. It looks at energy. It looks at water. It looks at where the building is. It looks at all those things. It also has a focus on kind of incremental market transformation. So it's not saying, all right, your building is going to use zero energy and zero water tomorrow. It's like it takes the systems we have in place and improves them. It's sort of their model. If you want to be more aggressive on energy, then passive house is probably the way to go, especially in the residential space. If you want to focus on health, then Fitwell or Well are your options, generally speaking. And then there's a potpourri of other stuff that you can throw in that basket. But they have different focus areas, which is challenging for the market.
So much of our work is with the University of California. So as an institution, I don't know how long ago, they required LEED Silver on all projects. When we started working with them several years ago, these very questions came up. Oh, we have to meet LEED, but what about Well or Fitwell, which I love. I shared an office with your wife for a long time.
You're kidding.
But Joanna,
yeah.
Small world. And so what we decided to do and what others are doing now is saying you don't have to pick one or the other. And there's very few owners out there who pay for LEED, which is pretty cost effective, and then pay for Well, which is incredibly expensive and for profit, good to know, as well as Fitwell, which is nonprofit and relatively cheap. They usually will just pick one, but does that mean you have to miss out on all the other qualities that might exist in a different rating system? We think no. And so what we've started to do, and others are doing, are creating bespoke guidelines for big, whether it's a higher education client, corporate, and really pulling in the best. Maybe there's a great credit around circadian lighting as well, and there is. And so we've used it within these customized guidelines. Maybe there's another rating system out there. And so I think we've moved away from one size fits all. And how do we leverage everything that's out there and all the amazing work that's already been done in creating these systems and not having to pick one or the other, but instead seeing what makes the most sense for your project and really creating a bespoke, customized guideline or set of criteria that meets the needs and kind of objectives of that particular project and client.
I would add to that so first of all, for those of you who aren't familiar with LEED, there's basic, silver, gold, platinum. Just as platinum being the highest standard, basic being the lowest one. In New York City, basic certification is not that hard to achieve. LEED and Well go well together, no pun intended, because I haven't done a Well building, but my understanding is I think about 30% of the Well certification has to do with the building. The 70% has to do with employees, HR, better food, things that are internal to the company and the building that aren't impacted by the building itself. So they're a nice merging of two systems. LEED and passive house is a bit different. Passive house is just about energy and specifically just about heating and cooling. I like that one because, especially when you get into social equity in terms of environmental justice and stuff, if you're building a 200 unit affordable housing building, you can build a very energy efficient building, which checks off all the boxes on LEED, but you haven't really helped the residents who are going to live there who have or low-income families manage their utility bills. So that's a nice certification to go after in the right circumstances. It's very targeted about the building envelope and building energy systems. Aside from that, the other ones are living building challenge. I think is very difficult to achieve, but I like the idea of bespoke. I guess, are you suggesting that you come up with a customized certification system that carries through to the end? Because I wonder how that plays out during construction.
What we've done is, again, created these guidelines that maybe it's lead based and it goes by topic and it pulls in, for example, some of the requirements that might be in the lead well credit. And there are mechanisms for the team having to demonstrate that they've met it in the absence of a well reviewer, because it's not going for well, right? Does that help answer your?
Well, does it? But is it at the end? Is there a certification?
Sure.
Is it your own certification or?
No. As I try to make clear, the project will still go for a lead, so we'll get that lead plaque, but it hasn't needed to exclude the value of any other credit that might exist in a different rating system, simply because it didn't go after it. Rather, it's like a lead plus. Right. Maybe it's a way to think about it.
Okay. What I'm getting at there is sometimes developers will come in and say, well, I want to do a lead building, but I don't really want to pay for the consultant who's going to certify it for me, because that's a 6-figure fee in a big building. And inevitably those just go off track during construction because because things are substituted, and so maybe they had good intentions at the beginning, but it's not a rigorous process and not disciplined enough to see it through.
Certifications are so critical. I can't stress that enough. Anytime anybody says, it's gonna meet lead standards, but they don't say
Prove
they're
it.
certified.
Right.
Red flag.
Right.
It's so critical.
In my previous job at Perkins Will back in 2013, along with the colleague Robin Gunther, we led the first empirical cost study on the cost of achieving LEED within healthcare buildings. Looked at 15 LEED certified hospitals, and we'll go into all the details, but what the study found was the capital cost premium for the 13 of the 15 projects in the cohort over 100,000 square feet. And again, the data set was from 2013, 9 years ago now. Capital cost premium, once you actually did the math, 0.68% of an increase. From our surveying at the start of the research, we asked the contractor, the ones who will be charging more, they'll go, oh, LEED building, it's a 15% increase. Do the math, it's 0.68%. Now it's a decade ago. Now it's probably almost neutral.
So our next question is to all of you, and that is, what are the risks, legal or otherwise, pursuing sustainability, either in the commercial or the residential sector? Best intentions, compliance with law, everybody's doing what they can. But so this is asking a question from both the design professional's perspective, the property owner's perspective, and what about legal counsel's perspective?
Well, I mean, as the lawyer on the panel, I go back to, I'm representing corporations or associations, and they're operating on behalf of their shareholders and unit owners, and they're protected by the business judgment rule. And I think, my advice is always on this panel, anywhere else, you listen to your professionals and you be guided by them. And if they tell you that this is what you need to do to achieve compliance or to meet the certification, as long as you're aboard and following that, then I think you're okay. I mean, I don't see much legal risk per se in pursuing sustainability measures, just as a rule, right? Because none of these people in co-ops and condos, certainly, they're not experts. They're not claiming to be experts, but they're making a decision based on the best advice that they have, and the law protects them when you do that. So.
Go ahead.
Straw man argument. I mean, liability exists throughout our profession of building buildings, right? Because they could fall down and people can get hurt. And so focusing on sustainability might increase the range of liability or the areas of where something, but it's not increasing your overall liability, at least from what I've seen, because it's inherent to the profession.
It's
Making
inherent,
buildings.
yes, yes. I mean, what I do all day is write contracts, deal with insurance and everything. So it's not sustainability that's doing that. It's managing an asset, you know.
Yeah, but the problem that we've seen today, and hopefully one of the takeaways that the audience will get from today is you guys could be 110%. So Bill, no disrespect to you, I'm talking about the design professionals.
Yes.
110% on your expertise in designing a property to be sustainable. And it's built exactly the way you've planned and spec'd it. And now we have the operations and maintenance component, which is totally out of your control. And yet, you know, people are going to point fingers. The builder points it at the architect points the finger at the builder. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that professional?
Well, for
That's why I
lead,
moved to the nonprofit space. is so-
well, for lead, you have commissioning, and depending on which certification level you're pursuing, you either have just fundamental commissioning or enhanced commissioning, which essentially means you come in and you're testing the systems that you've installed so they operate at the way they were designed or intended to operate. I think a couple of the risks that come to mind are, first of all, the way the specs are written by the design professional. You can have performance standards, which may be LEED compliant, but as anybody who's used master spec knows, there's always, specs are always the last thing they get done in the job, that there are some pre-filled out sections that the design professional could just say, all right, well, it could be one of these, but you got to meet this performance requirement, which, and those two sections may not correlate with one another. So that's one potential issue. The specifications, the written component of the project documents has to be very carefully done. The other part is the contractor. Sometimes this is a learning curve for contractors, and it will cost more from the contractor side, if only, I agree with your point, but only because they may need to hire someone on their staff for a project who is only focused on the sustainability component of the project. If you try to get the project manager or the site super to do it while they're trying to wrangle all the subcontractors that get to the job site, it's not going to work. You have to have someone dedicated to making sure that all the submissions are done correctly, that the right paperwork is provided, because that's a very important part of LEED certification. And that will really help mitigate risk in terms of the final product.
Great question. I mean, there is a fundamental disconnect between how a building was perhaps designed to operate and how it might actually be operating. I mean, let's shift our minds for a second. I mean, how many of us drive a car and are always referring back to the miles per gallon sticker that was on the window when we bought it, and are constantly kind of referring, right? We are aware that how we're driving the car, how we operate it, whether we're jacking up the AC and rolling down the window a bit on the highway because we want the air moving through, is affecting performance. I don't know if that really exists because we don't really have ownership or operations of our buildings in the same way an individual does with a car. One of the shifts we're seeing, and again, mostly on the West Coast, is around performance-based contracts, which NREL, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, when they built their net zero headquarters several years ago, put together a contract, performance-based contract, where they wanted net zero. They incentivized the design build team and the contractor to achieve net zero. And if they did, they got a reward or a bonus after the building was up and running. And if they didn't, they got dinged. It hasn't really expanded beyond the GSA, maybe in some areas, as we would hope. But I do think that's the future, where it's kind of baked into the contract, the agreement. But along with that goes the training and training about how the building actually has to be run to achieve those performance expectations set out years prior.
The only thing I would, one way of responding to Richard's sort of set of questions about laying out, well, these are the risks if you pursue a green building. Those risks are all there, whether you pursue a green building or not, right? Punch lists existed before we started pursuing sustainability. You probably can all confirm that prior to sustainability, there were real estate lawyers, right? So
There was a reason for all of you all to exist, because these are, buildings are complicated, capital intensive things. And at the end of the day, you have to do the projects well for them to be successful. And for me, sustainability is just one layer of that project. You also have to get the exit signs right, all that sort of stuff. And because they're complicated, it requires this sort of standard of care that a lot of other sectors don't have. Which is why there are all these professionals involved, from attorneys to architects to engineers, and why they all have these stamps that the state has said they're allowed to wield. So for me, it's just another part of that risk mitigation of the project.
Yeah, Richard, I guess that's probably the reason why I sort of resist that question, because I hear a lot from my clients, like it's risky. And it's sort of this amorphous risk to pursue this sort of stuff, like I don't want to be the first mover, what could go wrong? But I deal with hundreds of, run-of-the-mill facade projects that go completely off the rails, it all depends on your owner's rep, your contractor. I mean, all these things that go into it on every project, every capital project in any building. And so, I don't think that is a fair, accusation to throw at a sustainability measure that is somehow riskier, because I don't think that the technology that we're talking about, we talked about some cutting edge stuff, but most of it is pretty well proven at this point, right? If not here, then in Canada or Europe or whatever, it's all doable. So you can't get sidelined by it's risky.
The risk is not acting.
Right.
There's no question. The risk is in not addressing what your impact to climate change is. That is the risk. Real estate, one way to look at this, right? Real estate is a fixed asset, of course. Why do we have fixed assets? We have fixed assets because we have a stable climate. If you didn't have a stable climate, you would not have communities. You are hunter-gatherers. I mean, that's literally the story of humanity. Until we're sitting in the 10,000 years of stable climate that we have right now, we were hunter-gatherers. The climate changed, that's why we stopped moving. Everything about our society, real estate, culture, arts, all of that is based on a stable climate. And we are disrupting that. And that means that all of those fixed assets now are at risk. All of them will be exposed to greater climate impacts than they were designed probably to experience. We have to, as a sector of the economy, like every other sector, we have to respond to that, or all of those assets are at risk. The other thing that makes this a different kind of risk is that if I am the only one with a net zero project and nobody else has one, I have not helped myself at all. My project is still, if I have the only standing building in a flooded city, that building is, what is it worth?
Congratulations. Yes.
Great job.
Yeah.
This is it's a community problem that we have to respond to with individual assets.
Amen.
So actually, all of you went in the direction I wanted you to, because part of your job collectively is not only doing your work, doing the planning, doing the legal advice on the legal work side, but also counseling your clients, right? Managing expectations, letting them know best scenario, worst scenario, letting them know if in fact we enter into this particular construction job, what could happen, right? And that I see as a practitioner as sort of heightening your liability as opposed to anything else. And I agree with you. I think going sustainable is just another thing that we're doing in this construction retrofit or ground up construction. We have time for, again, because the panels have been so engaging, one question from the audience. So I'll leave it up to John.
Most of the discussion has been about new buildings. So my question is, in a city like ours, where retrofitting is the majority of what needs to be done, how can that be addressed and in a way that the users, the tenants, can afford?
some ways, these existing buildings have made things trickier. But a lot of the pre-war buildings of this city are fantastic also from a sustainability standpoint. A few years ago, I worked on a renovation at Mount Sinai. It was 100 and something at Fifth Avenue. Pediatric intensive care unit. We made it LEED, drove down energy, but it also was the perfect structure to get amazing daylighting and views out to the park, because it was built before there was consistent air conditioning and kind of electric lighting. And so you had to design the shape of the building not to be too wide to let those elements flood in. And so while the existing buildings of our city certainly do pose challenges, particularly around the energy, I think they also offer a lot of advantages, whether it's around thermal mass, things of that nature.
I agree with that. And you're defining a big part of the problem of my job, which is to counsel my clients in existing buildings and co-ops and condos and how to address this stuff. But the one thing I would say is the hardest problem that with sustainability for existing buildings, they're not engineering problems. They're cultural problems, they're persuasion, problems, challenges. The engineering, with all respect, I think it all can be done in most cases. I mean, there are some hard nuts to crack and they're all working on it, but I think you can get a lot done with existing technology and existing techniques. It's really just a matter of getting people's attention and getting that mandate to push forward, and paying for it is another big part of it, which we haven't really gone into, but the money is there. The money has been there, but you need talent and focus on your boards to find it. There's a lot of money out there that you can do, but it won't just be given to you. It takes a lot of work.
I couldn't agree more with Bill that it's a people problem, not a technology problem in large measure. And in terms of the cost, the thing that I think people that own buildings, whether they're condos or co-ops or other ownership structures, they need to start thinking about these things in the long term in a way that they just typically have not in the past. Real estate, because it's so capital intensive. I mean, in large measures, people have been kind of reactive in real estate. Something breaks, I fix it. If I'm really excellent, I think about fixing it, replacing it with something a little bit more efficient, and not thinking about the building holistically. And what things like Local Law 97 are going to force folks to have to do is to take a really long-term capital plan approach to their buildings and actually understand, that you're already spending a lot of money every year on your buildings, and that the things we're talking about are maybe spending a little bit more on certain things, but it's not all new money, right? And sort of understanding that and that this has an impact on your cash flow over time. So looking at it in a kind of discounted flat cash flow way is really, really important, so that you can begin to plan how you phase in the different changes to your building that you're gonna need to make. And then just following on what Breeze was saying, like, yes, existing buildings really challenging, but also well suited to a lot of aspects of sustainability. The part of that where they're gonna, I think, maybe kind of come into their own as well is, I think David mentioned embodied carbon is like this new thing that everybody's going to be talking about. Well, as soon as we start measuring that, it's existing buildings that are going to be in the catbird seat, and the new buildings are going to be like, oh, how do I build a tower without concrete?
Right.
And so then everybody's going to be casting their gaze to all these Class B and C, commercial buildings, in mid-block, classic building that doesn't seem to have much value now, but it exists.
Greenest building is the one you don't have to build.
Exactly. Greenest building is that's one that's already there. And so that kind of thing will come around, I think.
And I just want to, I don't want to say the money is an easy part of it, because it's not easy. And I think we're going to put together a CLE panel in the fall on some of this stuff. I mean, especially for condos, I mentioned right off the bat that that's very difficult, but it is a solvable problem. Do I wish we had a lot more money to throw at it? Absolutely. And I think, we're going to have to, but I think it can be done, at least on a given building.
And there's got to be action towards financial instruments specifically for the co-op and condo side.
Yeah,
because it's not served right now at all. And look, like downtown Manhattan is full of people thinking about all these other sectors and where to put their money. And there's this whole sector of real estate that it doesn't have any access.
I mean, the Climate Mobilization Act passed PACE, which was supposed to sort of address this, but it doesn't even work for condos. So, you know, anyway.
Okay, one more question.
And I think this one will be fairly quick, so sorry that we're going over, but I was just curious what the panel believes is going to win out in the end between increased ventilation and decreasing peak demand energy use. Just long-term, and I'm coming at this from a commercial perspective, but residential and really any.
I don't think they're actually, I mean, so the question is about, the question of in rough terms, sustainability asks you to increase the fresh air in a building, which means more fan power, pushing air into a building. The filtration that David was talking about increases the fan power needed to do all of that. And so it reduces your energy efficiency, generally speaking. I don't really think that ultimately it's a conflict, because I think as soon as you start to design a ventilation system properly, like they do in many other regions of the world, except here, you use these energy recovery ventilation systems that basically don't lose very much heat at all when they leave, et cetera. You separate ventilation from cooling, which is something we mix a lot here, which makes the system really inefficient. And that's where we're heading. We're separating ventilation from heating and cooling, and we're making the ventilation really, really efficient. And I think in future that just will not be a conflict.
So it's not, energy is not the problem. Energy is fine. Fossil fuel-based energy. So as our grids start to shift, we're going to lose this idea that energy is bad, which is kind of the ethos for so long. It's not. When it's fossil fuel-based and you're using way more of it than you need to, it's bad.
Just to add one thing as an architect, you know, in local law 97, what I'm excited about in terms of an opportunity as a designer is what they're going to be doing to building skins, the envelope. We talked about the energy systems before, but they also have to work on the envelopes. But Breeze is right. The buildings that have a history here are good bones, heavy masonry construction. There's the section of buildings that were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, which no one cared about the energy at all, when no one cared. And they're terrible. I mean, I've worked in those buildings. It's like, wow, could anybody have designed a worse insulated building? And they are going to get a big facelift. They're going to have to. So as a design opportunity, I'm excited about that. And I think it's nice to see design and sustainability just come together naturally then. Okay, we are out of time, but I'd like to thank the
You guys are great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been on for 15 years.
Rented space for you guys.
That's right. Shared it with me and you're absolutely right. You're pushing more air through filtration.
I can't do this. Come on. Come on.
Okay, yeah, we've done 3 projects. Yeah, I can give you. Oh, that's feedback when you can hear. Glad I didn't leave. Yes, he's coming up there. Great.
I've been speaking just having this conversation over an so do you think the benefits are as much for
Fire.
as per my understanding and as what I've studied?
So it's the source of the energy.
Or the cost of installing a better and more efficient HVAC system is much more than the penalties that they will pay for the next 5 years.
The weird thing about energy people are like, things are very high, and I don't really get it. You have people on real estate that are like screaming as if the whole foundations of the sector is pushing pulled out.
The reason that they're motivated is because they're angry. That's how they're saying. Business, and basically people spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to reduce their expenses. This is just gonna be a line item. Coming back. Even if it's only a few $100,000, you're gonna like be able to do something. And, you know, to get a lot higher.
I know, that's right. That was at the Javits Center, wasn't it? Right, and we did one virtual. We did one, but it was before Zoom. But we did, well, that was at my boss. You were on the West Coast. And Robert's money's always more motivating. I think they did it.
Any of this stuff, right? Like a building, didn't even care how much the building happens to be the economic sense.
Okay, we're about to begin the last panel, so if the panelists can come to the front of the room.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna move. With regards to building up your list. Yeah, please. I'll shoot you an email. I will. Take care. It was really nice to meet you. Take care of yourself.
Which is financing. We have, I'm gonna talk about that. We have ways of financing. Yeah, it's, that's the biggest issue. Everything, absolutely, 100%, 100%. It's where the rubber meets the road.
And dealing with the
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's, we'll talk about this, but, hi. Are you on this panel? No, I am. You're on the panel, Mitch. Hey, Mitch. Yes.
All right, well, everybody, please take your seats.
Okay.
Okay, this is our last panel for the conference. It is on new technologies and sustainability. We've got an esteemed panel to end off the day, and as I've been doing for the entire day, I'm going to let you each introduce yourselves.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mitch, Dr. Mitch Joachim, architect and urban designer. I am an associate professor at New York University, and I am co-founder of Terraform One.
Hi, everyone. I'm Robert Politzer. I'm president and founder of Green Street NYC, a real estate innovation hub here in New York City that is, we're in the process of growing nationally and hopefully internationally.
And I'm Dennis Sheldon. I am an associate professor and the director of two programs at Rensselaer Polytech. One is the Case Center for Architecture, Science, and Ecology. And then there's a new program called EBIS, the Institute for Energy, Built Environment, and Smart Systems.
Okay, welcome. So the first question I have for you is, and before we can get into new technologies, we've already discussed Local Law 97 to a large extent, but we've also briefly mentioned ESG requirements. So I was hoping that each of you could just briefly discuss how ESG relates to sustainability, the built environment, and where we go from here.
Should we just go in order?
Yeah, might as well go in order. It's easier.
Okay. We have a nonprofit in the Brooklyn Navy Yard that works on thinking about the future of cities and how they could be more socio-ecological. ESG is a great sort of set of guidelines for enabling others to invest or jumpstart or think about sustainability at a very large level. They just, unfortunately, one of the areas I would want to see improvements on with ESG is a relationship with the nonprofit sector, because right now, to the best of my understanding, there is none, and they're not made for nonprofit work. And a lot of the people that do nonprofit research, I mean, we're not out there to necessarily meet a bottom line. We're doing this to solve wicked problems that affect us all. And some of our clients are things like monarch butterflies or coral. And we don't prefigure an investment strategy for something like that. That doesn't mean that ESG is wrong. I just think that there could be a part of it that thinks about work in the nonprofit area. And so I'll pause for there.
So let me first say that I started out with green building. I formed the first green building company in New York City in 1998, well before LEED, well before all these green building certification programs. And it was a heavy lift for a number of years, where most property owners looked at environmental issues as liabilities, something that they just wanted to kind of tuck away. And so fast forward to 2022, and in March of 2022, the SEC came out with a new ruling whereby publicly traded companies starting in January of 2023 are going to have to be including ESG scoring on their physical assets along with their corporation. So that means that all publicly traded commercial buildings are going to get an ESG score. I'm working very intimately with the group that is actually developing the ESG scoring program with EXP Commercial and Enrich Data. And we're actually approaching NYU right now to partner up with us. I just got my accreditation to do ESG scoring audits. And what I want to say about ESG is it is probably the greatest tool to motivate building owners outside of their box that they've been living in for years and years, which will no longer be tenable. And why that is because a low ESG score is going to function as a low FICO score. It's going to actually impact on the value of the building, which is key. So a low ESG score is going to make it harder to refinance a building. It's going to be harder to sell the building. There are a number of large financial institutions that won't even look at a property like that with a low ESG score. So essentially what ESG is doing, which is I'm thrilled about, is that it's internalizing the externalized costs of a poorly run building. So it's like the person who's got that old clunky car belching out smoke. And the reason that, and they're getting 10 miles per gallon, but they don't have the money, the first cost, the money to pay for a new car to get the car tuned. So they're just going to keep driving that old car, belching out that smoke and worsening our air pollution, right? That's essentially the same thing with a poor performing building. Those days are coming to an end, and ESG more than anything else is going to make that happen.
Well, that's much more interesting than anything I was going to say. But briefly, I think, first of all, it's phenomenal that this is becoming such a financial and investment driver. I think we should all recognize that despite, the big fact that we're just wandering into the woods, it's a phenomenal, that there's a market for this, right? So the next question is, how do you structure that market? And clearly, I think these certifications, for lack of a better term, are required. And I am reminded a little bit, and this thing about building certification came up. LEED gets a lot of flack in the, okay, there's nodding, right? Because it is such a formulaic approach to something that is very complicated, and it allows you in certain ways to gain the formula as opposed to actually solve problems, right? But yet, I think it has been a really transformational, and now there's new certifications coming out that we learned about. But I think, it provided a phenomenal opportunity in the market, in the sense that it gave owners something tangible to buy, right? And before that, you want to have an ecologically sustainable or low energy or building how do you even do that, right? So I think it provides a path to actually getting the market to orchestrate around that. I'm thrilled to hear that there's efforts now to actually sort of structure that. It'll probably take numerous iterations to get that right? But I think we're on the beginning of, defining a really vital kind of market mechanism to support what people now want to do, and it has, the weight of the entire financial market behind it. So, I think we're starting down really interesting path.
So now that we have a basic understanding of this concept of ESG, so what are the new technologies and materials that are out there to get these buildings more sustainable? And there are a myriad of them that exist today, and there are a bunch of others that may be in a design phase now. You guys know about them.
Yeah. Well, there are new technologies, and there are technologies that are new to us as Americans. I think that Europe did this, I don't know, 50 years ago, if not more. But things like mass timber and CLT, we can argue is new. You can look outside pretty much in any borough in New York City, and we're not using wood to make buildings. Some people think it immediately, has a fire issue. That's just not true. Engineered lumber or cross-laminate timber systems like that are absolutely phenomenal when it comes to structuring your building. They're more cost-effective. The previous mayor, as many of you may know, actually said, let's stop building with concrete and steel. It's a really good idea. I would make that a law if I could. I can't. But I would think that anything done in mass timber, CLT, engineered lumber designs is absolutely the way to go as the base building work happens. And then there's more out there, I wouldn't say out there, but more experimental technologies that have a lot of promise. So synthetic biology by far is offering a lot of new areas for not only research, but for materials and buildings. So this is something that we've been focused on for 20 plus years. Some of the more new exciting materials in our lab in Brooklyn is chitosan, or essentially waste shells from things like oysters or lobsters, etc. The fishing markets produce this. It's one of the most abundant materials on Earth, but it's essentially calcium carbonate, and it makes amazing different types of foams, textiles, certainly could replace carpeting, also packaging materials, absolutely great. Mycelium is another thing. If you haven't heard about that, it's the root base of mushroom, and also I would say fairly new, but at least 15 years of research behind that. Major groups like Ecovative have been manufacturing it for some time, but this is a material that should replace all of styrofoam, could easily replace insulation, is great for different types of furniture and appliance usage, and certainly for paneling. So we don't have to necessarily kill trees to make this room look nice. We can actually grow it in a lab out of mushrooms, and it'll look just the same and last just as long. The difference is it returns to the earth, is completely compostable, feeds thousands of other forms of life. Other materials in that range, we've been looking at different types of mammalian cells or skeletal cells and what they could eventually do. I won't make any promises, but it would be nice if we know we can grow bones in labs, but if we can grow structures the size of columns, similar to a woolly mammoth tusk, except for architect it and engineer it to have a function, that would be great. That's probably a little bit out there for some of you, but we've been looking at this for some time. Nina Tandon at Columbia and I wrote a book on it, and a lot of that technology seems to be coming on board. Again, it's not going to replace concrete overnight, and we could do a lot of work making concrete greener. Another project we had was with BASF, world's largest chemical company. It's a product called Green Sense, impregnating fly ash in concrete and trying to get the greenest possible, most optimized form of concrete available that also builds in or articulates in the geometry an allowance for lichen and mosses and all kinds of green stuff to exist on the outside of our buildings. So we need to design things that accept there's more than just humans on this planet and design them in a way that really respects biodiversity and increases biodiversity.
So I'd like to step back for a moment and address some of the things I heard from the last session and then to move forward to this session. So I wanted to, been involved, as I said, in commercial real estate for 20 odd years, trying to be a leader in high performance, smart green building. And with our real estate innovation hub, our model is the following. We have a value add brokerage with a smart building upgrade program where we can bring 100% financing such that a building owner does not have to cut a check to conduct the building upgrade, conducted by leading edge clean technology and prop technology firms. Now, I can talk to you for hours and hours about the amazing preponderance of new remarkable vendors coming out with all kinds of amazing prop technology and clean technology offerings. So for example, we recently were introduced, I'm waiting for a meeting with a company that has a modular hybrid solar and wind turbine system that can be applied to building tops, rooftops, quickly, easily, relatively inexpensively. We are talking to building integrated photovoltaic companies. There's a company that has that does solar curtain walls. But so that's all amazing, but I don't think that's really the problem anymore. We have, as I said in the previous session, it's not a technological problem anymore. There's brilliant people like Mitchell and his group and people all over the world working on these phenomenal technologies. It's truly amazing what can be done today. The problem is building owners. The problem is getting building owners to get out of their 20th century box and to enter the 21st century. That's the problem, where there's all these amazing technologies. Now, so the pitch to these building owners that I always have is, listen, you look at local law 97, you look at ESG scoring, and you probably think of that as a liability, as a pain in your rear end. You don't understand. That's the greatest opportunity that's being offered to you in your lifetime as a building owner, because there's no better value, there's no better investment than optimizing the performance of your commercial building. So what we do then is, we integrate a smart building upgrade program, we integrate it with the real estate transaction process. And that's where there's tremendous added value that can be brought. So for example, give you a case study. We started working on with a client in Brooklyn. They've got 5 multifamily properties that they own. They heard one of our webinars. So we started doing our smart building upgrade program with them. And to the point about financing, I can tell you that we have a network of financing groups. You have to have a network. They all have their limitations, but there are various private entities out there looking to finance energy efficiency projects because they are relatively safe investments. Energy efficiency will lower operating costs, increase net operating income, and increase building valuation, which is exactly what a lender wants to see happen in a building to protect their investment. So when you combine the smart building upgrade with for a building owner, we can do these upgrades. We can bring full compliance with local law 97 without any out-of-pocket costs when their buildings comply to certain conditions. But the real value is when we can combine this with a sales transaction. So I was in the office with our client. We had started this building upgrade, and we begin, by the way, in our phase 1 with cost-saving strategies. We don't even look to sign contracts yet. We just want to save these building owners money. And you know something, folks? I come from, I was a, very progressive, and after 20 odd years of working in real estate, you know what I learned about building owners? 99% of them, what do they care about? Fill in the blank, okay? If you save them money, you make them money, then their minds open, okay? That's what we look to do. We look to show that this is a great investment. Forget about, this is the greatest investment we can bring to them. So I'm talking to my client. I said, well, Mike, when we combine our smart building upgrade program with a sales transaction, that's the highest and best use of our program. He said, well, as a matter of fact, I want to sell all 5 of my buildings. So now we're working on a value add brokerage program with him. We're working to optimize the performance of his building. And that's going to help us to lower his operating costs, increase the NOI in his buildings, increase the valuation, and then we're going to put the building on the market. We're going to make him more money. It's going to be easier to sell the building. And the other issue, the other reason why it's great to do these upgrades in a transaction is because that is the time when people, when building owners, new buyers are most open to making changes to a building. Once they get situated and get their operations in place, then inertia sets in, and it's very hard to get them off that. So the point is, there are so many brilliant geniuses around the world today doing amazing things. We can achieve net zero buildings now, okay? It's the political problem and it's the building owner issue and getting these guys to get out of their 20th century box. And the best way to do that is to show them that this is the best investment of time and effort that they can put in, especially when we can finance these upgrades 100% with low-cost financing.
Dennis, new technologies.
New technologies. So yeah, I think I'll mention 3 of them, and both of them kind of came up. So CASE is, I think, doing some. I think both CASE and Terraform are pursuing new materials that are carbon entraining and carbon sequestering, essentially carbon negative, right? And there's a plethora of organic, either agricultural waste products, food waste products that can be used as either as the structural tensile elements, as the foams, as the aggregates, or as the binders in all kinds of building materials, exterior panels, acoustic panels. We're doing some really interesting stuff with hemp. My colleague Alexander Saslamis is leading a program that's has a lot of interest by the New York State agricultural community and the government programs. Hemp is is a crop that is very easy to grow in New York City. Now it's become legalized, and it's always had a huge tradition as being a tensile a tensile material. Its strength is on the order of magnitude of steel, and so I think there's a lot of stuff that is being done in the material space. Just in passing, since you mentioned, I think I'm very interested in the data and simulation side of things. You mentioned modular building, and I think it's critical to look at the supply chain, and a lot of the technologies aren't about producing radical new materials. They're about saving waste and doing things more efficiently. A lot of the manufactured building community has the ability to dramatically reduce the amount of construction waste, and in the fact, in the sense that construction waste is about 1/3 of all materials that go into a building. It's a shocking amount. For those of you that have ever built anything, I was once a carpenter's apprentice, so my job was to haul sheetrock up a 3-story building and then haul 1/3 of it back down when the sheetrock guy cut a corner off. So viscerally, I have that experience. People that are in the manufactured building space say you can't fill a dumpster on a manufactured building project. It's a radically different approach. And then the third thing I just want to say is about data and this explosion of low-cost sensors, and that is, I think, revolutionizing both traditional energy systems, building control systems. The decentralization of those systems is really remarkable. I mean, there are now sensors that you can just sort of stick on ducts, stick on walls, and they start communicating with each other. You don't have to have a Johnson control come in and rip everything out and replace it. I've seen products that are self-tuning diffusers for residential buildings, so it will self-commission the buildings. You never have a cold room and a hot room. These are literally these diffusers that you stick into the air system in a residential building, and they will sort of self-tune the whole building. And then, I think the other side of it is kind of, again, real world, real-time data data. So you can actually, you can, see and understand what's going on in a building. Anytime you can measure something, you will see vast opportunities that's low-hanging fruit. You can save 25% of the cost of energy just by knowing what's going on. And then, of course, there's the long-term analytical capabilities where we can look across portfolios and understand kind of in aggregate what's going on across multiple buildings, understand the impacts of weather patterns, start adding, long-term, long-term weather trends. I think there's just, huge opportunities, kind of traditional data, in the data kind of world that has been ubiquitous in other industries and is now finally coming to.
Yeah,
Can I answer that? Yeah. So technologies are, of course, are important. Process is also very important. And what I learned a number of years ago with regards to the highest green building design is it's always holistic design. So, for example, there's a program called Passive House. Maybe some of you heard about Passive House, which is frankly, Passive House is the answer to the complaint about LEED, because the general complaint about LEED is that a lot of LEED certified buildings don't perform all that well from an energy perspective. So I always urge people to look at the possibility of Passive House whenever possible, which is going to be for new construction and for gut renovations. You can do Passive House. So smart building science will tell you that the first place, as the previous panel somebody mentioned, is to start with the building shell, to optimize the performance of the building shell, to turn the building shell as much as possible to a thermos, if you will, right? To mitigate the heat gain and heat loss. When you lower those heat gain and heat losses, it's going to cost more money to do that high performance building shell. However, when you then are installing a new HVAC system, given that the loads are lower, you can downsize the HVAC equipment, and the savings in that HVAC equipment will more than pay for the added work on the building shell. You only get there if you have a holistic design approach. So the technologies are great. And I want to say this also in terms of what Dennis was saying. I just had lunch the other day with an executive from Demand Logic. They're a UK company. They work with sensors, and they can basically do an upfront assessment of all of the defects, all the performance defects of a building, and which is tremendous. So yes, there are amazing technologies, but again, you have to approach the project with a holistic approach, or you're going to lose these efficiency optimizations.
So the next question I have about the new technologies is, we're preparing for tomorrow, but I think a good attorney, a good professional, design professional, anyone out there, if they just think about tomorrow or next week, we're losing sight of the big picture. We're losing sight of a holistic picture, which is next year, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So keeping in mind the new technologies that are out there today, and keeping in mind with what you were talking about, Dennis, with these sensors, how can we better prepare for the newer technologies that are going to come out tomorrow, next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Because we could use remanufactured wood today, but is there something else that we might want to consider later on that might have to piggyback off what we're suggesting that our clients use today? How do we solve? Maybe we can't solve that problem, but can we?
I agree certainly with what Robert and Dennis are saying. Actually, it's some great points. But I guess I want to push a little bit on the idea that the problems won't be necessarily in technology on many levels, and especially with the data issue. It's a fairly difficult problem when it comes to ownership of the data and sharing the data, and thinking of the data not at the building scale, but citywide, or let's just say continent-wide, because it's it's that kind of modeling that is very valuable. That affects whether or not we put another power plant in New York or not, or we need to go to nuclear or not, and how we need to balance the system as efficiently and as optimized as we need without being able to freely share that data. We can share it, it's just that someone along the line takes advantage of you. And that's a bit of an issue. The Google Sidewalk Labs project in Toronto was killed. That was a smart city from scratch, well, essentially upgrading an existing part of a neighborhood. But that was a brilliant laboratory-based project that we need. It's a policy question, it's a legal question, and it's one that I think is solvable, but it's not my expertise. But if we get some clear lines of approach or some good marching orders, then I think we could, as we said, deal with the technological side and get that launched going forward. We were working on a similar issue with autonomous vehicles, both at MIT and then later on New York City. Getting traffic to stop is a problem of sharing data, one of the problems. That may be a bridge to New Jersey or another bridge to, or maybe just less people from New Jersey. I should say that. But we need to know how many people come into the city, that they need to be there for some type of work, where they're located, when they want to leave, if they're coming in for dinner or for some entertainment, etc., and sharing all that information so the system can be thought of holistically and we can optimize it and know when people are traveling. The difficulty is that I'm not even comfortable with telling someone where I'm going or where I've been and letting them know 10 years from now that I was in that location. Not that I'm up to no good, it's just that someone might find out something that I don't want them to find out. So it's a question of how do we share that and do it in a way where it doesn't, penalize the people that are involved in that data and that sensing.
Well, one thing I know for sure, given the acceleration of clean technology and prop technology development, that 10 years from now, we will be looking at, I can only imagine what we will be looking at, because I'm sure, right, the acceleration in this industry is really quite remarkable. Frankly, it's so exciting for me personally. I'm on calls almost every day with a new vendor, and it's remarkable. So we know for sure that this industry, I happen to believe we're on the cusp of a clean tech age. And frankly, all I think we would really need to really get this clean tech age taken off would be a carbon tax to finally, put a price on carbon in such that the atmosphere is no longer being used as a free sewer, which is essentially what it's used for. Short of that, even with that, with ESG and Local Law 97, by the way, I just heard the state of Maryland just passed a new law about 45 days ago, 2045, all buildings are going to have to be carbon neutral, even more aggressive than Local Law 97. The state of California has a carbon neutrality requirement. So these laws and regulations are going to be significantly accelerating the field. This is a little bit out of my pay grade. This is for the engineers, the tech people, the people like Mitchell, who are going to have to figure out how to be piggybacking and evolving these technologies such that they fit with existing building types, whatever. What I do know for sure is that we will be seeing great acceleration, amazing new technologies coming on board. It's going to only be accelerating. So building owners now, I've been talking about the building owner mindset. And so the building owner of the 21st century can no longer be the guy who wants to sit in their small little box, because they're going to lose. It's a losing proposition to remain in that little box. So hopefully we'll start developing owners, property owners, who are more nimble and understand that it's good business to be staying on top of this wave that is growing and building.
Losing a little bit track what the question was, but I think I'll tie maybe three things together. One is, and it'd be a little bit speculative. Because of climate change, we are probably going to have to be moving cities, right? It's already happening. If we were smart, as we move cities, we would not build the same thing just a little bit higher up the ground. We would rethink what a city is. And I think, somebody said that in the last panel, that there's a supposition that the built world is static. Of course it's not, right? Over, 20 or 30 years, New York City changes dramatically, but it's at the human scale, it looks static, right? It's not looking static anymore. I think that may change the way people think about the built environment and actually build in this sort of dynamicism. And again, modularity in manufacturing, once you start down that road, it's very conceivable to start thinking about reusable buildings, reusable materials, reusable cities. And actually NYSERDA has a program that is about sort of, recycling buildings at the component level, not the material level. Just in passing, I've seen statistics that indicate, buildings are actually highly recycled. I don't know if anybody knows. I've seen statistics as high as 80%. And partly that's because you can actually recycle concrete, you can recycle steel, and that's a lot, at least by volume and weight. So buildings aren't that bad already in terms of reuse. Just to tie the thread with what Joachim Mitch said, this idea that data leads inevitably to the centralization and the surveillance of communities is not an inevitable outcome of technology. It's an outcome of the decisions that are made in how you capitalize it, monetize it, and the politics that go behind it. In the US, it's different in other places. And the technical capacity to, so the surveillance of the aspect of surveillance in data and computing, starts with, your screen goes to your phone, and the future of the built environment is that it will be smart, and therefore it's going to be increasingly inescapable. The interaction between technology and humans is going to be increasingly inescapable. But there are technologies today that allow people to own their data, to control it in a decentralized fashion. Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the World Wide Web, is working on that technology right now. And the reason I want to connect those two is because I think this sort of decentralization of data and the ability for it to be kind of locally effective is going to be the connection that allows us to allow, as the data side, the bits and the atoms start converging, which they are, the trends toward decentralization of information, I think, are going to be some of the enabling factors that allow us to be more responsive as a material society as well as an information society. But again, that's a little bit speculative.
But I think tying together what you and what Dennis and Mitch were saying before, that this data collection and the use of that data is the same whether you're looking at areas, geographic areas, or you're looking at building specific, right? Why do you have these sensors in buildings? Well, we have sensors in buildings because it's letting us know that on the second floor of this building, nobody's there. Why is the air conditioning on high? There must be a way to turn that air conditioning off, or at least down, so we're not wasting the energy. So if we're trying to figure out how many people are coming in from New Jersey or leaving New York to go to New Jersey, then this will then help with resources. My next question for you is sort of a loaded question, but I asked the panel earlier this question because I want to allow more time for questions for at least one panel today. And that is, each of you have a magic wand with an example of a good city design. So if you had a magic wand, either for New York City or for the new city, what would you do with that magic wand? And I'll start with you, Mitch.
Was that in the email, or did I must have missed that? Okay. Magic wand. Love that. My first instinct, my mom was born in Brooklyn, my dad in Queens. I love Brooklyn. So Brooklyn is an amazing place. And I would say that for many reasons. One, it's just a rainbow of people, different ethnicities, 308 languages spoken here. It is incredible that we, for the most part, all get along and have been for some time. And this is really that melting pot that I think makes sense for hopefully all of America. From the human side of things, the social capital, obviously it could improve, but it's got a lot of positive energy. And then I look at something like Portland, Oregon, and more extreme over there, but they're certainly greener, more modest in how they live, different income classes. The mix is in the same range that you would see in Brooklyn, but they have a lot of laws about smart growth, and they started smart growth as far as the urban design for Portland itself. So they've been very good at compaction and phasing in the built environment and control of the building stock quite successfully. And mostly there, everyone is extraordinarily interested in climate dynamics and climate change. So that's a population that is educated in that area. I would also think that, we can't discard places like Brasilia or Chandigarh, Canberra, even Neom or Masdar. There's been, through the last century and into this century, many examples of designing cities from scratch. Modin by Moshe Safdie's office between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. These are places where we can experiment at scale with of how to improve the physical environment and the infrastructure of our cities, not the population and how we come together democratically, but the actual spaces that we occupy and the systems that move us from place to place, and reconsider everything from waste, food, water, air quality, energy, etc. So, I don't want to give much credit to some of what happens in the Emirates or even the Saudis in this particular case, but they seem to be the only ones. Nope, there's Bill Gates actually in Arizona, who's making a city from scratch with the Walmart CEO. So that might come to fruition at some level. Bjarke Ingels is the architect for that particular project. And I think there's a chance where we can design a place that, to Dennis's point, we are moving into new arrangements for cities, certainly away from the coast, especially because of temperature change and expected flooding and sea level rising. So if we can redo a city, I think we need to do that as a laboratory to experiment to get the system right and then replicate those patterns, that kind of syntax for how you build a city elsewhere. At the same time, we have 2,500 years of city building since Athens, and there's been a lot of improvement. I mean, to me, a smart city is a place like Istanbul. There's 3 major empires over 1,000+ years have been adopting and changing the physical place of Istanbul, and people there get along. Commerce is fairly great, and they're this kind of linchpin between 2 very different worlds. So not to think that it's a smart city is absurd. So it has a lot of things we can learn from it. We've made some big moves in the previous century. A lot of that has to do with the automobile. And I think that has to also be completely reconsidered. I just don't see Manhattan absorbing the amount of cars and the population that needs to move here and park here in any kind of realistic future without absolutely rethinking the size of those vehicles, their parking relationships, their storage, and the energy that they use. So it's the car industry that we need to fight in that particular modality. But the best kind of cities that I think of privilege the pedestrian, exploring them by foot, knowing that they're at the right scale and the appropriate scale where you know your neighbors. The Jane Jacobs parables are true. They pretty much are almost inarguable. Other folks like Kevin Lynch and Good City Forum, also great. But we do have to recognize that there is sometimes a need for the Robert Moses thing. We do need big pieces of infrastructure that solve problems that don't seem to be solved at that kind of micro scale. So, I would actually lecture on this for hours. So, and give you assignments and cite books to read and things like that. But I'll pause there. If anything, just remember something about Jane Jacobs.
Well, for someone who wasn't prepared for a question, you came up with a very good answer.
Magic wand everywhere.
Robert, magic wand, technologies, new cities, what would you do?
Energy efficiency, energy efficiency, energy efficiency. If I were the president of the United States, I would be leading the equivalent of what we did with Sputnik. I would rally the whole damn country towards a whole comprehensive energy efficiency, energy performance program incentivize it in every way possible. It's win, win, win. It's win for everybody. It can cut across political or huge political craziness because it's about saving people money in the end of the day. And frankly, I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked that that's not happening right now. I mean, where is that leadership? And because not only, you know, it's a political problem, it's not a technical problem. I mean, we can take the average building in Brooklyn and make it 20, 30, 50% more energy efficient with the technologies we have today. Absolutely, right? So it's a political issue. It's to some degree a finance issue. That is where a concerted, focused national program, just the same way we did with Sputnik. Now, I guess we need an enemy. And you want to know what the real enemy is? Our climate crisis. That's the enemy. So that's my magic wand. One more thing. If I also had another magic wand I would. Only one wand? Okay, well, I love the idea of a program going right across the heartland of America called Green is the New Red, White, and Blue, and educate America about the fact that this whole notion of green being leftist and socialist is nutty, and to turn it all on its head to get people to embrace the whole concept.
So I'll talk about a couple of things that are already happening, but just to pick up on, I don't know, maybe to pick up, I already have the excuse to say this. Humanity fascinates me because, you know, we are so dumb and so selfish and so, you know, self-concerned until a point of crisis happens, and then sort of magically humanity rises to that challenge. And I'm actually quite optimistic because, you know, I mean, God, I'm old enough where that Katrina is still kind of recent memory, but, you know, Katrina was the moment when, you know, humanity, at least in the United States, woke up and said, we have a problem, right? And in that time, you know, solar is now cheaper than coal, it's cheaper, you know, so, you know, and this is because of humanity kind of, you know, orchestrate, it's as a self-organizing organism, I'm going to say as an organism, right? It sort of self-organizes to meet these challenges. So I'm optimistic in terms of, you know, important things that are happening today in terms of new cities. First of all, I think, you know, the greatest thing about COVID has been what it did to places like New York in terms of, you know, getting people, you know, rethinking how we use our streets. You know, there's this huge debate about the outdoor dining, right? I mean, I wasn't here really when it happened, but, you know, and I wasn't here in New York before, but this remarkable transformation that New York City is becoming kind of a walkable, bikeable, you know, outdoor kind of city. I think that's, you know, and I think that also speaks to the resilience of cities as a social kind of construct, right? That it can, it allows that sort of reorganization. I think the things that are happening like in Barcelona is remarkable. I haven't been there yet, but what they're doing to turn, you know, these, what are they called, the mega blocks, where they're, you know, Barcelona is a remarkable design, right? And it also allows these kind of large scale interventions. So now they're basically turning these blocks into 3x3 mega blocks where the traffic goes around the blocks, and an interior you can kind of do, you can drive if you're local, but you can still play, you know, it's a great transformation. The third thing I want to mention is a passion I think we collectively have at RPI, MCASE, and EBIS, which is to look at the Hudson River Valley as a model for a future city, right? So if you spin forward 100 or 200 years, I like to say, you know, Albany, Troy will be the Cambridge, Massachusetts of New York City, right? You'll be able to get there in about the time that it takes to get from downtown Boston to Cambridge, right? And so how do we, if we, you know, so, and, you know, this has been accelerated by COVID, right? But before, even before COVID, you know, the talent, the startups, you know, that were priced out of Manhattan and moved to Brooklyn, and then they got priced out of Brooklyn, they're not going to Queens, they're going up the river, and they're going to these little hamlets, right? And they're bringing Brooklyn and New York City with them. And then COVID, of course, accelerated that, right? The question I have as an urbanist is, you know, what can that city, if the Hudson River Corridor becomes, you know, let's say the 5th borough, 6th borough, maybe? Okay, the sixth mural. How do we prevent it from being, how does it not become the Acela corridor, right? How does it not become a concrete jungle kind of strung along, from DC to Boston? And I guess I'll rattle on one more, which is, it's super interesting to look at places like, well, particularly Africa, where they are leapfrogging 20th century and going directly to this kind of distributed technology, right? They're moving to drones. They're not building highways. I mean, they're doing all the above, right? They're moving to cell phone technology as opposed to wire technology, right? And I think those are really interesting models for, and I think the Hudson, since we're local, the Hudson River is a super interesting, 100-year experiment about how to build a city that doesn't look like a city, that remains this incredible, beautiful, almost pastoral place, but has all of the amenities and all of the possibilities of why people come to cities in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the audience? Okay, we've got a question over here.
Hey, thank you so much for the lovely talk. It was fascinating. And because we are talking about technology, one thing that always comes to my mind is NYC and US in general is not talking about stormwater or rainwater reuse. And NYC has very stringent laws for water. I understand that, but can't technology get around it and somehow find a way to reuse that water? Because it's a significant chunk. We are talking about unified stormwater rule, but we are still not integrating any way to reuse that water into our building systems. What are your thoughts on that?
Great question. There's been a lot of work in trying to deal with the combined sewage overflow issue that we have. I know specifically at the Brooklyn Navy Yard and along Flushing Avenue, there's been a lot of investment in that infrastructure to deal with not only flooding from regular rainstorms, but also the next Hurricane Sandy. So water in that case, as far as wastewater and how we think about it, it's system-wide, it's pervasive. It's very hard to just retool an entire infrastructure of sewage systems for New York. Slowly, we're getting there. There's things that treat the symptom, like the oyster texture project that Kate Orff is doing, using oysters to help clean the East River, or phytoremediation projects or barges that use plants to clean sewage as it comes out of that system. But it's not, it's not replacing the sewage system directly. There was an article today, I believe, in the Post, because my brother reads the Post, so I get the article. But it was actually factual. It was almost $500 million. $500 million to just rethink the F train York Street subway in Dumbo, which has only one exit. $500 million. So it was $534 million to just put a large elevator there. And I read through it, and the engineers had some very big points. So changing even a subway station is going to cost $500 million. Dealing with our wastewater system is also, it's crucial. It is not a bad direction, and a city like ours should think of that. But it's a very profound change.
So if I can respond to that, New York City, under the Climate Mobilization Act, passed I'm not sure if it's local law 92 or 94, that requires green roofs for major new roof projects. Green roofs I love green roofs. I worked on a green roof about 15 years ago for the Earth Pledge Foundation, been a big fan of green roofs. The problem, like a lot of green technologies, is first cost with green roofs, but green roofs help a lot. I'll tell you what though, the enemy of water efficiency in New York City, the #1 enemy, flushometers, those damn flushometers. So I can tell you, we're in this smart building upgrade we're doing right now in these 5 buildings. We've got a vendor who can do a no-cost toilet upgrade through the efficiency savings, okay? So #1, I would outlaw flushometers. We have flushometers in my own building. you know, not only are they usually 3.5 gallons per flush, but oftentimes they get stuck and they're pouring out water. So that's one. Second big, huge water waste is shower heads. And the thing about shower heads for building owners, what they don't always get, shower heads save you in 3 ways. So number one, you'll save in your freshwater bill by having a low flow shower head. You'll save on your sewer bill because you've got less water going on, and you save on your heating bill because you got less, you know, wastewater that you're heating. So between changing out flushometers and low flow shower heads, that will go a long way. Aerators as well on faucets. The problem is that people love to waste water. People love, don't they? They love to waste, love those big, you know, luxuriant showers, right? And that's why, you know, if we could sub-meter each apartment for water use the way we do for electricity use, that would solve that problem.
So a couple points on that. Yeah, certainly, you know, the infrastructural cost of retooling, you know, sewer systems is large. You know, it's not that, well, people are going to shoot me. It's not that big a problem on the East Coast in the sense that humanity hasn't orchestrated around it. And I think even if you legislate, you know, legislation is a political process, and you can only be so far ahead of the curve. Watch what happens in the West Coast in the next 5 years. I mean, there's going to be radical work. There's going to be legislation that affects every building, every new building. There'll be, you know, they're pulling, I forget which city was it, Phoenix. You can no longer have grass. I can no longer have ornamental grass, right? It's done. So again, you know, when there's a problem, humanity is rising to the challenge. Unfortunately, water is, you know, is going to be a huge problem in many parts of the world. Just really quickly, you know, I'm involved with as a technology advisor for a company called InsurTech. It's kind of an interesting sensor and finance and insurance and warranty kind of platform company, but it's fundamentally focused on water right now, and putting in water sensors. There are, again, it's the same thing. There are water sensors which cost $100. You can put it on a pipe. It's a microphone, and it will tell you, you know, the shower in, you know, it can't actually figure out which one, but I mean, it will say, you know, shower A has been on for, you know, is abnormal, right? Toilet B, you know, is, you know, we can find these leaks, and it's just, yeah, it is astonishing again how much water is just wasted because people don't know, and the cost isn't that bad, right? And the legislation isn't there. But I think it's very easy to move, to your point, right? Once you move the political, legislative, and financial dials, you know, the technology is there to do everything that we want to do.
Okay, we're out of time, but I want to thank our panel. And thank you all for joining us today. We hope it was very informative and worthwhile for you. We have a reception that is meeting just upstairs, which you're all invited to. So please enjoy.
Great. Yeah. Right. What was it? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes. Mellow. Flush it out. That's it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right.
Yes, that was so interesting. I actually heard, like you said, you're collaborating with some currency and wise track and single real estate. Yeah, like I think I just sent you a link to it. Since we're connected with like Dustin Jobs and all of this. Yeah.
So we're looking to partner with them now. They were partnered with MIT and then that happened to them. So it's an opportunity for NYU.
Yeah, I mean, they are increasing the kind of working with regards to ESG to a greater extent. And we're also working on various research projects. So I was just curious to know if you mentioned that everything in technology is existing, but then it comes to that point of so that's exactly what we are facing as well. Like if there's opportunity expenses and I understand why, then why are people still wanting to do it? But then
Inertia, fear, mostly a lot of it's inertia. Okay. It's the building migrants, building owners. Great. That's why I think oftentimes these